Hello and welcome to Unacademy. I welcome you all to this session. I'm sorry there was a certain technical glitch which in turn led to us to start close to 10 to 15 minutes late. But I hope all of you are excited. And today we have a very important and a very interesting task in front of us. I'm just opening the live chat in front of me so that you can, yes, I can see it. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Okay. So, how long is the session going to be? Totally on you, but I am most probably not going to end before 10 p.m. That is a given. So, I'll tell you what the structure is, how we're going to go about it. The idea is very simple. I don't want it to be just a random session which is based on just discussing the larger ebb and flow. Rather, I would want to discuss every section which is important. I want it to be comprehensive. That is why I've taken at least 10 hours in my hand. So, that is the whole idea here. So, see, there are three portions in which we will cover this. So, we are starting around 4:20, and I'm giving you a heads up that this is how we're going to go about it. I will cover, I want to cover Mughal decline, thereafter advent of Europeans, then regional kingdoms and expansion. Before I give you the first break. Then when we come back, we will go into economic policy, then some heavy topics such as socio-religious reform, peasant and tribal, then 1857. Once we reach 1857, our 50% is over, half part is over. Thereafter, once we go into post 1857, we will see if we need a break or not. So, to be very clear, last time when I took the marathon for ancient, medieval, modern, and art and culture, directly 5 to 6 questions came out of the marathon itself. Obviously, modern India, we had 8 questions, 6 to 7 questions. Directly, we discussed NCM here. We discussed with regards to multiple things from the bronze dancing girl to everything. And just to give you a heads up, the idea is today is modern India marathon. Then I plan to take one ancient and medieval marathon. And thereafter, I will take one marathon for art and culture. This is how I have planned the marathons also, which is that today this, then on a suitable date this, and this. I'll keep on telling you when this is going to happen. You just have to subscribe to this channel, right? So if everybody is set, can we start? Yes, sir. Sounds good. Okay. So before we start, remember 19999 offer, 50% off plus 6 months extension offer is live right now. You just have to use the code IS English. This is very, very important that you use the code IS English so they're tagged to our team. Now, PDS of the session, Vamsa, will be available on the link which is given in the description box. First, let the session end. Most probably, it will be 11th of February by the time we end it, because I have done this previously. I have a feeling we will go until 12. So that is how we will. I'll see the pace at which you can work. That is the whole idea here. We have to check where the pace is. I'll see. The simple straightforward point is be ready for at least 8 hours. If one modern India in classroom setup takes 100 to 150 hours, you tell me what is your expectation. I can finish at 10 p.m. also. I can finish at 11 p.m. also. I can finish at 12 p.m. also, or rather 12 a.m. also. So let's see. We'll figure this out as we go on. I want to start this session. And as I said, most probably 2 hours bursts I will take, 2.5 hours. And I'll give you breaks of 20 minutes in between. So don't worry whatsoever. Right. So let's figure this out together. I have already given you a heads up. Be ready for a long marathon. Right. all cop Everything which is important for the examination I will cover as comprehensive as possible in the most precise manner for the revision of the examination. That is the whole point of this session. right? Okay. Now, when it comes to UPSC syllabus, now pay attention. I want 100% attention from you, and I'll take up your doubts. If it is pertaining to something which is in between, I'll take it up there. If not, I'll, for example, postpone it to the end of that section. So in our syllabus of UPSC, there are two very specific parts which are written. One says history of India, and it says and Indian national movement. This is how it is written in the prelims examination. Prelim syllabus, it is written like this. Now, this is specifically 1885 to 1947. That is why 60% of the questions come from here. 40% of the questions come from here. But what students do is they obsess over this 40%, which is from 1498 to 1857 to 1885. This is the most messiest zone also because it has Socio-Religious, it has peasant tribal, it has economic history also, it has within itself multiple other riders. So therefore, what happens is students tend to get lost within this. But the main area is this. Once INC is formed, the narrative changes. But as I said, I will not privilege either. I will discuss both equally so that your preparation is in the right zone. It is in the best place whatsoever. This is your session for revision in that regard. You can open the courseware if you want to. You can go chapter by chapter with me in the courseware if you have it. It will help you to revise further if you have it. If not, no issues whatsoever. You are with me. Now, there is a certain zone in Indian history. Ancient is 2 million years ago till 1750. Medieval is divided into early medieval and medieval per se. And we have this 750 to 1206 period, then 1206 to 1707. Now, what we are starting with is called as the early modern phase. This is basically 1707 to 1757. And the, the whole syllabus, the modern India syllabus, has a certain logic to it. The logic it is that there are three fundamental building blocks without which without which you cannot start a very important thematic which is called expansion of British Raj. Expansion of British Raj cannot start cannot start without understanding what is called as regional kingdom. And why am I giving this to you? Because you need to understand how the syllabus is also placed. Cannot understand without understanding advent of Europeans, and cannot understand it without understanding the concept of Mughal decline. So basically, my main story is expansion with regards to Carnatic wars, with regards to Mysore wars, Maratha wars. But if I have to understand it, I need a prelude to it. I need the actors in play. I need the scene set. Context should be set. In order to do that, I now have to first cover these three areas, and then I will go into expansion of Britain. This is how we are going to go about it, which is understanding the logic of the syllabus and how we are covering it, why we are covering it in that regard. Now, Mughal decline is a very simple, straightforward topic. We do it in medieval also, we do it in modern India, but the emphasis is different. See, when we talk about Mughal decline, now we are entering our first prelude. This is our first prelude, right? Dhurandhar part 1. This is the first prelude. When we talk about Mughal decline, if you ask a person such as Jadunath Sarkar, what was the reason for the decline of the Mughal Empire? He will pin it on one person, which is Aurangzeb. He will say Aurangzeb's religious policy, along with that, the way he had his administration in place, Aurangzeb is the single-handed reason why Mughal Empire declined. He's a bigot, no doubt whatsoever. He destroyed temples, no doubt whatsoever. But one man cannot destroy an empire such as the Mughal Empire. So here we have to understand the nuances of Mughal decline because mains oriented questions also come out of this area. You need to know that. Now, when we talk about Mughal decline, we have to go one step back to Aurangzeb's father, Shah Jahan. I have in multiple places, even in class, I always say Shah Jahan knows how to waste money. You have some money, give him, he will somehow find a way to destroy that money. With regards to creating a new city called Shahjahanabad, from putting gold into even the paintings itself, to the Taj Mahal, to what he did within the Red Fort and the Agra Fort itself. He's the marble guy. What he did was Shah Jahan overspent, and at the same point of time, one major issue of Shah Jahan, late Shah Jahan period, and at the same point of time of Aurangzeb was this issue of the Deccan. Ahmednagar, Golconda, Bijapur. There are Bidar, not that much. But Ahmednagar, Golconda, and Bijapur, and specifically Golconda and Bijapur, were one of the biggest issues for the Mughals because their southward expansion was blocked. Now, overspending on architecture plus Deccan Wars. The cumulative outcome of something like this is an economic crisis. Is an economic crisis. Now, when the economic crisis happens, it is how Aurangzeb responds to the economic crisis, which in turn leads to the Mughal decline. What I mean by that is a very simple concept, which is see, Aurangzeb inherited a economic or fiscal crisis. This is where he is not at fault that much, but it is his predecessors and specifically Shah Jahan who were able to basically mess up the whole concept itself. Good enough, Paras. Now, Aurangzeb had two solutions, and both solutions created problems. The first solution is to increase the Khalisa land, which is Khalisa means what? Khalisa is crown land under the Jagirdari system. The main revenue of the state comes from Khalisa, right? Then the second solution is to increase taxes, meaning as UPSC aspirants, as a specialist of economics, you would know that these are the two ways: you increase your receipts, you decrease your expenditure. That is the whole point. These are the two ways in which you manage a fiscal crisis. Now, both had cascading effects, which is if you increase Khalisa land, what goes down is Pay Baki. If Pay Baki goes, what goes down is Jagirs. And this is a very interesting point. See, Jagirdari system, just a small explanation for anybody who does not understand what is Jagirdari. Jagirdari system is inbuilt into the Mansabdari system. Mansabdari system is the way in which the Mughal Empire divides its officers. They give them a Zat and Sawar rank. Zat rank gives you the position in the hierarchy. Sawar rank gives you the concept of what is called as the military obligation with you. Now, not every Mansabdar was given a Jagir, but most of the Mansabdars which have big payouts were given Jagirs. Now, the whole system, a land grant based system, which is non-transferable, which is rather transferable, non-permanent, and at the point of time non-hereditary. The most important idea here was Jagirs should be more than Jagirdars. That is the bare minimum for this system to work. But if Jagirs will go down, what will happen is that there will be an imbalance in the number of Jagirs versus Jagirdars who are officers. Yes, not all mansabdars are jagirdars, but all jagirdars are mansabdars, because not every mansabdar gets a what we call as land grant. Now, if this is the position, and if I tell you today that the only way you are going to, and listen to this point, when you become an IS officer, the only way your salary is going to be decided is the way or is the place you will be posted. There will be internal competition between the IS officers. That is what happens here, which is Jagirdars now don't care about the administration. They start to do internal competition, and this is what Satish Chandra calls the Jagirdari crisis, which is over exploitation by the Jagirdars, and there is no specific way in which Aurangzeb can stop this, but other than expanding the empire, which he can't because of the Marathas, Bijapur, and Golconda. So, Jagirdari crisis is an administrative crisis, a crisis where his most important backbone, Mansabdars, have now started to compete for land. Increasing taxes is also a good solution. But the problem with increasing taxes is that the peasants have to pay. And new research by Williamson, very celebrated economic historian, he has done a research on the environmental history of medieval India, meaning how was the mean temperature based on multiple sources, based on archaeology also, what was the mean temperature in around certain periods. As it turns out, when Aurangzeb was increasing the taxes, at the same point of time, El Nino years were there. Now, using your base knowledge of very simple, straightforward knowledge of geography, El Nino would mean that there will be droughts, there will be failure of monsoons. It will in turn lead to the erratic nature of the monsoons to become active. Therefore, El Nino years means there is shortfall in rainfall. Now, peasants have been asked to pay more taxes. Rainfall is going down, production goes down. This in turn leads to what is called as the agrarian crisis, as termed by Irfan Habib, which is that the Mughal Empire was now in an agrarian crisis because the peasants, specifically, for example, the Jats, they started to now just rebel. They were like, now we can't, we will not pay anything. Failure of agriculture, failure of the taxation system. So the taxation system has gone down. At the same point, administrative. Now, if you look at this, this makes the Mughal decline more nuanced. And the way we have to look at it is there's a very interesting way in which you can actually make a small pyramid for here. You can make a very small pyramid here. There is a certain crisis. This is the way I always summarize and teach Mughal decline, which is there's a major crisis, which is called the economic crisis. Economic crisis, fiscal crisis. Now, Aurangzeb takes two routes to manage this crisis. He takes two routes to manage this crisis. Increase taxes, at the same point of time, increase Khalisa. This leads to agrarian crisis. This leads to the concept of Jagirdari crisis. Now, if this is not enough, there are further four more factors which play a very important role. There is no doubt that Aurangzeb's religious policy played an important role. One of the most important cascading effect of his religious policy was what he did to the Rajputs. Because he meddled into the Rathod Rajputs, what is called as internal succession, Rajputs alienated him. That is why he had to align with the ulemas and the orthodox faction who had already been alienated by his own predecessor. If that is not enough, there were also external crises and invasions. That is where we know that there is Nadir Shah, there is Ahmad Shah Abdali, and over and above that, he had weak successors. He had weak successors. And this whole structure is also being hit by multiple turrets in the form of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Marathas, in the form of the Jats, Satnamis, and therefore, when I add one more factor such as the Sikhs, this is a proper recipe for disaster. Proper recipe for disaster because there are multiple external factors which are creating a lot of issues. Aurangzeb single-handedly did not destroy the empire. He was not able to arrest it. There were structural issues in the Mughal Empire by the end of 18th century. Therefore, it was going to be a given that the Mughal Empire is going to decline. But the weak successors played an even important role in not arresting but accelerating the process. In accelerating the Here, I have multiple times, even through a form of a short, I've already told you one thing which would be expected from you is the names of the peak successors. Baja, Paramu, Al Shah, Akba, 2. This is the acronym to learn the weak successors. Bahadur Shah, the first, his eldest son Muzram, but he was not able to arrest anything. Jahandar Shah, then Farooq Siyar. Now here, Farooq Siyar is an important name for us. It is not important because of the medieval angle. It is important because of the modern angle and the farmans is going to. Then we have Rafiul Dola and Darjat. Both ruled for not more than 5 to 6 months. Then comes important personality, Muhammad Shah Rangila, known for his Rangila lifestyle. Muhammad Shah Rangila is important because he will be able to remove the influence of the Sayyid brothers. Sayyid brothers who had played a very important role in Jahandar Shah also, in Farooq Siyar also, in Rafiul also. Thereafter, we have al Shah. Here, we have two important rulers. One is Alamgir II, and the second is Shah Alam II. Because both are the ones who are going to the third battle of Panipat and thereafter the most important, which is the battle of Plassey. Then Akbar 2, Batu is important because he is but Bahadur Shah II or Bahadur Shah Zafar, 1850. So when you revise this area, you have to revise it like this, which is it should be on your fingertips. This will help you in mains also. This will help you in prelims also. We have not seen a single question out of this area per se. You will get it in mocks, but we have not seen properly any specific, you can say, question per se out of this area. Right? So, can I say that you understand what is Mughal decline? Can I say that? What is Mughal decline? Why did it happen? How did it happen? And who are the personalities who are associated with it? I want everybody's consent here. Come on. We only go forward as a unit. Yes, sir. So, our Mughal decline chapter or thematic is over. So, we now move to the second important area, which is called as regional kingdom. This is very interesting area, very logical also. See, this is the Mughal Empire we were talking about. The Mughal Empire. It's a very interesting. It is a very authentic map out of the Cambridge University. So we have the Mughal Empire here. We have Ahmednagar, Golconda, Bijapur, the you can say feudatories of the Vijayanagar Empire in say, and this is of 1605. That is why you don't see the Marathas here per se, right? Now, Shah Jahan the second, Shah Jahan the third, all of these smaller rulers, Chirag, don't have to worry about. Shah Alam the second, Alamgir the second, Farooq Siyar, and Muhammad Shah Rangila, Bahadur Shah Zafar. These are very important, very, very, very important. You have to always cut out the unnecessary information. That is how you prepare for prelims. Because history is vast, you don't get caught up in unnecessary detail. As it is, if a question comes on Shah Jahan the third, nobody will know it because nobody is covering it also. Irrespective of anything, he has no significant contribution per se. Now, see, I know what is going to happen. I think we all know what is going to, which is the British are going to conquer the Indian subcontinent. But we have to explain that also, right? Why? How are they able to? And that is where we have to understand what happened after the Mughals decline and how there was a power vacuum which was created, right? Now, this power vacuum of the Mughal decline gives birth to three type of states. Gives birth to three types of states. Technically two, but we talk about three in that. One is called a successor state. The second is called as independent state. And the last is called as rebel state. In certain books, you will also find the mention to only successor and rebel. That is also correct because these two are connected in a way. These two are connected in a way. Now, what is the definition of a successor state? These states were provinces or subsidiaries. They were connected to the Mughal Empire either through the Subedars or through the Divans or through the process of being just an part of the empire itself. So here we have, for example, Awadh. Here we have one of the most important, Bengal. Then we have Hyderabad. Then we have the Rajput states, which were previously holding on to the Mughal Empire through the process of suzerainty. And Awadh, Bengal, Hyderabad, Rajput state also had certain areas attached to it. For example, we will have out of Hyderabad, Mysore, which will come out. Then from Mysore, Carnatic state will come. So Mysore was previously attached to Hyderabad. Carnatic was also attached to Hyderabad. Hyderabad, when it becomes free, it will give rise to the Mysore and Carnatic sector. Now, rebel states, these two independent states are nothing but subsidiaries, Travancore equally, subsidiaries of the successor states. We have four very important actors, out of which Awadh, Bengal, and Hyderabad are important enough. At the same point of time, Mysore and Carnatic is very important enough. Then there are areas which were always fighting with the Mughal Empire. Since the inception, their inception, they were always fighting with the Mughal Empire. And that is where you have the Marathas, the Sikhs, the Rohillas, and the Jats. These states, what is common to them is that not they were not part of the Mughal Empire. They were always fighting with the Mughal. That is why they called rebel states, right? They were rebellious. Satnamis are an inset of the Jats itself. You can add Satnamis, not an issue. But we discuss Sikhs and Marathas in more detail. The ones which I have encircled are more important than any other thing. Meaning, you need to know what is happening in Awadh, you need to know what is happening in Bengal, you need to know what is happening in Hyderabad. Ahoms can be pushed here again. You need to know what is happening in Marathas, what is happening in Sikh. Now, what I will do is I will deal with these two, Marathas and Sikhs, when I will discuss Anglo-Maratha War and Anglo-Sikh War, because it makes more sense there. It is more continuous. It is a continuous story from Balaji Vishwanath, and thereafter we have to discuss Peshwa rule, Chhatrapati rule. We discuss that. But what I'll do is I'll put in my actors in this story so that my actors are sorted. See, this is the Indian subcontinent on the eve of when the British want to capture India. So we have Mysore, we have Travancore, we have Carnatic, we have Hyderabad, we have Maratha territory, we have Awadh, we have the whole Bengal sector, one area, Ahoms beyond that, Rajputs, Rohilas. And see, each of these areas only has one purpose in my story. And that purpose in the story is to create the actors which will be important in the expansion of British Raj. I hope you get this point. It is purely about expansion of British Raj. So therefore, I want to understand who are the people which the British are going to fight in order to expand in the Indian subcontinent. Okay. So let's talk about Bengal first. When we talk about Bengal, our story starts with a Diwan who will become the Subedar and then the Nawab. His name is Murshid Kuli Khan. Murshid Kuli Khan is able to become independent. When he becomes independent, he is able to take the help of the bankers. And this you have to remember, bankers and zamindars play a very important role in this sector. Very, very important role where bankers and zamindars allow for the Nawabs to remain independent of the Mughal Empire. But Murshid Kuli Khan does not stop the practice of sending some form of Nazarana, some form of tribute to Delhi. So he still wants a symbolic relationship with the Mughals. Now, after that, he appoints his grandson as the Nawab. His name was Sarfaraz. But Sarfaraz's father said, I would rather want to be the emperor first or Nawab first. You can be thereafter. So you have a person called Sujauddin who will come to rule. He is the father of Sarfaraz. What is going to happen is Sujauddin is going to continue the same practice as Murshid Kuli Khan. But then when Sujauddin appointed Sarfaraz as the ruler, one man who was backed by Omi Chand and Jagat Seth, two very important bankers of the Indian subcontinent, specifically Bengal, Ali Vardi Khan is going to capture power. Ali Vardi Khan was not a person who was naturally nominated by the Kuli family, and therefore he was an outsider. He will stop the process of sending tribute to Delhi. Thereafter, Ali Vardi Khan will be succeeded by a person, Siraj ud Dawla. Now, this is the man which we are concerned. This is the person who we are concerned, which is Siraj ud Dawla, because he is important in our story. So, when it comes to Bengal, our actor is in. And take it, right? Okay. Now, let's move to Hyderabad. Hyderabad, there was a person called Chin Kilich Khan. Chin Kilich Khan was the Subedar of Hyderabad. When his successor is going to be sent from Delhi, he will kill that successor, appoint in all important position his own men, and thereafter, Chin Kilich Khan is going to take the title of, and should look big, right? Nizam ul Mulk Asaf. ये आदमी है Chin Kilich Khan. But now he takes a very, very big title, Nizamul Mulk Asaf. Now, Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah is going to be an important actor in our story. He even helped Muhammad Shah Rangila in a way to undercut the Sayyid brothers. Perfect. So, our Hyderabad sector is also done. Then we go to Awadh. When we go to Awadh, there was a person called Sadat Khan. Person called Sadat Khan. Sometimes written with a double A also. Sadat Khan. Now, Sadat Khan played a very important role in helping Muhammad Shah Rangila along with Nizamul Mulk to remove the Sayyid brothers. That is why he was given the title of Nizamul Mulk, or rather, uh, Sadat Khan Barunul Mulk. Burhan, which is friend of the empire. Very good. Friend of the empire. But he has no other purpose than helping Muhammad Shah Rangila in our story. His successor, Safdar Jung, he created a tomb in Delhi. Till today stands there and is a cheap copy of the Taj Mahal. Nothing really for us as a UPSC aspirant. Then the person who becomes important is Tuja. This person is going to come into our picture when we will discuss Bengal and when we will discuss conquest of Bengal and the Battle of Buxar, Treaty of Allahabad. So now we have Siraj in Bengal, Tuja in Awadh, Nizamul Mulk in Hyderabad. In Hyderabad. Then if I go to Mysore, Mysore was under the Vodeyars. But unfortunately, the most, you can say, the last ruler of the Vodiyar dynasty, his name is Devaraya. Devaraya Vodiyar. Now, unfortunately, the problem with Devaraya Vodiyar was he was ruling only in name. His prime minister, Nanjaraj, was actually the one who was ruling. Nanjaraj was a little bit, you can say, little bit too fanatical, was not doing good to the administration, was taking Mysorean state down. So therefore, Nanjaraj is challenged by a person called Haider Ali. And Haider Ali and his successor, Tipu Sultan, are important actors in our story. Haider Ali and Tipu Sultan. Thereafter, the last sector which is left in this is Carnatic. Now, when we talk about the Carnatic state is under a person called Sadadullah Khan. And Sadadullah Khan is succeeded by a person called Dost Ali. He will again become very important for us when we will talk about Anglo-French rivalry. So, before we go to advent of Europeans, we have now created a certain universe for us. A universe in which Mughals are declining. That is creating a political vacuum. That political vacuum is filled by independent states, by successor states, by the what we call as rebel states. And what is interesting is that out of this whole conversation, the following people have come into focus. Siraj Uddaula, Tuja Uddaula, Nizam ul Mulk Asafja, Dost Ali, and Haider Ali. If you can remember this much, I think we all are in the space to go forward to advent of Europeans if you understand all of this. Are we on the same page? Come on. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Perfect. Okay. Now, now in recent history, advent of Europeans has become an important area. Dostali is Carnatic state, Hyder Ali, Mysore, Hyderabad, Awadh, and Bengal. Important area because we are getting questions out of it in the prelims examination. Therefore, it has become important. Now, here we have three very, very important timelines. Three very, very important timelines. One of the Portuguese, one of the Dutch, the other one of the English. French is equally important, four, but three very important. Now, first, you have to understand one thing. A very simple factual thing. Sequence of Europeans in India or Indian subcontinent. A very fundamental question which a lot of students mix up. Portuguese, Dutch, English, Danes, French. Sequence of establishment of East India companies. Then Portuguese, English, Dutch, Danes, French. First and last does not change. Because Dutch were able to establish themselves first at Moslipatnam and English will take it at Surat. And English 1600 East India Company and Dutch is 1602. That is why this changes. This position changes. So in the examination, pay attention to the words which are written in the question. Is it saying sequence of European factories, establishment? Then this order will be followed. If it says East India companies, then this order will be. A very natural differentiation based on the idea of what is the thing which is being asked in the exam. Now, let's talk about the Portuguese. See, there was always a land route to India. Now we are entering this zone, important zone. There was always a land route to India. Land route was disrupted because of two reasons. The Ottoman Empire, it creates an obstruction, free passage is gone. Second, the land route has now become more expensive. So it is the demand, but it is also the route. This made the Europeans desperate, and specifically a Portuguese king called Henry the Navigator, extremely excited and desperate to find a sea route to India. Now, the problem with the sea route is they have to circumnavigate across the African sector, and that is very, very difficult. One person was able to reach till the Cape of Good Hope, also called as Cape of Storms, as it was originally named, Cape of Storms, and his name was Bartholomew Diaz. Diaz was able to reach till the what we call as Cape of Good Hope, tip of Africa. But the problem was anybody who would go further from there would either reach the what we call as the western eastern coast of Africa or reach Madagascar. You cannot circumnavigate or even enter the Indian subcontinent or the Indian Ocean without understanding and knowing the monsoonal winds. This is where in 1498, only 10 years later only, Vasco da Gama was able to reach to Calicut, where he will be met by the Zamorians, who are the feudatories of the Vijayanagara Empire. In doing this also, a Gujarati pilot who understood the monsoonal winds, Abdul Majid, he or his support was needed. He is the one who steered the ships at the right time so as to reach the Indian support. Now, 1498 is considered to be a turning point in Indian history because 1498 forever changed everything and opened the gates for colonialism. But understand one thing, between 1498 to 1500 to the period of 1600, the only European power which was in India was the Portuguese. And this is where there is a certain timeline. The timeline goes like this, and you should know each of these dates in that regard. 1488 we discussed, 1498, then 1500, 1501, 1503, 1505, 1508, 1509, 1510, then 1511, 1513, 1515, 1529, 1534, 1535, and 1559. These are the dates. If you cannot remember the dates, you can at least remember the sequence. 1498 is what? Diaz reaches the place called uh, Cape of Good Hope. We have discussed Vasco da Gama reaches India. Vasco da Gama reaches Calicut under the Zamorians. Now, what is interesting here is that he will say to the Zamorians, I want pepper. Zamorians will say, sure, but here the Arabs and here are the other actors also. So I will not give you a certain, I will only give you a certain amount. He will fill up all his 3 ships with pepper, sell it at a 3 times higher price in Europe, and now say that I have found the route to the Indian subcontinent. Very important. Very good. Now the person who comes after him is not Vasco da Gama, which is his Cabral, Pedro Alvarez Cabral. Cabral, what he does is he reaches to the Calicut sector, establishes a small factory. That is why one of the first places where the Portuguese established themselves was Calicut, but that was a temporary factory. Why? Because Cabral, when he will meet the Zamorians, he will say to the Zamorians, I want full control, 100% control. Nothing should be, nothing should be given to the Arabs. This will in turn lead to Cabral to discuss or rather develop an acrimonious relationship or negativity there. There will be a attack on the Portuguese, what we call as outpost also, and that will in turn, this is not part of Blue Waters policy. This will in turn lead to the destruction of that factory, and Cabral will go back. Now, when in 1501 Vasco da Gama is going to come, he will realize that Zamorians were now not ready to trade and Calicut had gone out of context. The factory had been destroyed now. So now he will move to a place called Cochin. Cochin is the place where they will establish their first permanent factory and will be able to trade from that sector in a very simple manner. It is also the same time at which they will send a person called Almeida as the governor of this sector. Now what will happen is Almeida is going to start to expand his position. He will take Cananor and also institute what is called as the Blue Waters Policy. The Blue Waters Policy straightforward says one thing: we are a military power. We will not allow you to trade until unless you take permission from us. That is why it's called Kartas system. Kartas means letter. It's called the Karta system because it is nothing but a letter of permission to trade. And he will start to dominate or take control of the ships, specifically of the Arabs and the Gujarati merchants in the Arabian Sea. This will in turn lead to the Egyptian Mamluk fleet and the ruler of Gujarat to come together, Mahmud Begara, and they will then fight a battle with the Portuguese, which is called the Battle of Chol. In Battle of Chol, Francisco de Almeida is going to send his son Lorenzo de Almeida to fight, and when he will go and fight, Lorenzo will die and the Portuguese will lose in this Battle of Chol. However, now Francisco, in order to avenge his death, will fight what is called as the Battle of Dew, in which he will comprehensively defeat the Gujarat ruler. He will also comprehensively defeat the Mamluk fleet, thereby establishing control in this whole sector. Thereafter, the most important area will come under a very important governor. His name is Alfonso de Albuquerque. Not Kirky, but Kirk. I have always emphasized this. Not the right pronunciation of Albuquerque's name. Not Albuquerque, Albuquerque. Now, Albuquerque will take Goa from the Bijapur ruler Adil Shah, and now they will get their most important position, which is called as Goa. Now, in 1511, 13, and 15 period, they will expand. First, they will take Malacca, states of Malacca, and outpost will be established. Then they will re-establish their control at Calicut. Thereafter, they will re-establish or rather establish their control on the Hormuz Strait. Now, this, as you can see, is a certain strategy. The strategy is that they are basically dotting themselves across the major nodes across the Indian Ocean world. This is not a good strategy, but a strategy which the Portuguese followed. 1529, shift of capital from the Cochin sector to Goa, where they will stand till 1962. Thereafter, 34, 35, we have Basin, Diu, and Daman. And in this period, 34, 35, a very important actor who was there was his name was Nino de Cunha. Nino de Cunha. Nino de Cunha was the governor. These are three governors which you should know, you have to know, which is Almeida, along with that Albuquerque, and Nino de Cunha. These are three very important actors. Nino de Cunha was also the one who allowed missionaries to come to India. Francois Xavier was one of the first to come to India as a Jesuit Catholic Christian missionary. He will spread a lot of you can say spread Christianity across Goa, and thereafter go to China where he will die. He'll be buried in China. He'll be brought back to India, reburied in what is called as the old Goa churches where his, you can say, mortal remains remain. Right. So this is basically the Portuguese story. As I have said previously, this is the bare minimum facts you should. If you don't know this story and this story is totally new to you, then there's a problem. I don't think you should have a problem here, but I hope that everybody is on the same page with. Are you? Yes or no? Yes, sir. No, sir. Very good. Now, the next most important actor is the Dutch. See, one thing which I want to point out is that the Portuguese had a very interesting love-hate relationship with the Mughals. When we will discuss medieval India, you will understand the story of Montserrat, Aquaviva, and one person who was a very big problem for the Mughals, which is Pinheiro. Father Pinheiro had irritated Shah Jahan beyond exception, and that will play a very important role in the English entry, which we'll talk about. Now, see, the Dutch, the first Dutchman to come to the Indian subcontinent, his name is Cornelius the Houtman. He comes in 1596. He comes to India, understands India, and he goes back and says that yes, Indian subcontinent is trade worthy. Now, this in turn leads to the establishment of the Dutch East India Company, which is called as the VOC. Now, please understand one thing very clearly. If you are going to write what is the nature of the VOC, it will show you two answers. One specifically saying it is a private entity. It is a private entity. But vis-a-vis the British, the initial capital to create the VOC came from the Dutch, what we call as monarchy and the state. Therefore, it was later or rather operated as a private entity, but its seed money came from the state itself. This is purely unlike the British. And this is where you have to understand that as much as it is a private entity, it acts like a public entity because its initial capital was raised by the state itself. This point you have to understand. Why am I saying this? Is because there is a lot of information which is there on the internet, and that would make you believe that the Dutch are equal to the British. That is not true, and that is the incorrect way of looking at it. Now, the VOC will first establish the first place where the VOC or the Dutch establish themselves is a place called Mausoleepatnam. Today called as Machilipatnam. We will use the colonial terms because we're in the same time. Then they will go to in 1609 Pulikat. In 1616 they will reach Surat. In 1641 they will reach Bichilipatnam. Then in 1645 they will reach Karikal. Then in 1653 they will reach a place called Chinsura, very important in the Bengal story. Then they will in 1658 establish themselves in Bengal properly. And in 1663 they will even reach Kochi. Now, why am I giving you this information? I'm giving you this information because Dutch have been asked previously. But more than that, Dutch became a direct issue for the Portuguese. The Portuguese had the Indian subcontinent to themselves for one whole century. For 100 years, there was no other European actor. No other European actor per se. But the Portuguese had a flawed model of colonialism. Their flawed model of colonialism was we will rule the sea, we will not rule the land. And also, the Portuguese contemporary powers were also very powerful. Be it Vijayanagara Empire, be it Bahmani and the Deccan Sultanates, or be it the Mughal Empire. Very, very powerful generally, very difficult to go against them per se. So, the flawed model of colonialism was based on the idea to not become a territorial power. Controlling the sea as it is very difficult. Till today, we can't have any one actor control the high seas per se. And it is very difficult to patrol something like that. And the problem with the Portuguese was their fleet was always shrinking. So the Portuguese had an opportunity to take the Indian subcontinent. They will not do it. They will purely base their understanding on controlling nodes. Sri Lanka, Ceylon will be taken away from the Portuguese by the Dutch. Malacca will be lost to the Dutch, and later multiple places within Gulf of Aden were also taken by the Dutch. But the question is, why am I speaking English? Dutch. Because if Dutch were the second to come to India, why did they not colonize India? This is where the Dutch got distracted by Indonesia. They became obsessed with Indonesian sector. And Dutch colonialism in Indonesia became the most important, you can say, distraction for them in the Indian subcontinent or in the Indian Ocean world, which did not allow them to effectively become a territorial power in India. And therefore, what happens is that their focus shifts towards the Straits of Malacca, towards the South China Sea, which in turn creates the space for the English to come to India. Now, the English are the one who colonize. And the question is how? The question is how? The English, their timeline is very interesting. Everybody knew that the East Indies is important. East of Cape of Good Hope, it is important. But the British crown, as they were, didn't care too much. They were like, "Ki, we don't care." They did the same with America also. They did the same with the East Indies also. So here merchants started to realize that we are going to lose out to the Dutch. We are going to lose. We are already losing out to the Portuguese. We need to do something. And this is where there was a entity which was created as merchant adventurers, which will later be renamed in 1600 as the East India Company. Now, this East India Company is a pure private entity because it is a joint joint stock company. Joint stock means initial seed capital came from private individuals. A body called the court of directors controls the decisions, and everybody has a stake in it, whoever has put in the seed money. At the same point of time, there's a very important concept here, which is they are paid as dividends. They are paid dividends. These dividends are going to be extremely important. But the East India Company very quickly realized that there is only one entity which is trading in the name of the Dutch in East India, which is nothing but the VOC. And at the same point of time, Portuguese is also one entity. Now, what the East India Company faces per se as a threat is British companies which can trade or what is called as intra trading competition, which is British internal trading competition. So, what the East India Company does is it goes to the royal court, it goes to the monarchs, and is able to get what is called as the royal charter given by Queen Elizabeth. And the royal charter did not use the word monopoly. It used the word the exclusive trading rights east of Cape of Good Hope is given to the English. Now understand one thing, that this means that if there is any entity which is going beyond the Cape of Good Hope, that ship needs to have two flags. One the Union Jack and the other one the East India Company. Only when these two flags are there, then only you can operate here. If the East India Company flag is not there, you're illegally trading on the part of British. Charter is to undercut and eliminate intra, which is not inter. Inter-imperialistic rivalry will not matter. The Portuguese will not look at the charter and say that we will not trade. It is for the other British entities to not trade. Now the point is, unlike the Portuguese, who are just obsessed in controlling this, and the Dutch, who will very quickly get obsessed by the Indonesian sector, the English played a very important strategy, and that is called as wait and watch, which is a very problematic strategy for an for an empire or for a subcontinent which is now getting divided. The British very simply had private interest, and its interest was to generate as much dividend as possible. Profit orientation was there. There was no concept of ego, the concept of representing the crown or we are this and that. No. We want to generate profit because we are answerable to our stockholders and therefore we are going to pay dividends. So there is pure private mentality. And that is why the British were ready to play this wait and watch game and that basically act like bikharis wherever they used to go, and they used to say ki we are the very difficult, we are Britishers, we have nothing, please give us something, O ruler. And they played on the egos, and the appeasement of rulers played a very important. And this is where there's a very important timeline which you should know, very important timeline, which is the East India Company timeline. 1613, 1615, 1632, 1639, 1651. In between there's 1623, there's 1661, 1668, 1698. Above that 1689, 1690, and 1770. This is called the British timeline, one of the most important. Now, in there is a template which will automatically emerge, which is the British appeasing and acting like beggars. First, these two are called Jahangir Farman. The first Farman gave them access to Surat, and this is in direct connection with the way Pinheiro, the Portuguese, had irritated the British, irritated the Mughal. That is why when in 1609, 1610 and 1611 in the Battle of Swali and others, when the Portuguese will be defeated by the English, Jahangir is going to see the English as an alternative. They will see them as an alternative. And that is where Jahangir will become extremely happy to meet Thomas Roe also. He will be given a lot of gifts, such as the globe, such as the spectacles, such as the other items which were provided to him. And Jahangir will become extremely impressed. He will give them access to the most important port of the Indian subcontinent, a Mughal port itself, which is Surat. Surat, first permanent factory of the British, will be established. The second Jahangir Farman, they will get access to Agra, to Mausilipatnam, to Boroch, to certain parts of Bengal, and Ahmedabad. So they were given access to these areas. However, the British were not still very clear if they want to be in this sector. So what they did was they ventured into the Indonesian sector. And this is called as the Emboena massacre. That said, there were Japanese traders along with some British officers who ventured into the Malaccan Strait looking for a place to halt. The Dutch will capture them, torture them to death, and that is called the Abonina massacre. They said enough of this looking for areas. Indonesia ke साथ देखना ही. Don't look at Indonesia per se. And that is why now the British wanted to concentrate on the Indian subcontinent. They knew that Indonesia was not an option. So now comes their first major breakthrough. It is called the Golden Farman. Golden Farman, the British went to the Golconda ruler and they said to the Golconda ruler, extremely handsome person, never seen a more handsome person in life. And we are the person with the art of the deal. Please, we as it is pay you this much amount of, which is 500 pagodas. We pay 500 pagodas to you generally across the year for the trade which you do with us. Pagodas is gold coins. We are ready to upfront pay 500 pagodas and let us trade duty free. The problem is that our rulers were mathematically deficient, or I will say totally arrested. The reason why I'm saying that is because 500 pagodas were at a certain volume, meaning for 10 tons they used to pay 500 pagodas. Now, if I fix this 500 pagodas, I can now do 100 tons and still pay 500 pagodas. And that is why this is called as a golden farman, a farman which allowed them to trade in the Golconda and the what we call as Deccan sector, mostly duty free, with regards to just paying 500 pagodas to the ruler. You must be angry, but then they go a little bit further south. The problem is that Masulipatam, the Dutch are there also, and they want an independent, no tonnage restriction, unrestricted tonnage, as it is who is reporting to them how much ton is coming. Now, in 1539, they will go to the ruler of Chandragiri, and this is called as Chandragiri concession. Called as Chandragiri concession. Now, under the Chandragiri concession, 1623 is nothing but, as I said, Salman, Dutch massacring the British in order to not allow them to trade in the Malaccan sector. Now, Chandragiri concession, again, same concept, has handsome ruler, we are Bikharis, we are at Mosulipatnam, we are not able to trade, Dutch harass us, please give us something, please, oh please. And they get what is called as the Chandragiri concession in Madras, Fort St. George. And here they will make it their eastern headquarters. They will move out of Masulipatam and will be able to establish themselves in this area for a very nominal rent, very low rent, nothing out of the box when it comes. Then they will try to pull off the same trick in Bengal with the brother of Aurangzeb. His name is Shah Shuja. Shah Shuja is one of the brothers, Murad, Shah Shuja, Dara Shikoh, and Aurangzeb, sons of Shah Jahan. Shah Shuja was again somehow not even tricked, I will say, oblivious to the fact that the British were going to exploit the same trick. And for 3,000 rupiah, he said that you can trade tax free in Bengal sector. And this is where the biggest mistake was there, because 3,000 rupiah was for certain tonnage, and 86% of all the trade of the British used to happen from Bengal, Hooghly only. Now, this opened a gate for them. Thereafter, there will be the marriage of Catherine Briganza and Charles II, which is the marriage of a Portuguese princess with a British ruler. In dowry, Bombay will be given to the British. It will be given to the British Crown. Bombay. And Bombay will be transferred to the East India Company for £10 a annual rent. And this will become the Western headquarters. This will become the Western headquarters. The British have now properly established themselves to pure process of appeasement. Pure process of appeasement. And they have now made sure that their presence is unmatched across the subcontinent. But there was one man who did not like the way the British were establishing themselves and basically acting. And that unlikeliest of person in this story is actually Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb very quickly started to realize after coming to power the the pattern which was emerging. The pattern was no, it is not Sirajuddaulah, it is Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb very quickly realized that the were over exploiting their farman. And this is where in 1689 Aurangzeb will seize all the British settlements in Bengal, even in Masulipatam, even in Western sector, along with the Western sector. Because Aurangzeb said enough is enough. The British showed a high-handed approach, but on paying 1.5 lakh rupiah as a certain sorry to the Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb was an economic crisis. And for him, this 1.5 lakh rupiah was a lot of money. This will in turn lead to the 1.5 lakh rupees to be transferred from the East India Company Aurangzeb, and all the powers will be restored. This is where India was lost for the first time. Second, in 1698, Calcutta settlement will be established through getting three different, you can say, villages under a grant from the governor of Bengal. And last but not the least, from 1698 till 1717, the British will basically sit and wait and watch for the wrong ruler to come to power, or a weak ruler to come to power. And that weak ruler is Farooq Siyar. Farooq Siyar is going to sell off India in what is called as the Farooq Siyar Farman. For 10,000 rupiah in Surat, they will be able to trade duty free. For 3,000 rupiah, they will be able to trade in Bengal. They will give them the right to mint coins at Bombay, which are going to be equivalent to equivalent to Mughal coins, which is one of the biggest foolishness. And thereafter, they will further be able to also take control of Chandragiri section and Madras. And the most important is called Dastak, which is the idea that they can further transfer this farman to someone if they need to, where the transferability of these concepts come into context. And this is basically the British story. So now British are also in the Indian subcontinent. The last is the French. The French were the last to come. Danes were too obsessed in converting people. Tranquebar is the first place where they established themselves. They tried Serempur and Tranquebar, two very important places. Very simply, they tried to, they had an idea that we'll convert everybody. In India, religion is a very, very no matter. So as it is, nobody got converted. So the Danes did not succeed in anything. French, ये सो के उठ गए. They were now getting up from their slumber कि ओहो colonization भी करना है, we have to colonize. And that is where in 1664, by the time the British were able to take multiple farmans, the French East India Company will be formed. And to be very clear, when the French monarchy said to private people, give us money, we want to create a French East India Company, people said, we will not give you your money. You cannot be trusted. You cannot be trusted. Dastak means the farman of Farooq Siyar and the you can say advantages and the processes and the concepts which are embedded in it can be transferred to somebody if you give that person a dastak. So in 1664, the French East India Company will be formed, pure public entity. Then in 1668, they will reach Surat. That is going to be their first establishment. For the when the British shifted to Bombay, the French entered into, not Tranquebar is not Dutch, Danes. Surat. The French will enter Surat, the British will shift to Bombay. And in 1674, they will be able to take their most important place, which is called as Pondicherry, called today Puducherry. Pondicherry was a settlement which was taken from a person called Sher Khan Lodi, who was a small feudatory in this sector. The problem with Pondicherry for the English was it is too close to each other. Madras and Pondicherry are very close to each other. And this in turn will create the context for the next thematic to start, which is called as Anglo-French rivalry and the expansion of British Raj. Now, what have we done till this point? What have we done till this point? See, my three main stories are complete. Advent of Europeans, regional kingdoms, and the concept of Mughal decline. All three are now in place. So we are now poised to start the expansion of British Raj. Anybody has any issue here or till this point? It has taken us close to an hour and a half. If I start at 4, I started at 4:20, 5:30, 5:40. Anybody has any issues? No, sir. Clear, sir. Now, sir, here what I will do is I'll do two stories with you. I'll do two stories with you, which is Bengal and Carnatic. Then we'll take a break and then go into Maratha, Mysore, and Sikh because that is heavy. That is quite heavy. So if I want to give you a break around 6:15, but we come back at 6:30 again. Acceptable? So if you are planning to eat something or if you want to order something, the time is to come till 6:15. Okay, 6:15 we will give up. I'll most probably take a break. Right? Okay. Now we now start our fourth major module, which is called as expansion of British Raj. Now, when we discuss expansion of British Raj, there are 5 to 6 things which we have to take into consideration. There is Anglo-French, which is Carnatic Wars. There is Bengal. There is Mysore. There is Maratha, and there's Sikh. This is where our main story lies. There are topics such as the Anglo-Burmese War, Anglo-Tibetan Wars, Afghan and Nepalese War. That is something which is done out of, you can say, sync because that breaks the main flow. So we will discuss them, but we will discuss them in the end if needed. As of right now, what I want from you is that you have to concentrate here. Let's discuss Carnatic and Bengal, and then we'll discuss the story thereafter, right? Once we have taken a break. Bombay being given as a dowry, as in the Portuguese factory in Bombay was Portuguese factory in Portuguese. They had a settlement there. Garcia de Horta was a person who had a small mansion there. It was a Portuguese colony. Portuguese settlement was never developed properly. It was given to British. British then further reclaimed the land out of the water, and the seven islands of Bombay were then reunited. Right. Okay. Now, see, as I have indicated, the problem for the British was that, see, Dutch and Portuguese are too distracted. Portuguese are distracted in controlling the Arabian Sea. Dutch are already distracted in the Indonesian. Danes are too distracted in converting people. So the only problem for the British is the French. And the French came with this understanding, and their governor at this point of time, Dupleix, was very, very, very aggressive. And his idea was, if Madras is the seat of power, we will sit at Pondicherry, and in the Bay of Bengal, we will be the rivals of the British. This was a recipe for confrontation. It is not that the British had not previously fought with the French. We have the 10 years war, we have the 30 years war, we have the 100 years war. French and British rivalry is very old. Now, when it is very, very old, it is one thing is very clear, that this is a recipe for disaster in this sector. Now, Carnatic is going to become the bone of contention because Marathas are too powerful, Mysore is too powerful. They both are in the same proximity, and therefore it was going to be the this coast only, not this coast, not this coast, not this coast, on this coast only, because Carnatic state is much, you can say, it's weaker, but at the same point of time much easier for them to manipulate. Now, the first Carnatic war, the reason for the war does not lie in India. It lies in what is called as the Austrian War of Succession. Called the Austrian War of Succession. Now, in Austrian War of Succession, in Austria, the problem was who will succeed. Who will succeed? Charles the sixth dies. Charles the sixth dies. Before he dies, he introduces a decree that women can also be rulers. Now, what happens is when Maria Theresa, the daughter of Charles VI, comes to the throne and says, I want to fight, I want to rule, one of the, you can say, principalities within Austria, which is called Bavaria, Bavaria will say that we don't accept this accession. We believe that this is incorrect. And this is called as Austrian War of Succession. Now, in the Austrian War of Succession, one thing is very clear that the Austrian Maria Theresa faction and Frederick faction, which is the Bavarian faction, both have their own claim. Now, Great Britain had always allowed women to rule. So Great Britain starts to support Maria Theresa, and France, which did not allow women to rule, started to, in a way, side with Bavaria and Frederick. And this is where Austrian War of Succession becomes a continental war, where the European sector gets divided into two camps, with France, Bavaria, and Britain, and the main, what is called as Hungarian Empire or Habsburgian Empire, they become one. This was something which could mushroom into much bigger. And this is the context in which now there will be a very interesting interaction. At Madras and at Pondicherry, the British, rather the French, send a message to the British at Madras that, see, our nations are fighting in the West, they're fighting in Europe, but there is no reason for us to fight here. There's no reason per se for us to fight here. He says no point of fighting. English said okay, but what they do is certain French ships are going to be seized by the English in the Bay of Bengal. This was recipe for disaster because Dupleix has already said that we don't want to fight. Now, what is going to happen is, as soon as the English will see the British ships, English will see the French ships in the Bay of Bengal. Now, French are going to attract Madras, and because they got a lot of reinforcements from Mauritius, they were able to take Madras. This is the spillover effect of the Austrian War of Succession. But when Madras is taken by the French, the British play a game here. Rather than directly confront French, they go to Arcot. At Arcot, they meet Dostali. Now, Dostali is the ruler, but very old man. So he had a right hand man who was also considered to be the next successor, most probably. His name is Anwaruddin. So they go to the Arcot state capital and go and say to the the Nawab, देखो मुझे मारा. See which type of ruler are you? You say rule of law, rule of law. Initial aggressor is the British. But what did they say? They paint a picture. We were not doing anything. We were strolling in the Bay of Bengal, and the French came, took Madras from us. Madras is under your principality. So therefore, you have to protect us. Oh, Anwaruddin, protect us. Oh, Dostali, protect us. And what is going to happen is, now Anwaruddin is going to send an army under the name of Nawab of Arcot. Arcot is a place till today. It's not an ancient name. Arcot is Arcot also. Till today, it's called Arcot. So now, as the Nawab of Carnatic, Anwaruddin is going to now fight the French in what is called as the Battle of Saint Thom near the river Adair. The French will comprehensively defeat a very, very archaic army of Anwaruddin, and the French technically hold Madras. But क्या है, French की ना किस्मत खराब, क्या कर सकते? The problem with their story was, whilst they had won the Indian sector, in Europe, what is going to happen is Maria Theresa is going to win over the faction of Frederick. Therefore, the British had won over the French in the main sector. And this in turn will lead to what is called as the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. And in the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, which happens in the European sector, Madras is given back to, and Europeans, or rather the British, decide that everybody goes back to status quo. So Pondicherry they hold, Madras has to be given back. So though the British had shown that they were cunning, French had shown that they were much better in this sector than the English, and Dupleix had shown his hand. So now, as of right now, first Carnatic War, everybody shows their hand. English had not shown their military hand, and now everybody goes back to status quo. Could change in it. Now, whilst the first Carnatic War is based on the concept of what we call as external factors, second Carnatic War is based on internal factors. Name of the battle: Battle of Saint Thom. Now, this we've discussed. Saint George, Thomas, Thom, whatever you want to call it, on the on the river bank of River Adyar, and this will in turn lead to what is called the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. What is going to happen is everybody is going to come back to their original position. French will gain some areas in the Northern American sector, but will have to lose most of it. Now, Second Carnatic War is interesting. Second Carnatic War, there are two. What is the conclusion of the story? Everybody goes back to where they are. English gain in India, French gain a little bit in the American sector via giving certain areas of West Indies. That's it. Now, there are two actors here. We are discussing now the Second Carnatic War. We have two major actors here. One is Hyderabad. The second one is Carnatic. Now, in the Hyderabad sector, you have Nizamul Mulk. But Nizamul Mulk is going to die. And there is going to be a succession battle between a person called Nasir Jung and Muzaffar Jung. And at the same point of time in Carnatic state, Dost Ali is going to die. And there will be Anwaruddin. There will be Anwaruddin. And the other one being Chand Sahib. Chand Sahib is a man. Danda Sahib. Now, in this, what happens is now the British and the French want to play a game and they meddle into internal politics of India. Nasir Jung and Anwaruddin get the support of the English. Whilst Muzaffar Jung and Chand Sahib get the support of the French. The whole war. This is the whole war of succession here, wherein Nasir Jung, Muzaffar Jung, and Dost Ali and Chand Sahib are fighting. They are fighting. In this, they want to meddle. Muzaffar Jung and Chand Sahib is one faction. Nasir Jung and Anwaruddin is another faction. Now, in this story, what is quite interesting is that initially the French will win. The French will be able to eliminate Nasir Jung and they will be able to eliminate Anwaruddin also. Muzaffar Jung will be appointed as the Nizam, but Muzaffar Jung will die, so a person called Salabad Jung will then be appointed as a puppet ruler. A lot of things will be given by the Hyderabad state. Even the eastern Ghats and the northern Sirkars, as they called, was given to the French. But the problem was Anwaruddin was survived by his son, Muhammad Ali. And he was sitting at a place called the most important fort there, called as Trichinopoli. So what the French foolishly do along with Chan Sahib is that they start to create pressure on Trinuchopoli. But what they do is they keep Arcot open. And this is where when the British realize that they are not going to be able to protect Muhammad Ali without without losing him. What is going to happen is that they will go for a siege of Arcot. This is the turning point in what is called as the Second Carnatic War. Clive will also get involved here. But the idea was let's go for the siege of Arcot. And though the French said to Chan Sahib, don't do it, Chan Sahib will leave the contingent at Trinopa and move towards Arcot, and he will die at Arcot, in turn changing the whole tide. And now, Trinopoli, Muhammad Ali will be brought back, and this sector will be secured by the British outright. The British. And once they are able to win Carnatic sector, they are able to remove Talabat Jung's French, you can say, influence, and now he is going to become a puppet of the English. And the treaty which will be signed is called Treaty of Pondicherry. Now here the French will do one mistake, and that mistake is to recall Dupleix. He will say, you are useless, come back. And a person called Delali will be sent. And the governor is going to become a person true to his name, Godheyu. Godheyu and Delali are the two people who are going to then control the French sector. Second Carnatic War, Pondicherry, what happens is everybody says that we don't want to fight again. This is an unnecessary war, this and that. Let's do one thing. After Siege of Arcot, it was very clear that Dupleix is going to be called back. Treaty of Pondicherry, everybody says, let's go back to our own positions. But Carnatic and Hyderabad now are under the influence of the English. Both of them now pledge that we will never ever play into internal politics of India. There is no concept of subsidiary lines right now. The idea is English French, we will not interfere. Parties turned equal. Hyderabad will be a subsidiary of the English under the Debussy as a person who sits in the court. So, first Carnatic War and second Carnatic War are one is Austrian War Succession, the other one is called as the internal politics of India. Third Carnatic War is much simpler. Maria Theresa dies. Once Maria Theresa dies, again the issue of Austrian War Succession comes up, and this year it is called as, and this time it's called as 7 Years War. 7 Years War has an important connection with Bengal also, because in Bengal it will play a role. And 7 Years War is going to now again spill over into India. But here, the first aggressor were the French. Delali will very quickly move to take Madras and Visakhapatnam, Vizigram as it is called, and Delali will be able to hold on to Madras, but the British will get strong reinforcements from Bengal, and Delali will be, you can say, defeated comprehensively. He will be taken as a prisoner of war, and the Treaty of Paris, which happens in the end of the 7 Years War, Pondicherry, Mahe, Karikal, Yanam are returned back to the French only as commercial settlements. The Battle of Vandivash was a very decisive battle here, which is going to end the control of the French in India per se, and they will cease to be a threat to the English. They will cease to be a threat to the English, and this is where this battle forever changed everything. Treaty of Pondicherry, the only rival of the British, was now not in context. It is thus that they will be given back these sectors as a certain form of commercial settlement. So no standing army, no navy per se. Right? Clear, everyone. Everybody's on the same page with me. This is the messy part. This is the, you can say, very, you can say, factual part per se. It is not a retreat, it's a comprehensive defeat. Retreat is different, comprehensive defeat is different. Right? Okay, yes, sir. Okay. Last thing before we take a break, conquest of Bengal. Bengal is not as messy as the the Carnatic Wars per se. Hyderabad is not part of the Carnatic sector, both are different. Why in the map shown Nizam Dominion? I am not showing that as a Nizam Dominion. That is where the map is just trying to show segregated colors. That's it. Okay. Now, in Bengal, we already know that Ali Vardi Khan and Sirajudaulah both started to hate the British. Ali Vardi Khan and Siraj both started to hate the British because they were misused. So, very simply, Siraj started to note the actions specifically in Bengal. Now, there's going to be an alteration. That alteration is going to be there were two settlements, one the English, and the other one the French. The English settlement and the French settlement are very close, Chandranagar and Calcutta. Now, the point was that 7 years war is going to start in Europe. Both started to fortify their settlements in order to protect from one another. This is where neither of them had taken permission from Sirajudaulah. So therefore, Sirajudaulah is going to say to English and French, stop your fortification, you have not taken permission from me. French are going to stop, but the English won't. And this is going to be the context in which Sirajudaulah needed a reason. He will storm to this sector and he will take the what is called as Fort William. He will take Fort William. And in this episode, there was only one mistake which Sirajudaulah did, which is that he left his men with the people who were left, or the English who were left. Most of the English were asked to go out. They were expelled. Most of them took ships and exit Hooghly, but some of them were left. And the English argue, and we have no Indian source accredited. This is not accredited by any Indian source. The English would argue that multiple Britishers were locked in a small dungeon inside the Fort William fort and will in turn lead to what is called as the black hole incident. It is not a tragedy for us, so let's not say it. Black hole incident. In the black hole incident, it is believed that 100 to 500, according to British newspaper, whichever you want to do, 100 to 500 Britishers were suffocated to death because of being locked in a small dungeon with only one air vent, which in turn led to the death of not soldiers but civilians also. And soldiers and civilians who were locked into this dungeon survived. The British needed a reason to retaliate. The public was with them. Clive, who was going to the Carnatic sector, will be redirected towards Bengal. When he will come to Bengal, he will fight Sirajudaulah, and Sirajudaulah will be defeated. And in the Treaty of Alinagar, all the British settlements will be given back to the British via Sirajudaulah, and in turn will also lead to the fortifications to be allowed. But the problem for Clive was that the story was still not complete. Sirajudaulah still hated the English. The story still needed to go forward. And this is where he will be approached by two very important personalities, Omi Chand, Amir Chand, and or rather same person only, Omi Chand, Amir Chand, and Jagat Seth. Jagat Seth is going to send a message to how Siraj defamed Black Hole incident. Not Siraj defamed. British used Black Hole incident to defame Sirajudaulah. Jagat Seth is going to send a message to Clive that we are also extremely irritated by this father-son duo, Alivardi Khan and Sirajudaulah. We want both of them to be out of this context, and this is where we are telling you how to defeat Clive, how to defeat Sirajudaulah, and this is called the conspiracy of Plassey. This is called the conspiracy of Plassey, under which Mir Jafar, who was his Mir Bakshi, wanted to become the Nawab. He, along with Jagat Seth, Omi Chand, Manik Chand, one of them being an officer of Calcutta itself, Rai Durlabh, who was the treasurer who wanted to be Mir Bakshi, Ghasiti Begum, who was the aunt of Sirajudollah, who wanted power, and Kadim Khan, who had the biggest army after Mir Jafar, are now going to come together. Ghaziti Begum will be Ghazitofied by the British later, but she will be an important personality who will give a lot of information from within the household of the you can say of Sirajudollah. However, Mir Jafar is a very important person because Mir Jafar played a very important role in making sure that Plassey was a done deal. Plassey was not a battle. Plassey was a conspiracy. Why? Because Mir Jafar Kadim Khan did not fight. Close to 75% of the army did not fight. And in the Battle of Plassey on 23rd June 1757, only Mir Madan and Mohan Lal fought with Sirajudollah. And Mir Jafar's son Miran is going to then stab Sirajudollah, thereby ending his reign and now creating the context for the first loot of Bengal. And the first loot of Bengal was only because of internal conflict, disunity, a pattern which you will see everywhere. There will be multiple people who will connive with the British. The British will wait and watch and will also connive with people. It was only us who are responsible for the colonization of the Indian subcontinent. The Indian subcontinent would never have been colonized if there were actors who were acting in the larger interest. There were always actors who were acting in their own interest. This is going to be a story which will emerge everywhere. In the immediate consequence of the Battle of Plassey, Mir Jafar was made as the Nawab as he wanted. All European powers were removed from Bengal sector. Murshidabad has now had a British resident there. British officers need not pay any taxes further. 24 parganas was given as a zamindari to the company. Robert Clive and his men received thousands of dam or rupiah, which is silver coins and copper coins, in the form of bribes and the loot of Bengal. Robert Clive will be also given the title of Governor of Bengal provisionally. Further, large amount was paid as gifts and 50 lakh rupiah was taken from Mir Jafar at this point of time. And this is considered to be the first major loot of Bengal and the treasury is being looted. Mir Jafar will very quickly realize that he's made a mistake, which will in turn lead him to now approach the Dutch. He will approach the Dutch at Chinsura. In what is called as the Battle of Chinsura, the Dutch will get involved in the end, in the last moment, and they will fight what is called as the Battle of Chinsura or the Battle of Bedara. And in turn, the British will be able to defeat the Dutch in 1759. And now Mir Jafar will be removed and Mir Qasim will be appointed. Mir Qasim being appointed means that they don't trust Jafar that much. When Mir Qasim is appointed, again the second loot of Bengal is happen, where Burdwan, Midnapur, Chittagong will be given to the British. In the limestone trade, the Chuna trade, they will be given half of the you can say share. Outstanding dues have to be paid by the company. 5 lakhs to be given for the war effort in Carnatic sector, and Mir Qasim was now made to basically made a puppet. Mir Qasim, however, did not like the way the British were treating him. So what he will do is he will start to evade the British and start to independently act. There are three things which he will do. He will shift the capital away from Murshidabad to Munger. He will appoint his own people, and he will also at the same time try to modernize his army. When the British started to see this, they started to see suspicion. But the biggest move which he did was this, which is he very simply said that the advantage of the British in India is that they pay no taxes in Bengal. I will give everybody the same concept, which is he made Bengal trade tax free. This would be seen as a transgression. And now Mir Jafar is appointed back. Mir Qasim is now running. He wants to fight, but he has no real army. He will evade and now go to Awadh. At Awadh, he will meet Sujauddaulah and say that the British are going out of hand. Sujauddaulah will say that we should involve the Mughal emperor, also Shah Alam II. And now a tripartite struggle will be ensued, where Nawab of Awadh, Sujauddaulah, Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II, and Mir Qasim will fight the British at Buxar under the commandment of Thomas Munro. And this is where the Battle of Buxar will happen on 22nd October 1764. Here, the tripartite alliance will be defeated by the British comprehensively. And this will in turn lead to the Treaty of Allahabad. Now, the Treaty of Allahabad is considered very important because under the Treaty of Allahabad, the British Mughal emperor was made as a pensioner of the British. At the same point of time, the Diwani rights of the Bengal, Bihar, Orissa sector is given to the British. We will discuss what this Diwani right means once we have completed the expansion of Raj. And basically, Clive did not want the hassle of controlling everything. That is why he said that let's not change the optics here. He wanted to have a hands-off policy, so he made the Mughal emperor a pensioner rather than removing him. So I think we have now very efficiently covered everything which we had needed to in the first part of this lecture. Let's take a break. Let's come back at 6:30 and we'll take the story forward. Maratha, Mysore, Carnatic, Maratha, Mysore, Carnatic, Sikh. Then we'll discuss what is called a subsidiary alliance, doctrine of lapse, permanent settlement, Rayatwari settlement. Then I'll go into economic history. And in between, we will also do constitutional history, which is the story of what is the 1773 to 1853 development also. Clear, everyone? No issues whatsoever? Yes? Okay, great. So we will be back at 6:30 p.m. Part 1 for part. All clear till this point, everyone? Yes, sir. Okay, perfect. See you. Okay, welcome back. I'm audible and visible to everyone. Yes, yes, perfect. Okay, so the task in hand now. So, what I intend to cover, increase the sound. See, this is the mic. I can't speak more louder than this. It will get cut. You don't need to learn the administration per se. It will get cut if there's top end, you can say cutting will happen. Okay, so now this section, part two, as I'm calling it, if we talk about what we have to cover here, we'll do Marathas, we'll do Mysore, we'll do Sikh, we'll do constitutional history till 1853 from 1773, and then we will cover economic impact, and idea is to reach till socio-religious. Socio-religious, peasant, 1857 is most probably part 3, and then part 4 is national movement. So this is the way we will go about it in that regard, right? This is the idea here. So part 1 completed, this is part 2. So major themes which are extremely important for your examination: constitutional history, expansion, economic impact, social justice, peasant, 1857, and thereafter part 4, which is national movement. We'll start from the process of 1861 Act. Can we start now? Everybody's here. Yes or no? Tell your friends to come back if they are not here. Okay, sir. Perfect. Now, in order to understand the Maratha story, you need to know a little bit of backstory. What I mean by that is, see, there is something called Chhatrapati rule, which when I'll do the marathon in ancient and medieval, I'll discuss with you. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and his rule was called Chhatrapati rule per se. And there was a transition. That transition was because Shahuji had got imprisoned by the Mughals and will be released on the death of Aurangzeb. When Shahuji was imprisoned, Tarabai was Tarabai was ruling in the name of her son Shivaji II. And this is where when Shahuji and comes back to the Maratha sector, there's a civil war, which is Tarabai versus Shahuji. In this battle, there will be an important role which will be played by the, the officials here. And that is where Shahuji will be supported by a person called Balaji Vishwanath. Balaji Vishwanath is going to be a very important actor, a part of the administration, later is going to become the Peshwa. And with him coming to rule, it is called as Peshwa rule period. Peshwa rule period. And the Maratha wars are related to this Peshwa concept. So, we have Balaji Vishwanatha. We have Balaji Vishwanath. He played a very important role in establishing Peshwa rule. He is the one who's able to broker some treaty with, rather with the Mughals, where he will going to get the Chauth and Sardeshmukhi from the eastern and the western sector. But he is not the one who's considered the most powerful person. It is his son, Baji Rao. Baji Rao the first. Baji Rao the first is considered one of the strongest and the most, you can say, undefeated ruler in the Maratha Peshwa history per se. And he is also going to introduce what is called as the confederacy system. Confederacy system, the problematic aspect here is that it will in turn divide the Maratha territories amongst the families, which is Gaikawad, Shindes, Bhosles, along with the other families. But later, when the Peshwa rule is going to become weak, that will lead to fragmentation. Baji Rao the first is going to be succeeded by a person called Balaji Bajirao. Now, Balaji Bajirao had three major issues. First, that Shahuji dies. So he appoints Raja Ram as a puppet Chhatrapati. Second issue is that he goes into direct conflict with the Abdalis, Ahmad Shah Abdali. Ahmad Shah Abdali, because of a treaty of 1752, which the Mughals were ready to uh, cede a lot of territories for Chaudh Swadeshmukhi if their protection is protected by or is guaranteed by the Marathas. That is what Balaji Bajirao is known for, have brokered through. Now, Balaji Bajirao then gets involved in what is called as the Third Battle of Panipat. Third Battle of Panipat, Ahmad Shah Abdali is going to face the Marathas. And here, Vishwas Rao and Sadashiva Rao Bhau both will be sent by Balaji Bajirao to fight in the Third Battle of Panipat. Third Battle of Panipat is considered to be one of the worst for the Marathas because both of them will die. And when Balaji Bajirao is going to get to know that his son Vishwas Rao has died, he will also die. This will lead to a succession issue, which is after Balaji Bajirao, now Madhav Rao is going to be appointed as the next Peshwa. But Madhav Rao was a minor. Therefore, what happens is that he had a regent, Raghunath Rao. Now, Raghunath Rao, what issue is that he's the uncle of Madhav Rao, but he is power hungry. So when Madhav Rao becomes a teenager, Raghunath Rao is removed, but Raghunath Rao still wants power. Therefore, when his succession is going to happen with Narayan Rao will be killed by Raghunath Rao, and in turn he will appoint himself as the Peshwa. The Peshwa becomes Raghunath Rao. However, one set of officials called the Bharbhai conspiracy, led by Nana Fadnavis, found this as wrong. And this is where Nana Fadnavis is going to now remove Raghunath Rao and appoint Madhav Rao II as the next Peshwa. And this is where the British are going to get involved. How the British get involved is Raghunath Rao is going to go to the British now. They will go to the British, he will go to the British and say that you need to protect my position. I am the Peshwa. I am the Peshwa. The British will then sign a treaty called the Treaty of Surat with him, wherein they said that yes, we will help you in getting your position back, but you will also have to give us a lot of territories. Raghunath Rao agreed. But when the Treaty of Surat was sent to the Council of Bengal and Bombay for review, they said that we don't want to go against Nana Fadnavis, we don't want to go against the Marathas. So this treaty is revised into what is called as Treaty of Purandar. Under the Treaty of Purandar, British say we don't care about you, we will pension you off. Rather, we will now go into a treaty with Nana Fadnavis. Nana Fadnavis signs a treaty and says, "Okay, you accept Madhav the second as the Peshwa, and we are happy to trade with you, and we are happy to have a good relationship." But in 1777, Nana Fadnavis gives a land to the French trade. British don't like it, so the British attack Nana Fadnavis, and this is considered to be one of the first major defeats of the British in India, which will in turn lead to the Treaty of Vadgaon. In Vadgaon, Nana Fadnavis will say, "Don't be too over smart with me. You have to give the rent from Bombay also, from Basin also, from all of these sectors, and over and above that, you also have to now, in a way, understand this. The Battle of Talegaon, which in turn leads to the Treaty of Vadgaon. You in turn now also have to become a subsidiary of the Marathas in this sector." This was unacceptable to the British, so they will send Cornwallis to fight with the Marathas. And finally, third time lucky, the British will fight Nana Fadnavis, and they will sign in the end the Treaty of Salbai. This is a very important treaty. Treaty of Salbai is a truce treaty in which nobody says nothing to anyone. A treaty of non-aggression is signed, and the British say that we will help you if somebody attacks you. This is where the British were playing both Mysore and Maratha sector together. Mysorean sector, they said they had already signed with Hyder Ali a treaty of non-aggression. Here also they will sign a treaty of non-aggression, but the British will dare not touch the Marathas thereafter. For at least 20 years, they will not do anything. And the opportunity to enter into Maratha politics will come from the Marathas itself. This is the first Maratha war. This is the first Maratha war. Second Maratha war is basically based on the principle of how we have first Maratha war is linked to this whole treaty of Purandar, Vadgaon, and Salbai. However, what is going to happen is Madhav Rao II will die. When Madhav Rao II will die, Treaty of Salbai will be pushed in and now with Madhav Rao II dying, this is the context for second Maratha war. What is going to happen is Baji Rao II will claim to Peshwaship. Baji Rao II was the son of Raghunath Rao. He had the support of the Sindhyas, whilst Yashwant Rao Holkar said that we don't want Raghunath Rao's son to come to this, you can say, to come to power, to come to become a Peshwa. We don't want it. This is where Holkars are going to defeat Bajirao II and Sindhyas like father, like son. Bajirao II will go to the British and sign the most humiliating treaty ever, which is called as the Treaty of Basin. The Treaty of Basin. Basically, Treaty of Basin means that the Marathas have gone into a subsidiary alliance with the British. Subsidiary alliance would mean that all power is now with the British per se. Peshwa has basically accepted the protection of the company itself. English army would be stationed at Pune. Thereafter, foreign relations would be British. Peshwa will surrender the city of Surat. There will be end of Maratha independence. Second Maratha war, the deal was already done. Treaty of Basin still today considered one of the most humiliating. However, the Marathas will still not be fully subdued, and this will in turn lead to the third Maratha battle, in which the English were now not in a mood to, in a way, have a negotiation with the Marathas per se. Bajirao II will come with all these other families, Sindhyas, Holkars, Gaikawads, and they will try to fight the British. British will, in a way, in a way, defeat each one of them separately and in turn lead to the conquest of this sector, and the Marathas will cease an issue the British per se. The Peshwa were defeated by Treaty of Pune, Sindhyas by Treaty of Gwalior, and Holkars by Treaty of Mysore. So as I said, this is a much easier concept, not that difficult per se, unlike others. So here you need to know Purandar, Vadgaon, Salbai, Basin. These are the four most important treaties. Not as complicated as Bengal or Carnatic. Are we clear about this? You don't have to, Anushka, know all of these treaties other than the ones which I've told you. There are in multiple battles which are going to be fought. Right? Okay. Now, when we go to the Mysorean sector, we get a totally different perspective. Meaning, see, Mysore was the only place. Hyder Ali was the only one who understood what the British were actually doing, which is playing each and every sector against each other. This is where Hyder Ali very quickly allied with the French, started to modernize his army, started to develop new technology, and that is where the pro-French concept comes. Now, because Mysore is landlocked per se and is having two boundaries, one with the Carnatic This in turn led to English versus Mysore. He had one major border with the Nizam sector. So Nizam did not like the Mysorean sector. At the same point of time, the Marathas also had a certain interaction with the Mysorean sector. This is where Maratha Mysore battles are very well known. And there was a whole episode in which they were basically fighting one another. You have the 1764, 66, 71, and then once Madhav will die, Hyder Ali will start to win. Initially, Marathas will win, then Hyder Ali will start. So please understand this point very simply. Very simply. Mysore is not liked by anyone as its neighbors. Nobody really likes the neighbors person. This is going to be used by the British quite a lot in this battle. Why? Because first Mysore was just a, you can say, checking of each other's power. Both wanted to just check each other's power. Hyder Ali was able to become king by defeating Nanjaraj and was able to usurp power. You have now come in the second part. We've already discussed in the first part. Now, first Mysore war, both will have a skirmish. Both will have a skirmish. Both will fight for 1.5 years. But nothing will really come out of this battle. And that is why this battle ends with what is called as Treaty of Madras. And in the Treaty of Madras, both realized that they were wasting their time. But what is more interesting, under the Treaty of Madras, both will sign a mutual non-aggression treaty, meaning Madras or British will come to the help of Mysore if and when they are under the threat of anyone else. This is going to play a very important role in the second Mysore war. What is going to happen is that the Marathas are going to attack Mysore. British are not going to help the Mysorean sector. Hyder Ali will feel that he's been betrayed. This will in turn lead to more and more arms deals and more cooperation with the French. Now, the Maldives sector and Malay had become a very big issue for the British, and the British preemptively attack Mysorean sector so that they could, in a way, cut the French supply of arms. This battle again was more or less inconclusive, but was not signed by Hyder Ali because Hyder Ali will die by the end of the second Mysore war, and he will be succeeded by his son Tipu Sultan will sign this treaty. But the most important ally of the French and or rather the Mysorean ally Suffren was also recalled back. So very simply, Tipu Sultan was already on the back foot. First two battles have happened, nothing really conclusive. The conclusive battle here is going to be the third Mysore battle. Third Mysore battle has a very interesting history. The third Mysore battle happened because of a place called Jalkotal. What do you mean by Jalkotal? See, Jalkotal was a small area which the Dutch used to control. The Dutch used to control and they wanted to sell it off. When they wanted to sell it off, the Travancore sector bought Jalkotal and Cannanore from the Dutch. But Jalkotal is a subsidiary of Tipu Sultan. And Travancore can't buy this without taking Tipu Sultan's permission. This in turn will lead to the British to come to the help of Travancore when Travancore will be attacked by Tipu Sultan. The British were just waiting for some entry. And that entry point was that we will not let anybody bully the small guy. So we will help Travancore. And in the help of Travancore, Marathas also came, Nizam also came. So it became Travancore, Nizam, Maratha, and the British all for attacking Mysore. Though Tipu Sultan is going to give very staunch resistance, this battle will tragically end with what is called as the Treaty of Seringapatam. Treaty of Seringapatam is one of the most humiliating treaties which he is going to sign. And under the Treaty of Seringapatam, the cake will be cut and divided amongst everyone. The Marathas will get certain territories, the Nizam is going to get certain territories, the British will get certain territories, and all the sons of Tipu Sultan will be taken as hostage by the British. Still, he was not down. He could still fight. Though his half of the territory has been lost, Marathas had already taken Tungabhadra sector. His two sons were taken hostage. His war damages was 3 crores. But the point, he still was alive. Now, the fourth Mysore war is a preemptive war. And the reason for that is that Wellesley saw that there's a chance of cooperation between Napoleon and Tipu Sultan. Tipu Sultan was extremely, you can say, influenced by the French Revolution. So the Wellesley did not want Tipu Sultan to get help from Napoleon. So before that anything could happen, the English started to capture this sector. They attacked Mysore, and Tipu Sultan dies in the Fourth Anglo-Mysore War, and Mysore is then very systematically divided amongst all the stakeholders. Here, everybody gets what they wanted. The Nizam got Guti and the different sectors. English took most of the areas, and even the Marathas got something. Here, Arthur Wellesley played a very important. So, before we talk about Anglo Sikh, firstly, I would want some of you to actually concentrate. Lakshmi and PM Mishra, whatever, concentrate. Second thing is that we have now discussed four major battles. Carnatic is Aipopa, Aix-la-Chapelle, Pondicherry, Paris. At the same point of time, we have the Bengal, which is Treaty of Alinagar and Treaty of Allahabad. Then we have discussed what is called as Pu Sa Pa, which is Purandar, Vadgaon, Salbai Basin. And last but not the least, we've discussed Madman Seri. Madman Seri is Madras, Mangalore, and Seringapat. Bangalore is the second Anglo-Mysore or the concluding. Anybody? Yeah, Tipu Sultan was killed in the fourth battle. Anybody has any issue till this point? As I said, these are much more, less complicated than the ones which exist previously. These mnemonics should help you remember the treaty. Right? Everyone on the same page with me. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Something from you. Clear, sir. Very good. Okay. Now, Anglo-Sikh battle is equally short, not very complicated per se. Now, Anglo-Sikh battle, basically, the story goes like this. Sikhs were a sector which rebelled against the Mughals. In the process, uh, there was no help which Tipu got from Napoleon because it could not reach him. So Sikhs were very, you can say, wanted to fight the British, wanted to fight the Mughals. They, in the process, became what is called as a, a Khalsa. Khalsas, over a period of time, became the missiles. Khalsa was the fighting wing of the Sikhs. That in turn became into military brotherhood per se, and this in turn led to the missiles. But the problem of missiles is you don't need the battle dates. I'll tell you how to go about it. That is the whole point of this session. You really don't need the battles to remember their chronology. I'll tell you. So, as I was saying, that is the trick I'm going to give you in the end of this section. The 12 missiles per se were too divided. They were fighting with each, and that is where things will go out of hand. And it is a person called Ranjit Singh, Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who will start to consolidate all the missiles together. He will then create a very strong Punjab state. That state was now at this point of time having parts of Jammu and Kashmir, even Afghanistan, and everything together. Now, he will sign a very important treaty called the Treaty of Amritsar or the Treaty of Perpetual Friendship in 1809, which is the Satluj became the border between the British and the. Now, when Ranjit Singh dies, the problem is his sons are going to be massacred by his own nobles. Be it Nonial Singh, be it, be it Khadak Singh, all will be dead. Only person or only son, the youngest will be left. His name is Dilip Singh. Now, Dilip Singh had one wazir. His name is Hira Singh, and he had a regent called Rani Jindan. But the problem is that Hira Singh's position, a lot of people were eyeing. And for example, Teja Singh and Lal Singh were two very important generals who wanted the Wazir's position. This is where the British are going to get involved. British had now played the waiting game for a very long time. British said to Lal Singh that if you cross the Satluj, initiate a battle with the British, we or rather with by crossing it, you will breach and in turn initiate a battle. We will make you the Wazir. You just don't have to fight. This is exactly what Lal Singh is going to do. He is going to cross the Satluj. That will be seen as a breach of Treaty of Perpetual Friendship, which will in turn lead to the British to fight with the Punjab regiment or the Punjab state itself. Lal Singh, Teja Singh will not fight, and Rani Jindan's, you can say, Wazir, Hira Singh, will lose this fight. This was also a conspiracy, and this will in turn end with what is called as the Treaty of Lahore. Treaty of Lahore is considered to be one of the most humiliating treaties, within which there was a very big war indemnity. War indemnity clause that was at 1 crore rupees. It is here that the British will take the Kohinoor as a part of the payment of the process of Treaty of Lahore. They say that we got it as payment because they had nothing to pay to us. What is going to happen is the Wazir Lal Singh is going to become Wazir, but the Punjabis did not like this treaty. So they would actually rebel. When they will rebel, they will then sign another treaty once defeated by the British called the Treaty of Bairawal. In the Treaty of Bairawal, now was Lal Singh is also removed. Rani Jindan is sent to Banaras, and Kohinoor is already gone. Jammu and Kashmir has been taken by Gulab Singh. Now Rani Jindan has guardianship has ended, and there's a council which has been established. The Sikhs will now not say anything. However, Mulraj, who was one of the what we call as the governor of Multan, he was not ready to accept the subservience to the British. He will rebel, which will in turn lead to Dalhousie to capture this sector comprehensively. 5 battles will happen, and the Punjab sector will be fully annexed. Dalhousie was celebrated in multiple cases as the person who consolidated this sector and created what the British were in this sector. Now, before I go into constitution, firstly tell me, do these stories make sense? This is very detailed area, one of the most painful also. But there are certain stories which you can, if you can remember the actors which I've talked about, that is good enough for the examiner. Any further detail is totally on you, because with regards to everything, this is a very difficult area generally to remember. Now, with regards to the trick, what you are waiting for and what you want. See, if they ask you to put these battles in chronological order, there's a trick. You have first Carnatic, second Carnatic, third Carnatic, then Bengal, first and second. Sometimes the third Carnatic is also kept after Buxar, but the dates are actually in line. Then you have first Mysore, first Maratha, then second Mysore, third Mysore, fourth Mysore, second Maratha, third Maratha, first Sikh, second Sikh. Meaning the overall, that is not Anu, not important in this part of discussion. We'll do it in the end if needed, but this is the core story which you should. So basically, it is Carnatic, Bengal, Mysore, Maratha, Sikh. You just need to know about this anomaly. First Maratha, Mysore, and first Maratha. After that, everything is in sequence, which is my, TCC, BB, and Maratha, then starts from here. This is a trick to remember all the. If I ask you right now to put them in chronological order, if you know this trick, you can easily do it. Easily do it. Afghan war will discuss with regards to paramountcy. The point is that if you can remember this, you are sorted. Clear, everyone? The trick is clear to everyone. You don't need to remember the years. You will go mad if you do that. As it is. As it is, you will go mad. There's no chance you can remember it. Right. Okay. Now, before we move to constitutional history, we have to understand two concepts. The British only fought in these sectors. Other than this, the British used a very interesting strategy. And that strategy is called as the subsidiary alliance and the doctrine of alliance. Subsidiary alliance first, then doctrine of alliance. It is part of the PDF once this is saved. Now, the subsidiary alliance is basically a service which the British provides to a ruler. If a ruler accepts subsidiary alliance, for example, Treaty of Basin, the Marathas accepted, then the following things happen. The ruler now comes under the British subsidiary alliance. His own army will be disbanded. The British will give him the most modernized army. The job of the ruler is to feed this army first. Second, he has to maintain this army at his own cost. The foreign relations and defense relations will go to a British resident who is at the court of the ruler. No other European power can be employed. And in return, this army will fight whatever battle you want it to fight. There is one clause which is problematic here, which is that if you default on the payment of the maintenance charges of this army, a certain area of the empire can be taken as payment. Introduced by Dupleix with the French in principle, Wellesley is the one who applies it properly. And subsidiary alliance was basically like slow poison. We were paying for our own colonization. It was used to undercut the Napoleonic threat. The British can keep a much, much, much bigger army than needed without actually bearing the cost for it. But there can be people such as the Nizam of Hyderabad who can actually bear this cost for a very, very long time. So Dalhousie came up with an extension for it. And that extension is called Doctrine of Lapse. Doctrine of Lapse can be applied separately also if you are under British domination, can be applied as part of subsidiary alliance also. There are two clauses under Doctrine of Lapse, mismanagement and what is called as a naturally born heir. Doctrine of Lapse very simply says under Dalhousie's principle, if you don't have a naturally born son, we can take away your territory. Only the private property of the king is the property of the adopted son. Mismanagement was used in Awadh specifically in order to argue that this is not the way we want you to rule this area. So no here, the empire is taken away, the area is taken, right? Okay. Now we come to an area which is quite important. Now we have basically completed Advent. We completed regional kingdoms, Mughal Empire, expansion. Expansion is a big area. Constitutional history, much smaller, not that complicated. But thereafter, we go into economic history. This is the whole point. So, constitutional history is part of consolidation of the Raj. Consolidation of the Raj chapter, you'll find constitution. Can we start this position? Start. Can we start this conversation? Can we start this conversation? Constitutional history between 1773 to 1853. Paramountcy power, I will discuss with you when I will discuss 1857 with you. Because that makes more sense. That is good enough eco-optional. If you can use the lectures which you have and the courseware, that will be good. Which section to focus more? This is the section where out of which you will get questions for sure. Are we all okay? Good. I am the one who's speaking. Looks like you are getting tired. Why? All good, right? अभी तो 3 ही घंटा हुआ है. 4-5 hours more. Right? Because see, we've not even reached halfway point. The idea is to reach halfway point by 9. Okay. Now, the British very quickly realized, or rather, British Parliament very quickly realized that the East India Company is going out of hand. The reason for that is very simple. In 1769 and 1770, as we will discuss under economic history, two major famines had happened. And the British had also, at the same point of time, become a territorial power. And this is where, from 1773 to 1853, there will be a progressive realization by the Parliament that the East India Company needs to be controlled. And that is going to start from Regulating Act, then Pitt's India Act, then we will have the Charter Acts together. So the first major act here is, and I'll give you the summary of all of them together so that you can understand them. 1773 Regulating Act, the name itself as it says, it's called Regulating Act because it wanted to regulate the East India Company. The idea was that Court of Directors controls the Governor General, or the rather the Governor of Bengal. At the same point of time, Governor of Madras was also there. Governor of what we call as Bombay was also there. I've taken one specific section on the constitutional history. If you want more detail on this, I have done a marathon on constitutional history also on the same platform last month. Now, this structure was problematic because the court of directors had to deal with each of these territories separately and they were considered equal. Regulating Act changed that. Regulating Act made it court of directors, and now there was a position called GGB, which is Governor General of Bengal, and Governor General of Bengal now has two subsidiaries under him. One is Governor of Madras and Governor of Bombay, and there will be a four council member which will be added to him. Further, there will be a Supreme Court which will be established, but this in turn will lead to a lot of jurisdictional issues, which is going to in turn lead to the 1781, what is called as the Amending Act. The Amending Act is important because Amending Act in turn changed this dual jurisdiction concept where Supreme Court and the Governor General of Bengal, who should the council listen to, who should the IS officers listen to? That is, or rather the ICS officers per se, if you want them, who should they listen to? Executive should listen to. This in turn will lead to the 1781 Amending Act, which will remove the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court over these executives, and even the, you can say, revenue powers will be given to the Governor General of Bengal. This we've already discussed. Appeals from provincial courts will only go to the Governor General of Bengal, not to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court of Calcutta, highest authority, but only for criminal cases and others. So no need for complicated jurisdictional understanding. Then, as we discussed, Governor General of Bengal, Warren Hastings was the first one. Executive, 1+3 formula for Chief Justice and 3 judges. Supreme Court, servant, and the whole concept of revenue administration being under the Court of Directors in that regard. Then 1781, as we know, jurisdictional issue emerges, which in turn lead to the 1781 Amending Act, which removes the Supreme Court's jurisdiction. Perfectly fine. Now, William the Pitt, or Pitt the Younger, as is called, William Pitt or Pitt the Younger, Pitt hated how the East India Company was acting because he thought that the East India Company was too monopolistic. This in turn led to the Pitt's India Act to come through, 1784. And Pitt's India Act fundamentally changed the structure of the British in India. Why? Because it added a board of control, court of director. So it added a new body called the board of control. All political, all powers related to what is called as the administrative revenue, all are given to board of control. Only commercial functions remain with the court of directors, and both will report to the governor general. Both control the governor general of Bengal, who then in turn controls the governor of Bombay and governor of Madras. One thing which will be done is that his council will be made into three because there was an issue of the veto which the Governor General of Bengal was not able to use. Therefore, GGB plus not 4 but plus 3. Simple, straightforward concept. Board of Control had the what we call as exchequer of the Privy Council. The Privy Council members are also a part of it. So, Regulating Act, commercial functions, political functions, establishment of British possessions in India was the first time used in this act. Now, this is an important moment because the British now control a lot when it comes to the British Parliament control a lot with regards to the East India Company. East India Company, in a way, is also now becoming more and more controlled. This is called legislative centralization and progressive control of the Parliament over the East India Company. Now, things will start to change from the what we call as Charter Acts. Charter Act of 1793, Charter Act of 1813, Charter Act of 1833, and Charter Act of 1853. Now, each of them has multiple important, you can say, provisions, and you should remember these provisions per se. So, let's try to do that parallelly together. So, for example, 1793 introduced the and I'll read it out from the PPT also, don't worry. 1793, for example, royal approval for leaving India for the Governor General and the governors. The 5 lakh pound transfer, one time transfer annually to the parliament is very important. Then country trading was allowed because the licenses could be further transferred. Mal adalats were abolished, no revenue plus judicial. The executive control over Madras and Bombay increased. Board of control composition was also changed. Now, Privy Council members were removed. Salaries of everybody in India had to be paid from Indian revenue who are involved in Indian affairs. When we go further, 1813 takes away India monopoly, very well known. Royal approval for leaving means that if you want to leave Indian subcontinent as a governor general, you have to take the permission from crown. If you leave without permission, it would be deemed as a concept of what is called as resignation. Now, 1813, India monopoly is gone because of the Napoleonic blockade. There was more and more pressure which was getting created on the parliament to allow Indian markets to be open to everyone else. Madlats are custom adalats. A British officer had both judicial and revenue powers. That was removed. Mal adat means a custom court. Then, 1813, India monopoly gone. China is retained. Further, dividend is increased to 10.5%. 20 years clause is reiterated as it was reiterated here, and 1 lakh was given to education. Missionaries were allowed to act in India, and now the acts of India had to go to the British Parliament for approval. This is quite interesting because there is now a process through which the powers have to be, every act has to go to the British for approval in that. When we go to 1833, China monopoly is also removed. Governor General of Bengal becomes Governor General of India. Very, very well known, very important generally. And now Bombay and Madras can only propose laws. They cannot enact any laws per se. So legislative centralization at its peak. Everything will be done in the name of the Governor General of India. And now British, what we call as Europeans, can buy land also in India, which is basically opening up India for further what is called as colonization and systematic colonization. There will be a law commission which will be established. Slavery had to be abolished, which will only be done in 1843, and everything will be done in the crown's name. Everything will be done in the crown's name. Crown's control has been increased even more. 1853, there is a change. Board of Control, Court of Directors, Governor General of India now had two councils: Executive Council, Legislative Council, and then Governor of Bombay, Governor of Bengal, and Governor of Madras. This is a bird's eye view of understanding. If you know these sections, you are in very, very good territory. These are the fundamental sections with open competition being here. Fundamental sections. If you can remember, that is why I did not want to go through each and every slide. I wanted to give you a comparative perspective. If you know these acts, then you are sorted. These are the major provisions. This is the bare minimum you should. Anybody has any issue here? No, this should be clear. 1773 till 1850. Simple, straightforward progression in the control in that regard. Board of control is the administrative body which controls everything other than commercial functions. Court of director controls only the commercial functions, and its role is decreasing as we progress, we move forward. So, okay. So now we are in a very interesting territory, which is called as economic history. All clear, everyone? come on, I need your permission, I need your consent. That, sir, we are fine. Now what we have to do is land revenue, commercialization, deindustrialization, drain famine. We know, but are not able to retain this as men. Revision, 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 and revision. Revise, 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 and revise. That is the best thing which you can do. Revise as much as possible. That is what is needed. Right. Now, let's discuss how the British forever changed India and destroyed it. Okay. Now, the first discussion which we need to have, why is the Diwani rights so important? The Diwani rights is considered to be extreme. PDF will be able to you. पहले पढ़ लो. Diwani rights is considered to be very, very important because it forever changed how trade profile was there before and after 1765. Before and after 1765. What I mean by that is, see, pre 1765, the English used to bring a lot of gold and silver, bullion, to China and to Indian subcontinent. And they used to take a lot of perishable items, tea and silk, spices, textile, and what we call as salt, pepper, and all. This was leading to the English to drain their bullion. Post 1765, which is the grant of Diwani, that allows for the British to generate profits and generate revenue in India itself. So what happens is that you have English, China, India, but now India, there is a revenue generated. This revenue was divided into two parts. The first part was taken to China in the form of opium. Commercialization happened in India. That was invested into opium. Opium was used to drug the Chinese. They used to take bullion from them. And then further that they used to take tea and silk from the same gold and silver which was generated in China. And this part was used to buy commodities which were needed in the European market. And these commodities were transferred to England. So the balance of payment, which was extremely positive here towards India, now becomes extremely positive towards Britain, and therefore forever changes the way the British ruled and got their material. They got commodities in the form of extraction, and China they drugged and took whatever they wanted to take. This is basically the concept of Diwani rights. Why Diwani rights is considered so important. Now the question is, how do they generate this revenue? To generate the revenue, they came up with multiple models. Here again, I'll give you a comparative perspective. The Clivian model was the most useless, which is you appoint European supervisors over the Amin and Amil, and this only led to famines and over extraction. Why? Because you have to understand one thing: Amin and Amil were there for revenue extraction, not for revenue exploitation. Therefore, European supervisors, hands off policy, don't do anything. They just took whatever they could, and this in turn led to famines, and the famine of 1769 and 1770 is a testament to that. Now, you have the Hastings model. Hastings is sent to India, and he introduces what is called as the farming out system, or the farming out system. Now, the farming out system is even more problematic because here what is there? A district collector is there. District collectors gives the revenue rights and ownership to the highest bidder. Now, highest bidder could be a beggar from Calcutta also, but there is no control over who is the highest bidder. And this highest bidder had to pay a revenue at a given point of time. If revenue is paid, he holds on to this ownership and revenue right. But if he doesn't pay, it is further auctioned to the second highest bidder. So this only led to auctioning after auctioning after auctioning. This is also called as the Ijardari system. Also called as the Ijardari system. Now, Hastings model did not work. So now when Cornwallis comes to India, we have what is called first major concept, which is called the permanent settlement, which is introduced by Cornwallis in 1793. Cornwallis is himself a landlord, that is why he quit. He wants to, has an inclination to go towards the zamindars. Zamindars are less in number also, and the peasants are too problematic to settle with also. And they want permanency. They want permanency in revenue. That permanency in revenue comes where the district collector gives the revenue collection rights, and the ownership, revenue collection rights and the ownership to the zamindars. The zamindars had to extract 1/11th for themselves, 10/11th for the British. This was forever fixed. This was forever fixed. That is why it's called permanent settlement. 90% of the revenue had to be given to the British. This was the incentive of the zamindar to apply further and increase the productivity. Zamindar, if he pays revenue, then this revenue ownership and RCR, what is called as revenue collecting rights, are hereditary, can be transferred further. And this is the concept of private ownership, which they talk about. However, if they don't pay it under sunset laws, when they don't pay it, the land is auctioned to the next person. This is where there was a lot of absentee landlordism. Along with absentee landlordism, there is also something called sub-infeudation, which is too many intermediaries are going to are going to automatically appear, and landlords are going to lose a lot. 96% of all land of the landlords had already been auctioned further. This was also flawed for three reasons. There is over assessment, too much revenue is asked for, the peasants were automatically made into tenants, and one of the worst, revenue understanding is here only. Jyotidas will raise a separate issue altogether. That is why till today the permanent settlement areas are the ones which are impacted the most and are considered the problematic states. Therein, peasant fragmentation and the tenantization of the peasant was one of the biggest issues. This was not something which the Scottish officers wanted to take into consideration, and that is where Rayatwari settlement is going to come into context. Elphinstone, Monroe did not want to settle with the zamindar. There are no zamindars in South India per se. We have misradars, but not zamindars per se. And that is where the district collector would then settle with the peasant, and the patta will be given to the peasant. That is why it's called Rayatwari. And the peasant, if he pays his taxes from time to time, he is going to hold on to the revenue collecting rights also, to the ownership also. But if he is not able to pay the tax, again further his land is going to be auctioned. This is very easily. Here the rate was fixed as 50 to 60% tax at any given point of time, which could be changed. Monroe system. The problem here is only one: over assessment beyond exception. And rather than giving power to the peasants, it further alienated the peasants. And there was more and more rise of intermediaries, specifically money lenders. When the British got irritated, उन्होंने बोला हमने परमानेंट किया तुम्हें अच्छा नहीं लगा, हमने रैयतवारी किया वो भी नहीं. So they just got irritated. And when they get irritated, and not rightly so, they will go for Mahalwari settlement when they will get Punjab sector. Holt Mackenzie is the person who's going to apply it. Very simply, under this concept, the district collector does not collect the revenue from the peasant. He collects it from a group of villages. And these group of villages were one revenue unit, which is called as a mahal. There were two aspects here. Ownership was with the peasant, but revenue collection rights was with the what we call as village headman. That is why this is called as what is called as modified zamindari, because now village headmen decide how much revenue will be paid by peasants. Therefore, village headmen act like peasants. act like zamindars. 66% for 30 years, and thereafter it can be revised. Thereafter, it can be revised. This is the whole concept in that, right? The thing which is common to the thing which is common to Mehelwari, Rayatwari, or permanent settlement is overassessment plus landlessness plus what we call as rise of money lenders and tenantization, and the biggest loser was the peasant. Overall, you will get famine after famine after famine, as we will see. As we will see. Please write Englishman name. Holt, Mackenzie. Okay. Now, when you do when you do land revenue settlements, you tend to see land revenue settlements in isolation. Land revenue settlements in turn led to commercialization. Land revenue settlements created two big issues. First was that land revenue settlements had overassessment as an issue. Therefore, the peasant wanted to move away from from grain crops to cash crops. And therefore, this is called the process of forced commercialization, where the crops which they were looking for is indigo, opium, silk, pepper, raw cotton. All of this was being produced because the peasant wanted to move towards cash crop. But land revenue settlement also is interesting because this revenue model was serving British interest. At the same point of time when the industrial revolution is happening and there is high demand for certain commodities, the commodities which they were commercializing in was dictated by the British. This is where you have to understand that forced commercialization is a direct consequence of land revenue settlement. They are not independent to one another. Therefore, the cash crop need for the peasant was because of the revenue settlements, but what cash crop to produce was because of the industrial revolution. It was a very well-oiled machine in which our peasants were desperate to produce cash crops, but what cash crop to produce is going to be dictated by the British. And what is even more interesting is land revenue and commercialization, post-commercialization, leads to what is called as deindustrialization. Interesting thing. Are you following the train of thought here? Nobody teaches in this way where I'm trying to not teach you all of them in separate silos. I'm trying to link each of them to explain to you that the economic model of the British in India was extremely nuanced. It was in a way such a way that everything came together. Everything came together. So now, before 1765, before 1760, see, our weaver had two advantages. First, he was an agriculturalist, meaning he had some form of land. When he needed, he got additional income from agriculture in the off season of weaving or in the on season of agriculture. At the same point of time, the real income of our weaver was extremely high. And the reason for that was grain prices in India were very, very low. And therefore, the grain wage was very, very high. Meaning, if I there is because the comparative advantage or the comparative perspective of all the countries cannot be taken into a certain case because they have different currencies. We convert 1 rupiah into 1 kg of grain. meaning how much can they produce out of, how much do they get out of every money which, or every income which they get. A peasant in India could produce, a weaver in India could produce cloth at a very cheap rate and sell it at a very cheap rate, which was its comparative advantage in the world, because his grain wage was very, very high. His real income was very, very high. This allowed for him to be the world leader. But post 1765, both these advantages are taken away. Through the land revenue settlements, the weaver cannot be a part-time agriculturalist. Either he remains in agriculture or remains in weaving, or neither. The idea is you can't be a part-time agricultural person. So his additional income is gone. And from the commercialization of agriculture, grains production goes down, famines increase, and cash crop production goes up. When grain production will go down, what will happen to the price of grains? Come on, tell me. What happens to the price of grains if their supply is going to go down? Come on, tell me. Simple economics. Very good. When grain production will go down, grain prices will go up. When grain prices will go up, grain wage will fall. When grain wage will fall, it will in turn lead that he has to now produce the same cloth at a higher price. Now, when he's producing the same cloth at a higher price, now comes the bullet train called Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution will mechanize what is called as cotton production, and they can produce at a very, very cheap rate. And in turn, all of these factors together, commercialization, land revenue settlements, and industrial revolution, two internal, one external factor, will fully make the weaver leave agriculture or enter agriculture either way. Either not cease to be a weaver or become an agricultural person. This has been termed by historians as de-industrialization, a word which is in itself problematic. You don't de-industrialize when you don't have an industry itself. What Britain is doing today is called de-industrialization. We have cottage industries or even weaving at a household level, which in turn further leads to the concept to go down the drain once the British bring in land revenue settlements commercialization. So please understand one thing: land revenue settlements leads to commercialization, leads to deindustrialization. I hope this train of thought is clear, because if you understand it like this, you will never forget in your life how British were exploiting India and looting India per se. Are we clear about this? Yes, sir. Come on, sir. Yes, sir. Very good. Now, all of this had two major concepts embedded in. The biggest concept, which is later going to be institutionalized by people like Dadabhai Naroji, by R.C. Dutt, by M.G. Ranade, is called drain of wealth. What do you mean by drain of wealth? See, we were being looted, but we were being looted through systematic channels. And those systematic channels in turn led to, we are not discussing drain of wealth theory, we're discussing drain of wealth channels. So the first channel was the initial loot by the company officer, which is bribes, legal transfers, profits, and private trading by the merchants. This is the first generation of loot. Second generation of loot was fiscal. All Indian revenue was converted into dividends and interest. There was a 5% guarantee on railway construction, that is also a drain. Minor portion of the debt in Britain was paid out of Indian works or Indian revenue, that is also drain. And dividends paid to shareholders is also drain. We also lost commodities because commodities were extracted at a very low cost. Further, they were sold by a Britisher, detailed by a Britisher. So all the money goes into only one pocket, which is of the Britisher. If that is not enough, home charges 40% of all the drain was one of the biggest, which is The cost of administration in India: pays, pension, training costs, civil military, the concept of the Secretary of State and his office, along with the stationaries which were taken, which is called store purchases, 18% of this 40%. Every pen, pencil, uniform was actually purchased in UK, not in India, so that there is no impetus for Indian, what we call as manufacturers. If this is not enough, all of this led to a drain of $64 trillion as revealed by the Oxfam report. The Oxfam report has recently revealed that close to $64 trillion was drained out of India. Now, the foreign capital investment, which in turn led to dividends or returns for Britishers in India, which could be exploitation of resources, plantations, mines, even cotton plantations, or the you can say loans given by British officers in India or anything else, will in turn also generate profit, which was taken by the Britishers only. So the loot of India was extremely nuanced, it was quite diverse, and it was very well sorted out with regards to these aspects. The direct consequence, if you have ever thought that the British did good in India, or the British are good, or the British did well in India, there is positive impact. Land revenue settlements, post commercialization, deindustrialization, drain of wealth, drain of wealth, in turn only led to one thing: is famines. Famine after famine after famine, which killed close to 9 to 10 crore people in India in the British period itself. 1769 Bengal famine, one third wiped out. 1784 severe famine in North India. 1792 famine in Madras. 1803 in northwestern province Awadh. In Guntur famine, 2 lakh out of 5 lakh died. 1837 famine in Upper India. 1860-61 Agra, Delhi. 66 13 lakh people died. 1868 famines in North and Central India. 96-97 great famine of almost everywhere. 1850 to 90 2.8 crore people died. And the biggest famine is of 1843 1942-43, the Bengal famine, because the British diverted all the food from India towards the Second World War. And the British also appointed multiple commissions only after the Crown Rule came into context, and that too all in namesake. Strachey, Lyell, MacDonald, all three commissions just created codes, said we are the problem, we are too poor. The British created this crisis, the British created all the food shortages, which in turn led to this concept of famines. So, with this thematic, our economic history is also complete. So, we have now fundamentally covered expansion, consolidation, within that economic. Now we have two thematics. One is called socio-religious reform movement, then resistance to Raj. Resistance to Raj. When we discuss resistance to Raj, social reform movement, resistance to Raj is peasant, tribal, 1857. And then comes national movement. So this is a very factual area. I will give you a bird's eye view of social reform movement. I have also done one major, you can say, marathon on social reform movement also. Same platform. I'll be happy to share the link if needed in the what we call as the Telegram group which I have. So are we all on the same page? Educational I'll do in the end. I want to cover the major portions first. Orientalist, Anglicanist, all of that I will do separately. First, these big themes first. Education, Orientalist, Anglicanist, all of that I can do separately also. I want to move progressively here. Are we clear? So most probably your next break is at 8:30. The next break is at 8:30. This I will once I reach 8:30, then I will go back to back. I'll give you a long break there, half an hour. From 9 to 12, whole national movement properly we will cover. If everybody is on the same page with me. Right? I will give you the break once I've covered social reform movement and peasant and tribal. 1857 onwards, I will give before after that I'll give you, or rather before that I'll give you a break. Right, 1857 national movement. Clear? थक गए? नहीं sir. Yes sir. No sir. Come on. Okay, now see, social reform movement. We have to understand three things. First is there was no dearth of issues when it comes to Indian women and Indian depressed classes. No access to education, gender inequality, superstition. We used to burn our women. We used to also not allow our widows to remarry. We used to marry children when they were very small. Child marriage. We also killed children, girl child when they were born. And if nothing kills you, then dowry kills you, which is very simply the concept of dowry system. And you have to now either there's dowry death or the women or girls are considered to be burden. If that is not enough for depressed classes, untouchability is there. There is lack of education, exploitation by upper class, poverty. They don't have access to temples and pilgrimages, lack of social mobility. Worst of the worst when it comes to any natural disaster. So very simply, depressed classes or women, India is a very bad state. Now the question which emerges here is that why did the British actually intervene in something like this? Is where they wanted to justify British rule. See, there were two thought processes in India which existed within the British state. One is called Orientalist philosophy, the other one is called as Anglicanist philosophy. Orientalist philosophy is based on the idea that we want to use old institutions, we want to respect the old systems, we want to rule through the old institutions. They wanted to mask colonialism in the process of being the new Mughals. However, the problem with that concept is that Mughal institutions were not per se made for exploitation, they were made for extraction. So there was a new school which started to emerge, which is called as the utilitarians or the Anglicanists. They said enough of this drama of respecting culture. Let us bring in British institutions. Let us innovate in new institutions. Let us extract properly. So whilst the Orientalists wanted to avoid rebellion by saying that we don't want to disturb anything, utilitarians said that we will create institutions and concepts which will allow a certain part of the Indian subcontinent to support us and protect us from the others. This is where there were two things which were used by the British: education policy and social reform movement, which in turn were used in order to explain why the British were in India. Education policy was simple, that we are here to educate you. So, white man's burden, we will educate you. On the other hand, with regards to social reform movement, this is where you have to understand that British did not intervene in India with regards to social reform because they wanted to do good. No, they just wanted to show to us that we are here because you are like this, because you burn your women, because you are marrying your girl child, because you're not allowing widow remarriage. That is why we are here. So the idea was that the British, through the missionaries, created a mirror in which we see ourselves in a most, you can say, worst form. The British said that, see, we don't want to be in India, but we are in India because if we are not in India, you will burn your women. You will make them commit sati. So British used this concept to, in a way, justify British rule. The socio-religious reform movement, or the Indian Renaissance, as you call it as, is nothing but the response to this mirror. Response to this mirror. That okay, we have these issues, so let's figure it out. But the British had a very set rule. That set rule was, if a process is religiously sanctioned, don't touch it. Only do it if it is a social practice. That is why the British only intervened in three things. First, infanticide. Second, sati. Once it was proven by Raja Ram Mohan Roy that it is not a religious practice, once Wellesley had confused them. And third is slavery. So the British intervention was based on this concept that we want to create a pessimistic view of India. Christian missionaries were doing that. Therefore, we wanted to show religious and social evils, and the impact of British rule was good. The middle class educated Indians and the modern education created a certain zone of Indians who then said, yes, the British are needed. These same men will then also become the early nationalists later once they will realize what the British were actually doing. So, Orientalists did not want to intervene. The utilitarians wanted to intervene under the process of what is called as greatest good of the greatest number. Now, this government changing process came through when the revolt of 1857 and the peasant and tribal rebellions were happening. The British started to realize that it is not working per se. Even before that, the revenue was not constant. So, Orientalist project was failing, and the utilitarians were winning. That win is going to come in 1833 and 1835 once Macaulay's minute is going to prove that British concepts are better. That's a separate issue altogether. Now, the early interventions are going to be only three ways. Infanticide is the killing of an infant child, girl child, through poisoning or starvation. William Carey proved that it is not a Hindu process or it's not a Hindu practice. Therefore, let us make sure that the process itself is banned, no real impact on the ground. When it comes to sati, a practice which was there in the Indian subcontinent since, you can say, the Gupta period per se, no justification whatsoever exists for sati here. But the British wanted to be 100% clear that it is not a religious practice. So from Akbar to Jahangir to Guru Amar Das to Ahilyabai Holkar to Peshwas to King of Tanjore, even the Portuguese, they all tried to ban this process. Initially, Brooke and Colebrook said that this is not the right process. It is against all forms of what is called as uh, Vedic practices also. It is basically Wellesley who will confuse the court by saying that it is a religious practice, there will be dissatisfaction. It is only Raja Ram Mohan Roy's specific campaign which in turn leads him to come up with this idea that no, it is not a religious practice. He saw his, you can say, elder brother's wife commit sati. He proved to the British it is not a religious practice, which in turn lead to the legislation to be passed, Regulation Act of 17, which in turn made this practice criminal offense. Again, no real impact. Last thing which the British wanted to touch and did touch was nothing but slavery. Slavery was banned across the world in 1813. 1833 charter said that it should be banned in India, but in India, slavery is not very simple. Therefore, in 1843, finally, the sale of a person under slavery was banned, and no person could be sold in public under the IPC. This is what the British did. British did not touch anything further because they did not want to. And once 1857 happened, they were too scared. They were too scared to touch anything because they thought that this will in turn lead to proper destruction and death. So now comes the response from our side. Now the response comes from our side. Our side response is twofold, as you would know. One is called reformist, the other one is called as revivalist. Reformists are the ones who would say that the present form of religion is inherently problematic and therefore it needs to be changed. We need to reform our religion. Revivalists would say that the present form of religion is not the true form of religion. We need to go to the original form of religion which existed previously, and the golden age concept of Gupta age came through, and the concept that once this original form is taken into consideration, then we will have true religion. So they wanted to revive the old concept rather than get it changed. You will get the PDF of this and once it is over, pehle khatam. Now, one says, let's move forward. The other one says, we will go backwards and we will find the original understanding. Ritik, as I said, you are spamming the chat. I have already said you will get the notes or in the link given in the description box. Either you're not listening, I will now ignore you from this point. Now, Reformist says, let's go forward. Revivalist say, let's go to the original form. Now, we have reformist and revivalist in every religion. Sikh, Hinduism, in Muslim, and in Parsi. So, when we discuss the reform movement, the first thing which you have to understand is the reformist Hindu reformist. Here you have Raja Ram Mohan Roy as the most important. Raja Ram Mohan Roy comes from a very good family. He was a scribe in the British government. Thereafter, he understood what the British were doing. Then he's going to become a learned personality. That way, he's actually coming from a banker background, understands multiple languages, and he was also very politically active. He was very instrumental in establishing the Hindu College, the Anglo Hindu College, the Vedanta College, and even helped the Scottish Church College to get developed. Thereafter, he will establish the first institution associated with him, which is called Atmiya Sabha. Now, please attention. This is the place where everybody loses their focus. I'm going to now do a sprint here, a comprehensive sprint, but you have to be with me here because we can't go in each one of them. That is 2 hours in itself. But I will keep on marking the things which you should know. Pay attention to this point now. Atmiya Sabha was an informal institution, did not really have a proper organization, started in 1814, removed in 1819, did not really go anywhere, but was the foundational understanding where big wealthy men and women came to the house of Raja Ram Mohan. That will in turn get solidified in the process of Brahmo Samaj. Brahmoism was the concept of not reading the scriptures per se, but now having Vedantic understanding, Upanishadic understanding in their context. And the Brahmo Samaj will be established in 1828 with Raja Ram Mohan Roy as a very important personality who holds everything together. Now, one very important thing, extremely important here is he will need a successor because he was going to travel to England. This is where a person called Debendranath Tagore is going to come into context, who had his Tattvabodhini Sabha. Brahmoism was based on the idea that there is no formless or no formless God or a God who is has no form, which is Nirgun Sapana, and they wanted to reform Hinduism to only preaching a God who has no form per se, and the idea that all knowledge is with the Vedas and the Upanishads. Now, understand one thing: from time to time, Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Brahmo Samaj sound like a revivalist institution, but are mostly considered reform. Debendranath Tagore is going to take up the ranks here, and Debendranath Tagore, who had his own Tattvabodhini Sabha, wanted to go after the missionaries. Now, what is going to happen is when he will come into the ranks, he will bring in a person called K.C. Sen. K.C. Sen was Keshav Chandra Sen was too radical for his or for Tattvabodhini Sabha based Debendranath Tagore's Brahmo Samaj, which is Debendranath Tagore is conservative. On the other hand, K.C. Sen is too radical with regards to having intercaste marriages. This will in turn lead to the first split in Brahmo Samaj into Adi Brahmo Samaj of Debendranath Tagore and Brahmo Samaj of India of Anand Mohan Sen, Anand Mohan Bose, and Keshav Chandra Sen. The problem was Keshav Chandra Sen will take this story forward. This will become redundant over a period of time. But later, Keshav Chandra Sen will start to argue that he's an avatar of Lord Vishnu. And the second split will happen where this Brahmo Samaj of India will split up into Brahmo Samaj of India of KC Sen, which will become irrelevant, and Sadharan Brahmo Samaj. Sadharan Brahmo Samaj is what exists till today, as started by Anand Mohan. The facts and the names which I've taken here, if you remember them, more or less, that is the only thing which you can retain for the examination as of right. Moving on from the Brahmo Samaj, we move to a Portuguese national who was there in Bengal. His name is Henry Vivian de Rosio. De Rosio was teaching in the Hindu college. He was instrumental in talking about the concept of freedom, liberty. He was inspired by the French Revolution also. Henry Vivian de Rosio's students started what is called as the Young Bengal movement. He started what is called as the Young Bengal movement. His students will start multiple newspapers. But the problem with the Young Bengal movement is only one thing. They are too radical for their time. Too radical for their time because they cannot really talk about decolonization in the 1820s and 30s. Two liberal ideas, nobody really subscribed to it. Thereafter, a very important personality of the reformist Hindu agenda is Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, women's agenda, one of the big pioneers in that regard. Emancipation of women, opening schools for women. Oh, widow remarriage is again something which he talks about. Secretary of the Bethune School. He is also the one who opened the school for depressed class students. He is also the one who wrote the Bengali primer, which is till today used as the way in which modern Bengali is taught. So that way is a literati, an intellectual, and a reformer. And you will see there's a standard theme. All hate child marriage, all oppose the concept of sati, all want widow remarriage, and all hate the caste system. This is something which you will see as a pattern which is going to. Thereafter, his ideology was based on the idea, as I said, caste distinction, Hindu polygamy, reformist, educationist. Then, a offshoot of the Brahmo Samaj in Madras, or rather, an offshoot of the Brahmo Samaj in Bombay is called the Pratna Samaj. Started by Dodabai Tandekar and Atmaram Pandurang, this institution was started because of Kesab Chandra Sen's influence in this sector. But the men who will get involved here are very, very learned and very important. The first and most important justice of India, which is no one else but M.G. Ranade. M.G. Ranade, along with Narayan Chandavarkar and R.G. Bhandarkar, very important personality. This institution was going to be very successful in Bombay. And the reason for that is, though it was linked to the Brahmo Samaj, it never made Brahmo Samaj a certain godlike understanding, which is they said that the Vedas can also be questioned, but they never went the KC Sen way. They never, ever, ever actually wanted to go or become too radical. The reason why Pratna Samaj was extremely popular was because it remained within the ambit of sati, child marriage, widow remarriage, but did not talk about intercaste marriage. So yeah, that is true because of Kesha Chandra Sen marrying his daughter, minor daughter to Raja Kuch Bihar. That was also one of the reasons why Sadharan Brahmo Samaj was. The idea is very simple. KC Sen was a hypocrite, but he said that we will not make it too radical an institution, which is in turn going to backfire on us only. We will keep it as an institution which protects our interest. So therefore, we will modernize, but within the traditional space itself. Thereafter, one of the most important reformists, sometimes also called revivalists, is Swami Vivekananda. Till today relevant, Ramakrishna. He was a student of a person called Ramakrishna Paramhans. Ramakrishna Paramhans came up with a very important concept in through his meditation. This is still today relevant. Service to people is service to God, which is when you do service to man, you are doing serving God. Meaning, when you do good to people, you do good to everyone else and to God itself. The way you attain God is through service of men and of people and of downtrodden. This will impact a person called Narendranath Datta. His name is Swami Vivekanand. He will become very, very lost when he will lose his father. However, however, he will then go into the tutelage of Ramakrishna Paramhans, and he will become one of the most learned personalities who will first represent India in the, you can say, conference of religions. When he will come back, he will start the Ramakrishna mission in Belur, and he will also be the one who will make sure that the concept of action becomes important. His ideas were based on action. His new religion was called as Neo Vedanta, the use of Vedantic philosophy to make things go forward. The universal brotherhood concept was very, very important with regards to communalism, and the idea that we can use Upanishadic philosophy to basically take Hinduism forward. One of the first nationalists also. His process of creating Bellur Mutt with regards to Ramakrishna Maranhans, with regards to Ramakrishna Mission, till today make sure that we have an organization which keeps his ideas alive. He is still very, very relevant with regards to action, Neo Vedanta, meditation, spiritualism in that regard. Then we have a very interesting personality. His name is Shiv Narayan Agnihotri, Deva Samaj. He started as a theistic organization. He will end up basically becoming, you can say it's an organization which started to question the concept of God itself. He talked about ethics. Deva Samaj then started to talk about social behavior and how you control social behavior, how to stop intoxication, vegetarianism. But started as an atheistic organization, theistic organization became an atheistic organization. Started in believing that there is God, ended up not believing in God. Then we have three very important personalities here. I hope everybody is with me. As I told you, we have to cover this in the most efficient manner possible. Bairamji Malabari. Bairamji Malabari, very important personality because of Gujarati literature. He became the connection between people and British. Wrote extensively about remarriage and child marriage. So, poet, publicist, author, Gujarati writer, he said that priests were misinterpreting the Upanishads and Vedas, and at the same point of time, he will write multiple articles which will in turn lead to the age of consent bill to be also passed, and at the same point of time became a person who became a connection between the British and Indians. He wrote about the issues of the reformers so that the British could understand it in their own language. He, along with a person called what is called as Dayaram Didumal, they will start what is called as the Seva Sadan. There are two Seva Sadans in history, one of Gidumal and Malabari. Along with that, you also have the second Seva Sadan, to which is the wife of Pandita of M.G. Ranade, Ramabai Ranade in that. Then you have Gopal Hari Deshmukh, important personality. Again, wrote under the name of Lokhitwadi, and he will write multiple articles about social reform. One of the most important being Gyan Prakash, Indu Prakash, and Lokhitwadi per se will write multiple articles about the same issues which we are talking about. Then we have the only women social reformer, unfortunately, Pandita Ramabai. Ramabai Saraswati, she was the one who started to recite even the Vedas by heart. That is why she got the title of Saraswati and the title of Pandita. She was her husband died at a very young age. She supported herself in that regard, talked about women's emancipation, and she also started the Arya Mahila Samaj, which helped women of higher caste and lower caste to come up to their feet. She, along with Ramabai Ranade, the wife of M.G. Ranade, created a certain sphere in which women's reform also became important. Then we have Gopal Krishna Gokhale starting the Servants of India Society. It's a little bit later, 20th century. So they talk about spiritual understanding, service to the nation. The idea of India becomes very important. Same is going to be true for Indian Social Conference. Raghunath Rao, M.G. Ranade, on the sides of the INC, they used to meet and again talk about how they can do good for India. So nationalism started to enter. Social Service League, for example, N.M. Joshi, he again talks about this concept of how we can go forward as a nation, do good for different forms of social strata. So there, by the end of it, reformist agenda started to change. Then, when we talk about the revivalists, that is depressed class myth. When we talk about revivalists, we have one very important organization, which is R.S. Samaj and Dayanand Saraswati. Dayanand Saraswati was a very important personality, and he was one of the part of the Saraswati Dandis. That is why he gets the name Saraswati and Swami. And at the same point of time, he was a student of Swami Rajnand. He talks about going back to the Vedas. That is why he is a revivalist. He says, go back to the Vedas, revive what is original Hinduism. But when it comes to his contributions, he's still forward moving. What I mean by that is that he's rejecting the Puranas, he's rejecting the concept of Maya, Moksha, Niyati. He talks about Swaraj. He then started what is called as the Bombay Arya Samaj in 1875, which is a starting point of what is called as the Arya Samaj journey. But Arya Samaj is known for two things, two branches. One is called the Lahore branch, talk about, but the agendas remain the same. Satyarth Prakash is something which opposed caste, opposed child marriage, supported widow remarriage. Their issues remain the same. The issues remain the same. He's just a revivalist because he says go back to the. Now, one branch of the Arya Samaj, which is the Lahore branch of the Samaj, till today exists in the form of the DAV, Dayanand Anglo Vedic Trust, where Lala Hansraj played a very important role in starting schools and colleges, which still today exist as premier institutions. But when the census data came about, where Hindu population was decreasing and Muslim population was going up, there was one more branch which is called the Gurukul branch, which is the Haridwar branch of Swami Shraddhanand, which is going to then create the problematic aspect of Arya Samaj, which is as the Shuddhi movement, the process of bringing back people who had already got converted to any form of religion. So, a process to bring back those men. There was an organization which got attached to the Shuddhi movement, which is called a Jat Pat Todak Mandal. Jat Pat Todak Mandal basically used to help these people who had been reconverted back through Shuddhi to get integrated into society in a casteless form. So here, Bhai Parmanand played a very, very important role generally. Thereafter, we have Radhakant Dev, a person who literally hated, in a way, Raja Ram Mohan Roy. He was the one who said everything is fine, we should teach our women, but we'll burn the women also. He was against the abolition of sati. This is where he's a proper revivalist, contradictory personality that was extremely, you can say, uh, backward looking in that regard, but at the same point of time says we should educate our women also. Dharma Samaj, self contradictory in itself. Then Parsis, we have only one organization, and thank God for that, which is you have to learn one less more. You have what is called as the Religious Reform Association, Rehnumai Mazyadan Sabha. Now I've moved out of Hindu into Parsi, then I'll go into Muslim, then to Sikh. Please bear with me till this point. We have to reach till the national movement. That is where a real game is. I want to do that one as soon as possible. I hope that you're understanding what is my prerogative here and what is the problem here. I have done a separate, if you want me to go slow here, I've done a separate proper marathon on only social justice reform movement for 3 hours separately. If you want to see that it is on a same platform, you just write social reform movement Abhishek Mishra, it will automatically. I hope you understand we are all on the same page here. I am marking everything which is important. If you can remember this or from the courseware, good enough. Okay. So, Rehnumai Mazyadan Sabha, I will automatically reduce the speed as soon as I come to the national movement. I'm just trying to reach to that point. Right. So, this association had multiple important personalities associated with him. For example, Dadabai Naroji, KM Kama, and Naroji Frunji. This organization talked about three things: women's reform, giving them legal access to education and to inheritance and marriages of Parsis. There was obviously from pre-INC association, but I will go much slower. Thought process समझो. Now, message was sent through the Rush Goftar that we want reform in the Indian subcontinent, and Dadabhai Naroji played a very important. EIC opposed this. Organized converts also being motivated. Yes, there will be a lot of East India Company was not there when Shuddhi movement started. By that time, Crown had come through. Yes, Christian missionaries also opposed it. Now, Muslim reform, there is only one organization which is reform. There is only one organization which is reform. All other are revivalist, which is we have the Aligarh movement as the one, which is the reform one. All other movements here are revivalist. So, the Sayyid Ahmad Khan will become maybe problematic later, but initially he talked about how the Muslim community also has to come out of their shell, which they had gone into initially with regards to how they had not taken modern scientific thought and even were not able to reconcile anything with regards to reform. So he said modern education should percolate. Muslim women should be given some political rights, and that is where he will establish in 1875 Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College, which is nothing but what is called as the Aligarh Muslim University, AMU. Now, his most important contribution was he will create a cadre of people who will later take his thoughts forward, but he will, by the end of his reformist journey, also become politically charged, will get associated with what is called as the Pakistan movement. But Parda, polygamy, easy divorce, He will talk about modern education percolating into the Muslim society. Aligarh movement is the only reformist. After this, Wahhabi, Ahmadiyya, or be it, for example, Deoband, all are revivalist. For example, Wahhabi movement said that we need to purify Islamic practices. The problem was that they said that all of this had happened because of the British. Wahhabis were the ones who basically a very big problem for the British because Wahhabis started to pin everything on the British. And this is where the whole concept of sedition was introduced because of them only. The term sedition was introduced in the IPC because of the Wahhabis itself, because their anti-British sentiment, helping even the 1850 revolt, in turn led them to be seen as anti-state, anti-British, therefore seditious. But core concept was move back to the original form of Islam, which has been diluted. Deoband similarly had two concepts. Quranic practices should be original, pure teaching. At the same point of time, we have to keep the spirit of struggle against the British alive. This is again quite interesting, which is that they had both a anti-British agenda at the same point of time, looking back towards the British, that looking back towards the Islam, that we have to go back to the original form. That is why again a revivalist issue. Then we have the Ahmadiyya movement. Ahmadiyya, again an interesting concept that I am the new prophet, and I will make sure that the new form of Islam will go forward. This is where Mirza Ghulam Ahmad argued that he is the awaited new Masiha. He will take everything forward. So he again talks about original form of religion, new form of religion, the idea that Islam has come a long way. I will take it back to this era where there was no misinterpretation. Sikh reform is only three: Namdhari, Singh Sabha movement, Akali. The Namdhari movement, or the what is called Nirankari movement, started with the idea that we should not be, in a way, celebrate these what we call as gurus per se. We should be believing in formless God. That is why Nirankari. The idea that we have to not worship the gurus, but the book and the formless God. They were the first ones to argue about simple marriage practices, which is called as Anand Karat. The idea that we have to have very simple practices where no dowry is involved, and the priest would sing only certain portions of the what we call as uh, of the most important text, which is their Granth Sahib, and thereafter the marriage is over. That is where no elaborate practices such as Hinduism. Thereafter, Namdhari or the Kuka movement was about how they wanted to bring in their concept of religious freedom. They were frustrated by the way British had dominated them. Kuka movement comes from the shirk, or from the call which they give when they're in ecstasy. And the idea was, we will bring in the concept of equality, we will remove female infanticide, we will reform our religion per se. Thereafter, Singh Sabha movement and Akali very important. Singh Sabha movement was a direct response to Shuddhi, to Christian missionaries. That we have to make Sikhism as such that people don't convert to other religion. That is where Singh Sabha movement was about removing the social evils from the overall movement per se. And twofold understanding: modernization of the Sikhs, and at the same point of time, make sure that nobody converts. Last but not the least, and after this, I'll give you a break because I can see it on your faces, person. The idea is Akali. Akali movement was for Gurdwara reform. Gurdwaras were controlled by the Udasi Mahants. They were too quick to accept whatever the British wanted. Okay? They started a movement which in turn led to one of the most important organizations which till today exists, which is called as the Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee, or the Shrimani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee, SGPC. SGPC exists because of the Akali movement. Right. Now, I will stop here. I'll stop here because I can feel that you are switching off. I'll give you a breather here. When we come back, resistance to Raj and national movement. Can we do that? If you're alive till this point, congratulations. If you're alive till this point, very good, pat on the back to you. As I said, out of everything what we've done, only social reform movement is very factually heavy. I hope everything is making sense. You are with me. Factual area as it is, I can't do anything. I can only reiterate and tell you the points. अगर जिंदा हो, very good. Please do not, do not give up on modern India just because of that module, which is social reform and peasant and tribal. There is much more to this story, which we will discuss when we come back. The whole taste of this whole concept is going to change. अगर peasant tribal कर दूंगा तो Arush, you most probably are going to faint. That is why I don't want to. It's okay. We can discuss this after the break also. No issues whatsoever. Everybody's on the same page with me. Everything is perfectly fine. It is exactly 8:20, 8:17 per se. We'll come back by 8:45. You please have your dinner. You have your dinner, and from 8:45 till 12 p.m., how much, whatever time it takes, we will discuss the Indian national movement. We'll start with resistance to Raj, and then we'll go into 1857, and then the Indian national movement, where we'll discuss everything. So we will resume back PM nacha AM. Resume back at 8:45 p.m. Please have your dinner. This is the dinner break, right? So see you at 8:45. Take care. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Arshad, most probably next to next month after geography is over. Okay, welcome back. Great. So, we have been able to cover a Herculean, you can say, sector with regards to expansion, with regards to advent, with regards to Mughal decline. We've also discussed economic, we've discussed the regional kingdoms, and we've discussed social religious reform. So now the last stint from here on out till India's independence, we now will cover peasant and tribal, then move to 1857, from there pre-INC association, then INC, and then we enter national movement. So the strategy is going to be the more I will go towards the national movement, the more I will play with timelines, and constitutional history is also embedded in that regard, right? So let's start our, you can say, discussion. Can we do that, everyone? Come on. Okay, great. Now, what we have discussed is that we have understood everything in a certain way: expansion, consolidation, social religious reform. Now, what we have not discussed till this point is that how did we resist to the Raj? And here we have three types of manifestation when it comes to resistance. Pre 1857, and in certain cases after 1557 also, we see three types of manifestations: peasant movements, tribal movements, and generic movements. Now, the theoretical aspect here is that what is the problem with each of them is that they target the branches of colonialism, but not colonialism itself. Meaning, peasant movements will target landlords, will target money lenders, tribal movements will target policies, officials. They will also go after policies and officials. The idea being, as soon as they get any form of redressal, the movement fizzes out, not understanding that it is colonialism which is, in a way, enabling these things rather than just looking at the branches or looking at the colonial state for some form of redressal. We have to look towards the root cause. So the root cause is not understood in most of these, you can say, movements, and they are rather going after each and every building block per se. So, for example, if we talk about the generic rebellion, which is sannyasi being the first one, sannyasi rebellion was because a lot of people had got displaced in famines, and that in turn led them to become either sannyasis, and their movement was the problem because they were mostly armed or perceived to be armed. The idea was that the movement of these men were controlled. When it was controlled, they rebelled, and they rebelled in multiple spaces, but were never trying to target British colonialism. They focus on intermediaries, not long-term understanding. Crude. Then, for example, we have the Fakir uprising, which would be the Muslim version of the Sannyasi rebellion. Same, which is movement curb. They rebel. When their movement is made more streamlined, they stop the movement. You have Pagalpanthis, again, exploitation by Zamindar and British officials, so they target as in British officials. The Mopla rebellion is based on the idea that how hereditary rights of the Mapila Muslims in this sector, initially it was not communal, but was based on the idea of how their rights were taken away through the Rajatwari settlement. So, very simply, the Mapla rebellion again targets that. If we talk about the Kuka, Ram Singh, we discussed under socialist reform movement. So it was about how Punjab had got degraded in a certain position and how they were being ignored. So they still had a larger theme, but again did not go after colonialism itself. For example, Vellore mutiny is one of the first mutinies in India. These are the generic rebellions we are talking about. And Vellore mutiny, the problem was that this mutiny was based on is a template for 1857. We have the concept of Futeh Haider being the leader. They were going to mutiny in Vellore. They are going to go after the Europeans, but thereafter the British will crush this rebellion beyond exception in the through Colonel Gillespie. So one of the first mutinies in India was actually not 1857, but Vellore mutiny. Then when you talk about Veluthampi or Paikas, again, Veluthampi had a problem with subsidiary alliance. The Paika rebellion under Bakshi Jagbandhu Bidyadhar, the issue was how the Gajapati rulers had given rent-free land grants. Now they were being asked to pay rent. They went after that. So, if I talk about the Ramosi rebellion under Chittur Singh, again Marathas, they were employed once they were made a part of the hill police. They stopped the rebellion itself. Then we have the Midnapur and Dhabom or the Polygar rebellion. Again, same template. Same template. The British displace them. They get some form of redressal. They get some form of redressal and they will stop the movement. The ones which I'm discussing here are of utmost importance to you right now. You may go on further. You may go on further to learn others, but the ones I'm discussing here are very, very important. Then, if I move to peasant movements, then we get first, which is called Rangpur Rebellion. Rangpur Rebellion, Kena Sarkar is the leader, and this is directly out of the courseware. If you are wondering where you can find these tables, the idea is very simple. This was against an Ijardar. It was again an Ijardar. So the idea was that once the Ijardar was removed, when Debi Singh was removed, they stopped the rebellion. So this was against a policy. Thereafter, Indigo Revolt was against indigo cultivation. We have the Vishwas brothers, but as soon as the Indigo Commission will be established, they were looking for the British help, peasant uprisings and peasant revolt. So there will be multiple methods which will be. But once it came to getting redressal, they were looking towards the British for redressal only. If I talk about Pabna is specifically against the landlords. And when the Bengal Tenancy Act is passed, they will stop. Same is going to be true for Deccan Rights. Deccan Rights was again money lenders. The idea is that when there is a boom of cotton, there is a higher rent. When the cotton boom is gone after American Civil War, when they're asked to pay more, they go to the British for relief. Therefore, when the Deccan Agricultural Relief Act is passed, they're again going to stop. So the idea of these rebellions is they are all inward looking, they are all looking towards the British. This is where, when we talk about tribal rebellions, two stand out, Munda and the Santhal rebellion. So I have given you in this PPT itself all the tables in that regard, from the Paharia rebellion to Chuar uprising to the Kol uprising to the Karwar rebellion to the Santhal. This is important. Remember this. Then Ho Munda. Again, Munda uprising, Uluglan uprising, generally considered very, very important. So here I have given you the whole list. You can use it to learn. But as I said, out of this whole list, Santhal rebellion is important because of the Murmu brothers and how they were able to initially they targeted money lenders and the what we call as protectors, but they will be able to go beyond it. They will be able to go beyond it and target the British, but they will be captured and then martyred. Same story is going to happen under Munda uprising. When we talk about Munda uprising, Birsa Munda, Bhagwan Birsa Munda was the one who understood it was not the intermediaries, it was the British who were the problem. Again, he will go after him. Chota Nagpur paste, very, very important movement. But in the end, will again be captured. And this is the biggest issue. When if it's a one-man led movement, once that person is out of the context, then it will automatically fizz out. So what we have established till this point is that when you take into consideration all the rebellions which happened across India, be it tribal, peasant, or Santhal or Munda, we see a certain pattern. We see a certain pattern, and that pattern is that they're not able to go beyond their region. Their weakness is also their strength is also their weakness. Do we understand this? This is a transitionary topic. Now we enter the main zone. So exactly at 9 p.m., we have now reached to our business area. Can I now reduce the pace a little bit? But at the same point of time, also we can have more engaging and your engagement. Some of you are talking about something random. Please, can we refrain from doing that? You can discuss Indian politics के लिए क्या पढ़ना है कोई टेंशन नहीं. I want everybody's consent here. Sir, perfectly fine. We are in the right zone. Everything till this point is perfectly fine. We have gone through the painful part, so we will be now rewarded for it. They were localized, they were based on local regions, they were one man based, or they were not properly mobilized. The mobilization was tribal also, they were not able to do. I cannot increase the sound from here because if I do that, it will automatically get cancelled in the system itself. Please increase your volume. I cannot do that. I have to again speak for next 4 hours. It's not possible for me to scream into this. Right? Okay. Perfect. Now, see, the revolt of 1857 is the, you can say, point from which this point forward UPSC is asking 60% of the question. And before this, it is asking 40% of the question. Meaning, from this area, we have 22 questions. In this, we have 40 to 50 questions. Double. In the from 2013 to 2025, this is the pattern. Right? Now, when I talk to you about revolt of 1857, and the conversation which comes into context is that revolt of 1857 was a moment in Indian history which was because of grease cartridges. But when we talk about the reasons, which can be a standard question, or the causes in revolt of 1857, there are two very important aspects: cause and significance and impact. The course I will discuss with you generally, but these two aspects we have to emphasize. When we talk about the causes, there are two ways in which I can divide the causes itself. First is called long term, and then it is called immediate. Now, long term causes is nothing but colonialism. Here I have political. For example, how the titles were taken away, how subsidiary alliance was taken into consideration, how doctrine of lapse was being applied. The idea is that the people could see their rulers get humiliated. When they were able to see their rulers get humiliated, there was a lot of political frustration on the part of the rulers and a lot of anger which was developing amongst people. Right? Second is the economic impact. Economic impact, there is only death, death, destruction, landlessness, poverty, inequality, you name it, and it exists because of land revenue settlements, commercialization, deindustrialization, drain of wealth. right? Now, when we talk about social, this is where the real magic lies. See, in social, somehow the British had created a lot of anxiety. That anxiety stemmed from conversion and then called the Lex Loci Act. Lex Loci Act of 1850, what it did was it removed the clause of not giving your son land as inheritance if he converts to some other religion. This idea that the Christian converted Indians or natives could not be denied inheritance was something which created even more anxiety. If that is not enough, sati abolition and the socio-religious reform movement was now creating even more anxiety that they are going to do something. See, a chacha sitting on the chopal of a certain village, what is he seeing? He sees that his ruler has been humiliated. At the same point of time, his land has been taken away by the British. Then he likes to burn his women, but the British say that you can't perform sati also. Don't burn your women. Then he used to say that I want to marry my very small girl as a bride. I want to make her a bride. Child marriage. He says no, no child marriage. Then further people are coming and saying to him that you have to remarry your widows also. Then nothing like that. He says that caste discrimination has to be removed. And then he can see that the missionaries are running in the countryside and asking, do you want to become a Christian? So for that person who's sitting on the chopal of that village, all of this creates anxiety, a social anxiety. There was no British idea that there was a grand scheme of conversion. But Lex Loci Act then adds to it. I don't want to give my son some form of land because he's become a Christian, but now I have to give him land also. So neither can I burn my women. I have to educate them also at the same point of time. I have to also help them in remarrying if they become a widow. I have to give my land to my son if he converts to a Christian. At the same point of time, you are saying that caste discrimination also has to go through. So what should I do as a chacha? I will feel anxiety. And that anxiety is very dangerous. The British are not doing this as per a plan, but all the actions are adding to that issue. And by doing that, they are creating proper social anxiety. And therefore, social anxiety plays a very important role. So, be it political, economic, or social anxiety, political frustration, economic helplessness, all of this does not play well together. Now, because the soldier or sipahi is nothing but a peasant in arms, nothing but a peasant in arms, he is embodying all these issues also. He embodies all these issues that, okay, all of this is happening. Now, what happens is most of the recruitment of the Bengal army happened from Awadh. Now, under the name of mismanagement, Wajid Ali Shah is removed and Awadh is annexed. When Awadh is annexed, Awadh annexation will further lead. Okay, we were being used to capture the Carnatic state. Now we are capturing our own state. So there's even more problem which they start to develop. And then comes the military rule change, which is the general enlistment rules. Previously, they were allowed caste markers. Previously, they were allowed to sit in a different area. Previously, they were allowed to dine in a different area. Now, general enlistment rules comes and says everybody should look the same. No caste markers. Everybody sleeps in the same area. Everybody sleeps in the same barracks. Everybody eats in the same barracks. So they will feel even more anxiety. That chacha to bolte hi the. अब देखो यहाँ भी कर दिया. That he was saying that the British will do something someday. And see, now they're taking away our caste markers. Now they're asking me to sit with another caste. So therefore, I develop even more anxiety. And this is where you have to understand that the greased cartridges are not the reason but a trigger. Are not the reason but the trigger. The idea that I have to bite off the cover which is made out of pig and cow fat now creates anxiety in me, because this could be the trick to British to make me remove my religion, make me convert to Christianity. Therefore, these cartridges, these cartridges was the trigger which will in turn lead to the revolt of 1850s. Now, there's a very interesting way you can actually summarize this. Think of it like a pressure cooker. It's a pressure cooker, right? And what you have to also understand is that in India, there was already a lot of resistance which was happening. Therefore, 1857 is a logical culmination of all the anxiety which was there. So, there is a burner, right? There's a burner. This burner is of military changes. This burner is of Awadh annexation. And I don't have the third burner on right now. In this burner, I already have political frustration. If then I have nothing more than that, economic exploitation. Then we have our chacha here, which is social anxiety and fear of conversion. Add to this socio-religious reform. Add to this sati abolition, widow remarriage. Add to this Lex Loci Act, and add to this colonial policies. And this pressure cooker had already been giving off steam, had already been giving off steam in the form of peasant movements, in the form of tribal movements, in the form of generic rebellions. Now, ish, light up this one, so which is greed card. Now, there was no other way for this pressure cooker to take everything, and the explosion which happens out of this is called the 1850 revolt. 1857 revolt was the logical culmination of a tradition of rebellion which was happening in the Indian subcontinent for a very very long time. It is just that everything culminated together. And with this culmination, what happens is that there is now a super event which is considered to be unprecedented. I'm coming to revolt mutiny. Wait, it is considered to be unprecedented. कहाँ से आया पता ही नहीं चला. अरे, it was there. The recipe of disaster was always there. You can make this in the examination, but should not be the only thing which you make in the exam. The point which you have to understand is that revolt of 1857 is not a random event. It is not a random event. एकदम उठ गए बोले चलो अब करते हैं, नहीं ऐसा नहीं है. It was a logical culmination to multiple rebellions which were, but they were never at the scale at which 1857. So causes should be clear in your mind. Causes should be clear in your mind. Now, the second aspect which comes through is course. So when we talk about the revolt of 1857, there are multiple theaters in which it happened. For example, we have Delhi as a very important center, which starts from Meerut. So the first place which happened was Barakpur, Mangal Pandey, and Barakpur rebellion was based on this not using the grease cartridge, and they will all be punished. The news will reach to Meerut 10th May. It will then in turn lead to Delhi to fall by 12th May, and Then you have Kanpur, Lucknow as two very important centers. Generally, we have one here which is Jagdishpur, and we then have Gwalior, or rather not Gwalior but Jhansi as a very important sector. Now see, south of this point, nothing really happened for a simple reason. They had already rebelled 50 years back in 1806, and they knew that they will not go anywhere. It will not go anywhere per se. So in Delhi, we have Bahadur Shah Zafar, Bakht Khan, Lucknow, Begum Hazrat Mahal, along with Ahmadullah, Kanpur, Nana Sahib, and Tantia Tope. Then we have Jagdishpur, Kunwar Singh, Banaras, Faizabad, Bagpat, Bareilly, Patna, and Allahabad. I've given you a table here which takes all the major theaters into consideration along with Jhansi. Now, UPSC can't ask any question per se with regards to the stories of these sectors because they are very complex stories. For example, how Delhi, the story is of how they are not able to centrally plan anything. They lose Delhi, the British lose Delhi, DFF starts to take back Delhi, but there was no planning in 4 months. Kanpur is the story of death and destruction. From Bibi Ghar incident to Sati Chaura Ghat to what Nicholson is going to do later, where he will burn every village which he is going to cross. 1857 is a gruesome event. It's an event which is based on death destruction. It's not a event where we talk about these things in very simple, straightforward light. 1857 is pure death destruction. Remember this point very clearly. What should be remembered here is that the 1857 revolt is about death and destruction only. Kanpur is a very good example of. But what is interesting point, and I discuss this in class quite a lot, and I give you as this as food for thought. Can't use it in the examination. Too hi-fi understanding. Don't know who the examiner is. But there's a very interesting historiography which has emerged in the past 5 to 10 years, which says that in the revolt of 1857, we were not the mutineers. We were not the rebellion one. We are not the ones who rebelled. It is the British who rebelled. And this whole story has been put into a reverse order. If the British used Jahangir Farman, remember this point. If the British used the Jahangir Farman to use their authority in India, if Farrukhsiyar Farman is so important, if the British use the Mughal authority to exercise their power in India, if the Mughal authority under Bahadur Shah Zafar is actually then trying to assert itself, then how is that we are the ones who mutinied or rebelled and not the British? It is rather the British who rebelled and said, we will not accept the assertion of power. And think of it like this: how can a sovereign be tried by a military court, that too of an East India Company? This is a very interesting point which you should understand, which is that the revolt of 1857 has been seen through the lens of the British. We are not the mutineers. They are the mutineers. British were the ones who did not want to accept Awadh's power, Kanpur's power, Nana Sahib's power, Jhansi's power, Bahadur Zafar's power. It's not that we were being trying to take this. No, no, no. This is pure British indoctrination on their part, something which is not talked about in UPSC circles, but is a very accepted understanding. When your power is stemmed from the authority of a forefather, Jahangir, Farrukhsiyar, if the descendant of that forefather wants to take back power, it is not that he is the rebellious one. You are the one who's not ready to accept it. Now, this is a question which brings us to the concept of nature. What is the nature of the revolt of 1857? This is where one of you said, "Sir, why are you calling it revolt? You should call it mutiny." मैं बोल रहा हूँ. One of you said, "ना sir, question mark, revolt or mutiny." The words here are very important. The mutiny means when the army rebels. Rebellion means when you do something for concessions. And revolt means when you want to overthrow an authority. Very clearly, it is not a mutiny because the British, JWK and Mallison wanted us to believe that it was a mutiny. It was not just with the people. with the rather the army. It was a proper popular rebellion where people were also involved. First thing, not a mutiny in anywhere. Then it is not a rebellion. Why? Because nobody wanted concessions here. Nobody wanted concessions here. It is a revolt because they wanted to overthrow the authority. Now comes the $1 million question. And the $1 million question is, was this rebellion or this revolt actually the first war of independence or not? Was it the first war of independence or not? Now, very clearly, if you look at the revolt, you will understand it's not a war of independence. There's no concept of nation. There's no coordination. Not pan India. They did not know what they were doing. Fall of Delhi led to, okay, 3 months of rule, but they did not know where they're going. There was no coordination per se. There was no direct authority or centralized leadership. People played a very important role. Rumors played a very important role. Chapatis played a very important role. All of that is clear. But it is not a war of independence. Then what it is? Then what is it? The idea is that it is a restorative revolt. Restorative revolt means that it wanted to restore something which was already there. Restoration of the Mughals, restoration of the Marathas, restoration of Jhansi Rani, restoration of Kunwar Singh, restorative rebellion. So it's a restorative revolt, not a war of independence. It is not a mutiny. It is more than a mutiny, less than war of independence. But why is this episode so important then? Why is this episode so important? The episode is important because of the Government of India Act 1858 and the Queen Victoria's proclamation. Now, what is this concept of Government of India Act and what is the Victoria? Do we understand the larger concepts here? What I'm teaching you is at a little theoretical level. Little bit I told you the taste will change quite a lot now. We'll be now more brainstorming than actually just going through the facts itself. I want you to think, because if you understand, then you're not just learning for prelims, you're also learning for mains person. Right? Okay. Government of India Act 1858 is very, very important because it ends company rule and starts what is called as crown rule. Why? Because the whole structure changed. Through the Government of India Act, Court of Directors was abolished, Board of Control was abolished, and the structure which was created was there was a Secretary of State assisted by 15 people called the India House, and now the Governor General of India also had a title called Governor General of India and Viceroy. This is the consequence and significance. And there were now Governor of Bombay, Madras, and Bengal. But the upper administration at the British level changed. Upper administration at the British level changed. And now the ICS officers were going to report to the Secretary of State to India. The other one is called White Mutiny. White Mutiny happened because the East India Company had two armies. One called the European forces and the Indian army. Indian army was the one which rebelled in the revolt of 1857. But because these white men who were involved in the company's European army got more salary, when they were subsumed under crown rule into the same army, their salaries were reduced. So they fought. They fought like anything, which is then called as the White Mutiny. Thereafter, the most important document is Queen Victoria's proclamation. Queen Victoria now said in her proclamation, this is the understanding which the British created, which is that we will not annex, we will not convert, we will not touch society or social, but we will also work for better integration of princely states. Now, this is where the concept of paramountcy comes to. Before this point, the British had followed multiple such concepts, such as they had followed the process of what is called as ring fence, which is create buffer states. Then they created the concept of subordinate isolation. Subordinate them, but isolate them, don't engage with them. What Queen Victoria's proclamation introduces is called as the process of subordinate union, which is that now we will become a part of the British Empire. A resident will sit in your court, and you will also show your loyalty from time to time by coming at darbars. The darbars will happen, two in Calcutta, one in Delhi, and that is where they now wanted to show that they are part of the Indian subcontinent, princely state concept. The idea which is going to persist till 1947. So the reason why revolt of 18 is it forever changes the understanding. Now there's no company, there's crown, and direct rule is there. Now, what I want to discuss here is because this tangent will distract us from the real national movement story. I want to discuss constitutional history till 1935. Can we say that the revolt of Crown Trust was lost and they wanted to? Yeah, that is where they were seen not to be trusted to be doing anything in India. I want your permission to do constitutional history till 1935 here, and then we can go to pre-INCS. Can we do that, everyone? The idea being that this may distract us from the original timeline. So I don't want that to happen. Rather, let's do constitutional history in one burst. We have done till 1853. Now let's do it between 61 to 1953. Right? Okay. Now, in this period, Empress of India will only come when the 1876, what is called as Calcutta Darbar will happen. Then she will be called as what is called as Empress of India. Now, before this point, the Viceroy and Governor General, same person. Governor General, not Bengal of India. Yes, same person, two titles. Okay, now, before this, they were called as Charter Acts. Now, between this period, we have three what is called as Indian Council Acts 61, 92, 1909. And then we have two very big, voluminous, you can say, a Government of India Act 1919 and 1935. Together, most of the questions are coming from here. They've asked 1919 and 1935 multiple times. Multiple times. Right? Okay. Now, what I'll do is, I'll make the comparative structure rather than what I did, for example, in the 1919 I've written. What I am going to do now is, I had taken the marathon on colonial on constitutional history. There you saw I had a lot of, you can say, detail there. What I want to do is, I want to create a comparative understanding, meaning I want to show you how there's an evolution. This will allow for effective learning also and understanding also. So let's talk about 1861, 1892 and 1909. This is how I want to do it. Now, 1861, now follow the thought process, right? We have Secretary of State plus 15 members. Then we have Governor General of India and Viceroy. He has his two councils, Legislative Council, Executive Council. And then we have Governor of Madras, Bombay, Bengal, Northwestern Frontier Province, and Punjab. Now, what are the major changes which happen? Major changes which happen here is, here you have three Indians which will get associated. Raja of Banaras, Patiala, and Sir Dinkar Rao. Executive Council will get portfolio system. Portfolio system. Right? Canning. Then all of them get PLCs. This is called the process of legislative decentralization, which is provincial legislative councils will come up. So there's legislative decentralization. At the same point of time, emergency powers and legislative decentralization has come through, and ordinance making power is given to the Governor General of India and Viceroy. If you can remember these points, your understanding of the 1861 Act is clear. I have it here also, wherein we talk about portfolio, we talk about legislative decentralization. Everything is written. Don't have to worry. Non-official members were nominated, portfolio system, the concept of emergency powers, the assent needed for governor when it comes to debt, military, religion, and foreign affairs. And there are provincial legislative councils which are added, Sir Dinkar Rao, Maharaja Patiala, and that. But I am not referring to the PPT. PPT you can read yourself also. You can read yourself also. I want you to create a visual memory in your mind so that you can understand everything in the best way possible. Right? Now, that is I've put everything on paper. Don't have to worry. Portfolio system means that the powers of each of the members of the executive council is now defined. Basically, the concept of ministries. Right? Now, 1892 did not fundamentally change anything per se, and the structure remains the same. Secretary of State plus 15 members, then Governor General of India and Viceroy. PLC added for the first time, yes. Then we have Executive Council, Legislative Council. We have Bombay, Madras, Bengal, Northwestern Frontier Province, Punjab, but now a new Oudh, which is Awadh, has been added. Awadh has been added, which is later going to become basically what is called as United Provinces. Now, what is the basic change in 1892? 1892, this will be called as Indian Legislative Council. Most important is process of nomination for the PLC and Central Legislative Council, which is called as indirect election principle, which is introduced. No mention of election per se. It was nomination from trade groups, from municipalities, from Chamber of Commerce, and members could now ask questions, and official majority is intact. Official majority means that the British members are more than the Indian members. So again, something which is written here, reactionary polity of Lytton, and the provisions, Legislative Council, principle of representation, trade bodies, zamindars, municipalities. The word election was categorically not used. Questions could be asked for public interest, but you needed to give 6 days notice to do that. Right? You have ask question feature, principle of representation, no election, members increased. The number of seats were also increased in Legislative Council. But these are points which does not matter right now if you can remember what I've discussed here. Nobody has no issues. Everybody is on the same page with me. Come on. I hope you're understanding what I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to bombard you with a lot of information. I'm trying to reduce it to what you should know and may help you in the examination in elimination. Yes. चलो जल्दी जल्दी. Okay. That is same Awadh Ode. Now, 1909 is called Morley-Minto reforms because the Secretary of State was Morley and the Viceroy was Minto. And this is the communal reforms. One of the worst happens after Swadeshi movement. So you have Secretary of State plus 15 members, Governor General of India and Viceroy, then Bengal, Madras, Bombay, Northwestern Frontier Province, Awadh, and Punjab. Now, what is the most important thing which is associated with this? Separate electorates. Separate electorates. At the same point of time, what does separate electorates mean? That the seat is reserved, but the community for which it is reserved, it can only vote for the seat which is there. It can be what is called as reserve seat joint electorate, where everybody votes, what we follow today, or reserve seat separate electorates, which is that the community for which the seat has been reserved, which is Muslim community, only the candidate will be Muslim and only the Muslim community will vote for that. Disenfranchisement, what is called as, it automatically disenfranchises everyone, right? Thereafter, we have in the executive council one Indian member added for the first time, Satyendra Nath or Satyendra Prasad Sinha. Very important personality now added to the executive council. This is called as Central Legislative Council. Now, official majority is still there. Budget can be discussed, but this is all the whole important principle of the 1909 Act is this communal principle. You have Central Legislative Assembly being expanded. There's more members. Satyendra Prasad Sinha or Satyendra Nath Sinha being added. Elected members increased. Now thereafter, separate electorates. First time Legislative Council was used properly. Two Indians in India office. This is equally important. Which is here we add two Indians. Here two Indians are added in that regard. Very good. Hence, so we have these major provisions under this. Income qualification for Muslims kept lower. They were given more representation than needed. Now we come to the two biggest reforms and the most important reform. I hope everybody is on the same page with me. No issues whatsoever. Right? Communal representation importance of India Council Office. It is the one which governs India and gives all the you can say major decisions are taken there and given to the Governor General of India and Viceroy. Now, we have 1919 Act, very important act because of its complexity, right? So we have Secretary of State plus 15 members. New office is added, High Commissioner of India. This is a new office. These two control the Governor General of India and Viceroy. And now we have very important principle introduced: Council of State, Central Legislative Assembly, and Executive Council. This is called as bicameralism. This is a new office. One, this is two, bicameralism. Thereafter, we have very interesting change here also. We have Bengal, Bihar, Bombay, United Provinces, Central Provinces, Punjab, and Northwestern Frontier Province. Northwestern Frontier Province. And each of them already had ELC. Now they get Executive Council. There was availability of Executive Council added at provincial level. Thereafter, the governor here is given ordinance making powers, and the biggest of all, why the executive councillor was added, is called as diarchy. The concept of subjects is introduced, provincial subjects and imperial subjects and imperial subjects. Further, provincial subjects divided into reserved and transferred. The idea that the idea that there will be something which the executive council and the governor will take, something which the legislative council and the governor will take. Useless subjects pushed into transferred. Thereafter, women given the right, or rather, we'll say women with income principle, cast their vote. Thereafter, the communal separate electorate is further given to Sikhs, Anglo-Indians, Europeans, Christians. 25% of the budget becomes votable, and the Public Service Commission concept is brought in. In turn leads to 1926 Central Public Service Commission to come up, which is going to become my nightmare called UPSC today, which is making you fill up forms beyond exception. So the concept of legislative jurisdiction, the concept of legislative jurisdiction is also introduced, which is basically this. Does this make sense? As I've said previously, this is the most complex of all. This is the most complex of all because has multiple provisions and it has a lot of logic to it why it is being done in a certain way, because they wanted to change the structure in India per se. So 1919 Act has Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, as it is called. Montagu, the viceroy, and Chelmsford, rather the viceroy being Chelmsford and Montagu being the Secretary of State. This has a lot of principles, as I've already made clear, and that is because of demarcating on provincial and central subjects, law-making power understanding, the concept of bicameralism, 145 plus 60, separate electorates, 25% of the budget could be discussed, pass adjournment motions, voting, but 75% still remained outside. Then we have the concept of reserved and transferred, the executive councillors and the ministers, how they used to interact with each other. Then reserved subjects were all important subjects which the British wanted to hold, ordinance making power to the governor, and transferred are useless subjects which don't really matter to the British per se. And over and above that, women can vote. There are 3 out of 6 members of Viceroy's Executive Council to be Indians. High Commissioner's Office. So I'll add it here only so that it becomes complete, which is here Executive Council 3 out of 6 Indian. Are we clear about this? Yes, sir. No, sir. Okay, sir. Hello. Okay. Now, moving on to 1935 Act, the mini constitution on which our constitution is based. Let me find a vacant space for that. Okay. Now, 1935 Government of India Act. After this, we can now move to, once this is out of the way, we can move to the national movement and the timeline of the national movement as we are discussing Gandhi and everything together. There is an uninterrupted then first which we can take. Okay. Secretary of State, 15 members removed. High Commissioner's Office. High Commissioner's Office removed. Secretary of State controls Governor General of India and Viceroy. He has Executive Council and he has Council of State and Central Legislative Assembly. Here, provincial autonomy is introduced, meaning the control of the Executive Council over governors is gone. So that is called provincial autonomy. Here we had Central Legislative Assembly and Council of State. Hierarchy proposed, not implemented. Then we have 11 provinces: Bengal, Bombay, Madras, Bihar, United Provinces, Assam, and we have Punjab, central provinces, and three new provinces which are carved out of Bihar loses Orissa, Punjab loses northwestern frontier province as a proper, and Sindh comes out of Bombay presidency. Comes out of Bombay presidency. Why have I divided into two? Because here we have bicameralism, here we have unicameral. What does that mean? You have governor, executive councillor, provincial legislative council, provincial legislative assembly, Vidhan Parishad, Vidhan Sabha. And here we have governor and executive council and legislative council. Executive council and legislative council. Only two. Then in this overall structure, All India Federation was proposed, which is to add the princely states to the Governor General's power, which was not implemented. Thereafter, we have the concept of concurrent list coming up with residual powers. We have the federal court, which comes up, is later going to become the Supreme Court. Then separate electorates for women, labor, and depressed classes, even though the Dr. Ambedkar had not asked for it. RBI is going to come into context. Franchisee is going to be increased, but still very, very limited. The railway board, central railway board will also be established. So these are the major provisions of Government of India Act 1935. Anybody has any issue here, everything is sorted. So then we can move to the national movement and the timeline of national movement. Can we do that? Inda ho? All good? Last one and a half hours I need. It is 9:45 and I'll try to finish by 11. Don't worry whatsoever. I'll try to finish by 11. Now the major things are out of the way. Major things are out of the way. So, Priya and Sideko, what have we done? Let's do a stock taking, right? I had identified, and I can show you this. See, I had identified a whole list of topics which I found important. दिख नहीं रहा होगा, green में है. So it said decline of Mughals done, regional powers done, advent of Europeans done, expansion of British power, constitutional history, economic impact, famine, social reform movement, peasant and tribal, revolt, constitutional history, 1861 to 1935. So 11 topics we have discussed till this point. Before entering, I wanted a list of things I want to discuss. Now what is left is the national movement, which has a whole plethora of events in it. So 11 genres have been covered, 11 critical aspects have been covered, right? Within that, all of constitutional history is done, and this is a high yielding area. Along with that, I've discussed socio-religious. 1 to 2 questions भूले भटके इधर से भी आ जाते हैं, some time to time comes from here. I have also discussed with you economic policy, which is very, very important for mains. I have also discussed with you advent, which is have now become very, very important. I have discussed with you also consolidation and expansion. Any thematic which I have left is not a high yielding area per se. Right. So now I go back to 1800 and take the story forward. Can we do that? Yes, sir. See, judicial development, police reform, army reform, education policy. Wo, who, ra, sad, har, sir. This is the Woods Dispatch, Hunter Commission, Ray Commission, Sadler Commission, Hartog Commission, Sargent Commission. This is what is needed for prelims. The point is that if it's a purely mains oriented area, for example, judicial reform, I have not tried to do it because मैं prelims orientation से कराने की ज़्यादा कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. That is the whole point. This is purely prelims orientation and something which I want to cover before the examination so that your basics are sorted and you have something to cover everything. There is no way in 8 hours I can cover that also. एक trade off है. That trade off I've taken. So I hope that you understand why are we doing what we are doing. Now we enter the business zone of this discussion. One of the most important discussions we are going to have is in the next 1 1.5. Right. Okay. Now pay attention. Now pay attention. Very, very important. Let me just once. Yes. Okay. Yes, sir. Perfect, sir. And- Okay. You want a 2 minutes break? We can start at 10 if you want. If you want, I can give you a breather here. 10 minutes you want? Do you? Okay. So we'll come back at 10 p.m. and we'll take the story forward. No issues. कोई बात नहीं. It's okay. It's okay. No sir, no sir, yes sir, no sir. Democracy नहीं है. Not a democracy. Don't want it. Don't want it. Take 10 minutes. Be refreshed. 10 p.m. we start. I want your full blown understanding. End of story. हो गया. End of story. हो गया. No, 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 लिखने से कुछ नहीं होगा. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, so the last push 11, 11:30, maximum 12. Let's go for it. Right. You guys are already saturated. Seems so. Okay. Now, so our story starts for the national movement by understanding what is called as the safety valve theory. And before that, we have to understand where does the need come from. There we have the drain theory, right? So what the pattern emerges here is that till 1860s, maximum 1850, 50s to 60s, there is no reaction from the Indian intelligence. They believe that the British are trying to do good. They're trying to argue that the British are going to do good in India. The benevolent mission, the white man's burden. But by 1860, there's a disillusionment which starts to enter. That okay, maybe land revenue settlements is needed, maybe destruction is needed, maybe agriculture is needed to be destroyed. Maybe there are other things which need to be done in order to do this. Meaning, to make India a industrial nation, it is important that all of this has to be done. But that disillusionment goes out. But if you actually see, you will realize one very interesting thing. No module which I've discussed till this is futile. Every module which I've discussed, right, adds up and culminates to this. See, expansion of British Raj creates a empire which, in a way, through its economic policy, through its administrative policy, through its political policy, creates something called India, which is British India. So the geographical entity which needs independence comes up because of this expansion. First, the socio-religious reform movement creates the middle class intelligentsia along with the education policy, which are going to become the early nationalists. Meaning, education policy creates social reform movement. Social religious reform movement produces what is called as the concept of a nationalist, early nationalist, a person who understands what the British is doing. Dada Bhai Naroji, R.C. Dutt, M.G. Ranade are a product of this policy. At the same point of time, the economic policies of the British create a shared experience. We all are getting exploited. We all understand what is exploited. Through their administrative policies, they also introduce railways, which geographically unites, but also now when people travel to dekhte, in Madras also there is death and destruction, in Bengal there is death and destruction, in Bombay there is death and destruction. So what happens is we all start to develop a shared understanding of what is considered to be and what should be seen as a concept of nationalistic spirit. See, I have to define nationalism for you, and I'm trying to do that, and I will do it right now. The way nationalism is taken into consideration, the way nationalism is taken into consideration is that nationalism is based on an understanding that we all have a shared future and a shared past. The idea that we also have to have shared symbols, and we also ought to have a collective action, that we act for those shared symbols. Therefore, the social religious reform movement is the moment in which we are acting together, may not for political reasons, but may be for the concept of what is as a socio religious movement. This is where you have to understand that what we have discussed till this point is not futile. UPSC is not a fool. It is asking you to do these things because only these processes create the early national. Now, the drain theory, the drain theory is based on the concept that Dadabhai Naroji comes up with a very important concept in poverty and un-British rule in India, which is what the British are doing in India, which is accredited by G.V. Joshi, accredited by persons like M.G. Ranade and R.C. Dutt, is that the British are not developing the underdeveloped, they are underdeveloping the developed, which is India is systematically being drained of its wealth. Close to half to one fourth of its wealth is taken out on a annual basis and added to the GDP of Britain. This was an eye opener for the middle class intelligentsia, the people who will later become what are called as the moderates. This is where you have to understand pre-INC associations are of two types. One set, Banga Bhasha Pratashika Sabha, Zamindari Association, Bengal British India Society, which will later merge to become British India Association. This set are called the conservative political pressure groups. Important, and see, before 1857. All of them are important because they create pressure on the British for their own interest. But they allow for and create the space for what is called as the concept of nationalistic setups to come. And post 1857, you will see that 1866, 70, 75, 76, 1885, 1884, we have East India Association, what is considered to be one of the first major associations by Dadabhai Naroji, which is going to spread the realities of India abroad. Then you have Purna Sajanik Sabha, which is going to spread the message of nationalism across the Maharashtra sector, what is called as Bombay Presidency. Now, Indian League, Indian National Association, from Bengal, British India, British Indian. Now it becomes Indian National Association and Bombay Presidency and Madras Mahajan Sabha. What? Why have I given you this list? Is because firstly, till this point, it is chronological, can be asked in the examination. But what is even more important and interesting is the fact that there is a new sense of Indianness, which is this will also be seen in the depressed class reform, which is for example, Jyotiba Phule, Savitribai Phule are now going to talk about depressed classes of India. They're going to talk about girls' education. They're going to give education to girls. Same way Sri Narayan Guru is going to talk about how the depressed classes of India are now going to be in a way coming together against this what is called as Brahmanical domination, wherein the anti-Brahmanical movement comes. Then you have, for example, Periyar who talks about the concept of self-respect, and that will top up with the concept of Dr. Ambedkar's social justice. So the way this movement is going forward, you don't need a mnemonic per se, though you can B, P, S, S, A, you can make, but not an area which per se needs a mnemonic. But you can make it B, Z, B, P, something like that. This is a more important set. Now, the logical culmination of all of this is in 1880. Now I'm going into the timeline mode. Pay attention to. Right. The logical culmination of all of this is going to happen in what is called as the INC, Indian National Congress. Right. Which topic we should focus more on? What I am now starting from this point forward. Now, INC's formation has been a very big controversy. People argue that it was created by the British in what is called as the safety valve theory, which makes AOUM a hero of the British. And this was William Wedderburn's way of, in a way, protecting the idea that AOUM was present at the time of the creation of the INC per se. And therefore, it is believed that he went to Dufferin and said that we need a political association which can then vent out the problems of a rebellion at the level of 1857 coming. It was coming, and the idea that another 1857 is going to happen, and therefore we need to avoid it. That idea comes from INC. That idea comes from William Wedderburn's biography of AOU. However, the seven volumes which he refers to does not exist, and therefore it was just a made-up story, and there is no historical data to support something like that. There is no meeting of Dufferin and even Aoyum per se. What and how do we understand INC? And the way we have to understand INC is INC should be seen as a logical culmination of the political development which was happening here. It is a logical culmination of political development which is happening here, but between the period of 1885 to 1905, what it is under is called the moderate phase. Moderate phase of the INC is problematic because it believes in what is called as PPP, prayer, petition, and protest. What we mean by prayer, petition, and protest is that they are going to use only constitutional methods. They're going to pray to the British, please do something, please do something. Petitioning was very common, and going to the DC's office or the DM's office and staying there and talking about these things is very, very common. So PPP model is something which they use. Moderates have been ridiculed in multiple cases, but they shouldn't be, because nationalism was in an infancy stage. And we should always remember what Gopal Krishna Gokhale said with regards to the safety conductor or the lightning conductor concept. Lightning conductor theory says that it is not AOUM who used the INC, rather the INC which used AOUM and the British to create an organization which could become an all India pan India organization for political development. One very important thing which you also have to understand is that moderate phase is very important for the extremist phase to rise. At the same point of time, moderates allow Indian nationalism to mature. It is in the infancy stage, therefore it needs to be protected. It needs to be protected. Now, the changes with regards to the moderates phase and the change in narrative comes because of a very important event, and that event is called as the partition of Bengal. Now, partition of Bengal has a micro timeline in itself, which is 1899, 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907. This is the Swadeshi timeline. Swadeshi timeline starts with the Calcutta Corporation Act. Then comes the Risley's statement. At the same point of time, we have 1904, the concept of the Indian Universities Act, and we have the Official Secrets Act. Then 1904 is also the official announcement of when it is going to happen, 16th October 1905, and 7th August 1905 is very, very important, Swadeshi resolution, and 16th October is partition of Bengal. Between 1903 to 1905, Swadeshi movement remains within its moderate phase. Moderate phase of Swadeshi. Thereafter, 1906, 1907, 1905, this is Banaras session of the INC, Calcutta session, and then the most interesting Surat session. Now, herein, when we talk about this concept, partition of Bengal was purely done to make sure that Bengal was becoming a hotspot for what is called as the uh, generically the problems with regards to nationalism. It was becoming a hotspot of nationalism. So here you have to understand here initial announcement and Risley. Yes. Now, as I was saying, that basically Risley's statement was that we want to weaken a body of nationalism in order to make sure that nationalism in Bengal per se gets destroyed. That is the whole point. The point is that the administrative convenience concept which was given was technically not followed. Now, Bengal as a presidency was extremely diverse. 78.5 million people are there in the Bengal presidency. And the idea which the British gave was that it is for administrative convenience that we are doing it. It is too big a province to hold. Bombay presidency is much, much, much bigger. But the idea was to weaken the Bengali Hindu nationalist. And that is why two principles were applied. Two principles were in the western, or rather in the eastern Bengal sector, the religious principle was applied, where Hindus were less than Muslim. So the Hindu Bengali nationalist is going to feel that he is not going to be getting any constituency, he will not be listened. On the other hand, here the linguistic principle was applied. Linguistic principle means that Hindi and Odia speakers were more than Bengali speakers. So what happens is that in this sector he is a linguistic minority, in this sector he is a religious minority. That is why the Swadeshi movement was so important, because it directly challenged both major principles, the religious principle and the linguistic principle. This is the master stroke of Curzon. Curzon wanted to make sure that he can he can make the Bengali Hindu nationalist a minority in both spaces. And this is where the Swadeshi movement comes through. Now, please understand one point, that in the initial part of Swadeshi, it was all about petitioning. We have multiple newspapers, we have petitions, but moderate phase does not work. That is where there will be a change which will happen on 7th August 1995, when they will launch what is called as the Swadeshi movement, Swadeshi Bandhav Samiti, that we are going to go beyond the methods which we've used till this point. That is where the following methods are used as a new era of new form of development. First is boycott. This is the most important concept which is in context. This is boycott of foreign goods. Make them bleed where it hurts the most. This is the most important concept which is there. Therefore, boycott of foreign goods, boycott of foreign institutions, and the idea that we need Swadeshi enterprise, we need national education, because we have to boycott the schools also. We have the two important words emerging, Swaraj and Atma Shakti. Very, very important. We have the Swadeshi Bandhav Samiti. Samitis are going to play a role. Washermen are not going to wash foreign cloth. Utensils will not be used. Even sugar was not used by the what we call as uh, uh, pandits if it was foreign sugar. The idea is very, very simple, that this was for the first time that the movement was now in a new zone altogether. People were singing Matram. Now they were on the streets. So the idea is very simple, that this movement forever changed the nature of Indian nationalism from a very conservative outlook to the idea of going forward to just covering the basic understandings of talking about nationalism, to being in a moderate phase of PPP. Swadeshi movement forever changed. So here Atma Shakti, Swaraj, Samitis, boycott of the what we call as institutions, boycott of foreign goods, boycott of enterprises was very, very, very important. This is what it forever changed. But it also created friction within the INC. And the friction within the INC was all as the Surat split in the end, which is moderates versus extremists. Wherein in the Banaras session, the extremists such as Lal Balpal started to argue that we have to go beyond Bengal, but the moderates will not. Or something like that. A split was avoided in the Calcutta session because Dadabhai Naroji said the word Swaraj, but within the empire. But in the Surat session, what is going to happen is everybody was furious, because originally the session was going to happen in Nagpur, but then Bal Gangadhar Tilak could become the president of the INC. So they moved it to Surat because it is his own presidency. And therefore, what is going to happen is everybody comes totally prepared to fight. One shoe will be hurled on Firoz Shah Mehta. It will hit Surendranath Banerjee, and everybody will go into a boxing match, which is in turn going to lead to the British to come and break that crowd, and the extremists are going to be expelled out of the INC. And between 1907 to 1916, the moderates will rule and make INC more and more irrelevant. That is the way extremism first took into context, and that is the way it was. It was a prop. This is what Curzon wanted. Curzon, though, united us on the concept of Swaraj and Swadeshi, but he also was able to split the INC in that regard. This is basically the first form of extremism which came. This period is equally important, because we have one more timeline here. We have one more timeline here. It is called revolutionary activities timeline, called the revolutionary activities timeline. And the revolutionary activities timeline, phase one, is dominated by three very, very important, you can say, bodies. We have 1897, 1902, 1906, then 1907, 1908, 1909, 1912, and 1913, and 1915. Here we have multiple important organizations, and the first such organization in that regard was based on what is called as the Tapekar brothers, called Rand's assassination. They were a very important, very, very important. Sir, do you doubt have movement beyond? No, it never went beyond Bengal. So Rand's assassination, these were two very important prodigies of Bhagangadhar Tilak. Then 1902, 1906 is important because of Anushilan. Plus we have 1904 Mitra Mela, plus what is called as the Abhinav Bharat. Anushilan and Yugantar come into context, when it comes to the the this is for Bengal sector, this is for Bombay sector. Then 1907, 8, 9 is important because of the activities which they will do, which is we have multiple important activities which they will perform. For example, we have 1907, two failed attempts, Fraser and Fuller. 1908, Kingsford assassination. Then we have AMT Jackson plus the Curzon Willie. Then we have Harding bombing, and we have then this period as Gadar. So Mitra Mela, I know 1899, but I'm telling you by 1904 it becomes Abhinav Bharat. That totally fine. Now Fraser, Fuller, both were abortive attempts, did not go through. Kingsford assassination is called Alipur conspiracy case, the Furpur conspiracy case. AMT Jackson, sadistic judge, he will rather be killed, and rightly so. This was all to create fear in the hearts of the British. This is called Delhi conspiracy case. Curzon Willie was shot by Madanlal Dhingra in London. So the idea was to hit them in their mother country also. Gadar movement, I have to discuss this with you. I would like to discuss this with you with regards to certain changes which were brought in. So when we talk about revolutionary activities, we have 1902 Anusilan, 1906 Yugantar coming out of Anusilan, and the activities which are associated with it is 1907. Both lieutenant governors were targeted, what is called as the Fuller and Fraser. At the same point of time, they will succeed, and then they will succeed. It will be called Kingsford assassination. Kingsford assassination, he will not be killed, but two women, because in the carriage two women were there. Rather, Kingsford was not there. This is going to be called as the Alipur conspiracy case. These are the men who are linked to Yugantar, should be celebrated in every way or form. At the same point of time, 1912, we have the Chandni Chowk, very sensational. Ras Bihari Bose and Sachin Sanyal together planning the assassination of Harding. Harding survived, but his what we call as Mahant died, and the context for this was nothing but the Delhi Darbar of 1911, shift of capital, and the annulment of the partition of Bengal, with Bengal being one sector, Bihar and Orissa separated from Bengal itself. This is what is happening in Bengal sector. At the same point of time in Maharashtra, we have Ramosi movement, which was quite old but talked about guerrilla warfare. Then we have Kesari, Maratha, and Ganapati festival and Shivaji festival used by what is called as Tilak in order to basically mobilize people. Then we have the Chapekar brothers and Ranj assassination. Then we have 1899 Mitra Mela, which will later become the Abhinav Bharat. AMT Jackson, who is collector of Nasik, who will be killed, and this in turn will lead to the whole Abhinav Bharat to be picked up. Punjab, similar movement starts under Lala Lajpat Rai and Bhagat Singh's uncle Ajit Singh. However, because the British had now seen the pattern, very quickly it will be destroyed. Delhi Darbar is 1911, shift of capital is 1911, announcement 1912 it commenced. That is why it is like that. Now, the next most interesting concept comes out of what was happening in London, wherein we have Shyamji Krishnaji Verma, who will become a very important member of or the founder of the Indian India House. This is going to then bring people and important revolutionaries under scholarships. One such scholarship holder was Madan Lal Dhingra. Madan Lal Dhingra came under this Indian Socialist and this understanding of India House. He will then hit Curzon Willie, one of the members of the Secretary of State and his India House. That is going to be a very big moment because they will hit where it hurt the most and in London itself. Thereafter, the Bande Matram, which is going to be Madam Bikaji Kama and her unfurling the flag itself, and Virendra Chattopadhyay in Berlin are going to become important. This timeline is something which you'll find scattered across multiple sources. I hope that you are going to use this timeline to understand that this is the way to go forward. If you can remember this timeline, then it will be very easy for you to remember these events. My very big urge to you is this only, that you cover everything in the most comprehensive manner, but through a timeline. That will help you in understanding everything in the best way. Now, moving on, we have a very important movement which will dominate the Indian understanding, but outside, you can say, as a concept, which is called the Gadar Party and the Gadar movement. See, Gadar started in San Francisco. These men were mostly discharged from the British Army. They were fighting with the American peasants, so they were basically trying to find their space. But what they will do is they will find space to help the Indian peasants in America. At the same point of time, let them establish their space. Let them establish their space in that area. But what they did was they started to publish a newspaper, and that newspaper was called Gadar. That is why the movement is called Gadar. Now, Gadar movement, USA, Canada, West Coast, two, three very important personalities associated with it: G.D. Kumar and Lala Hardayal and Taraknas Dutt. Very, very important, along with Sohan Singh Bhakhna. Three very important persons. Now, this is a very important concept wherein they will introduce a newspaper. The front page always had Angrezi Raj ka kacha chitta. Angrezi Raj ka kacha chitta, that what is happening. The 14 points had all the problems which are happening in India, and then 2 points on how the solution is. This newspaper was circulated across the British Empire, which allowed the real picture of India to go through. Raj Bihari Bose, after Harding bombing, had reached Japan. He became a part of the Gadar movement also. But the main shot in the arm to the Gadar came because of the Komagata Maro incident. Though Lala Hardayal is going to be arrested, he will evade it. But the Komagata Maro incident is very, very important. Komagata Maro incident is important because from India there was no direct ship to Canada. What the British did was they introduced two rules that if you reach Canada, you'd have close to $200 with you, which is not possible for an Indian. And second, they said that every ship should have, or if you're traveling from India to Canada, the ship, the place where you buy your ticket, should also be your domicile. But all tickets were here in Hong Kong or in Japan. So when 376 Indians on a Japanese ship called Komagata reached Vancouver, they were not allowed to dock, they were sent back. People died in this process, and in turn, people were frustrated when they got down in Calcutta. There was a riot which happens, which in turn leads to the Gadarites feeling that this is a major disgrace. And that is why the Gadarites are going to plan something which was later foiled by the British, which is called as the January and February Revolution of 1915. However, there were certain traitors. Lahore, Firozpur, and Rawalpindi garrisons, multiple revolts were planned, but the British got to know. And the British introduced a very specific legislature here, which is called as Defense of India Act 1915, to make sure that Gadarites are destroyed. And this is where our story now becomes even more interesting. See, we have now come a long way. Let's revise from 1897, 1880, 1899, 1902, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1912, 1913, 1915. And in this timeline, we have two timelines embedded. One is of the Swadeshi and one is of the revolutionaries. And we have now seen two forms of extremism: political extremism and revolutionary activity. Phase one is done. So, what we see is that the British by 1915 introduce an act itself in the name of the war which is going to start in 1914 to 1919 period, which is called World War One. It is called Defense of India. But one person was getting ready to come back to India and forever changing everything in India itself. And his name is Gandhi. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. Gandhi has a separate timeline altogether, wherein in 1896, rather 1869, in 1869, he will be born. Then 1888, he will complete his, you can say, major schooling and go to London for his law degree. 1891, he will complete his law degree and come back to India but not find anything. In 1893, he will be approached by a person called Dada Abdullah, who will then call him to South Africa. From 1894 to 1906, Gandhi goes into what is called as the moderate phase of Gandhi, which is prayer petition. Very important because his moderate phase was in South Africa only. So, birth, completion of schooling, the concept of 1891, which is nothing but him going to London, completing his law degree, and thereafter coming back to India, not finding anything, and reaching to South Africa. Once he reaches to South Africa, he will be very famously thrown out of the railway carriage at Pittsmatsburg, and that will be becoming a very important moment for him. He will then go into prayer petition mode. He will have Transvaal Association. He will have the Natal Indian Congress. He will even come to India and tell Gopal Krishna Gokhale that I want to pick up this issue. Nothing will happen. And then from 1906 to 1915, he will go into Satyagraha method, which is because of Rest in Peace Mahatma, which is the Registration Act, the Immigration Act, the Poll Tax, and the Marriage Act. Here he is going to use for the first time 3 to 4 methods which were never known in India and never known generally: non cooperation, civil disobedience, jail bharo, passive resistance, and ahimsa, wherein you don't have to do any form of violence, because if violence on the British, they will reciprocate multiple times. Passive resistance means that you don't have to react, but you resist. Resistance through disobedience. Non cooperation is you don't cooperate with the authorities, but don't break the law. You just don't cooperate. You irritate the person. Civil disobedience is that you break laws, but not like go and murder somebody. Small laws as an act of disobedience. And if everybody is going to go to jail, what will be the value of jail itself? As it was called King Edward's Hotel. We all do passive resistance, but you don't know it. You've done non cooperation and you've done civil disobedience. A biker, when he has a helmet but holds it in his hand, is called non cooperation. He's not breaking the law per se. He's ready to just wear it when needed, but he will hold it in his hand because baal kharab ho jaye. So basically, non cooperation. Civil disobedience is when your, for example, teacher says to you that you have to give an assignment on 1st February, but the whole class does not give it on 1st. It is civil disobedience. Law just to show that that is a wrong time to give. All of you give later. But there are three very important principles under Satya. Timing matters. You do it too many times, it is going to become problematic, and everybody has to do it. A mass bunk is only mass bunk if everybody does it. At the same point of time, you cannot do civil disobedience where you're breaking very big laws. Because if you're going to break big laws, it will go under IPC. So the idea is just irritate the person who is associated with the oppression, make him accept your understanding through disobedience. That is what is basically civil disobedience and non-cooperation and satyagrah. Now, Gandhi will come back to India on 9th January 1950. But when he will come back to India, he will not join any of the organizations which were in existence at that point of time. And the organization which was existing or was coming into focus was called the Home Rule League. Home Rule League movement under Annie Besant and Tilak's understanding was going very forward. In that regard, what I mean by that is that because INC was dominated by moderates, it was useless. So therefore, Tilak did not want a general holiday type understanding with regards to a national movement itself. So what he wanted was a proper organization which can work throughout the year. But he wanted Swaraj within the empire here. People did not trust a white woman. Therefore, Tilak's followers said that we will not go with Annie Besant. So there were two home rule leagues which were created: Tilak's Home Rule League and Annie Besant. Tilak's was more concentrated in the Bombay Presidency, other than Bombay City and the central sector, while Annie Besant was all India. However, when Gandhi comes to India, he does not join the Home Rule League movement. He believes that this Irish Home Rule League movement is not going to take us anywhere. 1916 is a very important year because Lucknow Pact will happen. And for the first time, within the First World War, which is happening, the Muslim League, which had been formed in 1906, along with the INC and moderate extremists, all come together. Moderate extremists come together, Muslim League and INC come together. But Gandhi still believed that none of these organizations really had the power to do anything. Therefore, now comes his interventions in 1917 and 1918. One in Champaran, where he will show what is called as civil disobedience by not accepting the district collector's understanding to go back. Whilst everybody will go back, even Jinnah was there, he went back. But he will say, you arrest me, but how, on what grounds you will arrest me? Champaran Teen Kathia system was the problem. He will be, in a way, using his methodology here. But Gandhi was very strategic. He did not take up very big issues. This is where you have to understand one thing. Gandhi did not involve himself in very big movements which had no real outcomes. Then his methodology would have been weak. He wanted to enter small zones where he could actually prove that his methodology worked. So, Champaran, it worked because 25% of compensation was given. For the first time, British were giving money to the peasant. आंखों से आंसू आ गए कि ब्रिटिश पैसा दे रहा है हमारे को ऐसा नहीं हो सकता गांधी बाबा की जय Gandhi's understanding was he had already established his aura in South Africa. It was not showing that he could do it in India also. That is where Gandhi Darshan and the power of Gandhi became more and more important. Now, 1918, he will get involved in Kheda and Ahmedabad. In Kheda, it was peasant not getting remission for the bad produce. Here, he is going to get involved directly. He will say no rent campaign. Let them confiscate everybody's land. You can't do that. and the remission will be given. Again, Gandhi proves his method works. Here, it was again non-cooperation. Then Ahmedabad, it was more Indian, which is the mill workers wanted 50% hike when the plague had gone through. The plague bonus they wanted to be there, while the mill owners only wanted 25%. Then Gandhi finds a midpoint, and the most irritating methodology of Gandhi is going to come into context, which is called as fast on to death. मानो नहीं तो मैं खाऊंगा नहीं. So that is where fast on to death is going to come into context. Mill owners had no other option but to accept it. They can't let Gandhi die over 15%. So 35% is something they will agree to. And now Gandhi had shown to the worker, to the peasant, and to everyone that his methodology works. Gandhi had not launched himself at the all India level. He had only shown himself per se at the level of what is called as local and regional. But Gandhi had shown his satyagraha works. That if it worked in South Africa, it will work here. Gandhi was an enigma. People were now associating miracles to him, and Gandhi's aura of using religious idioms and the way he mobilized is now going to come into context in a very messy timeline of 1919. Is everybody with me till this point? Come on, tell me. Now we go into the messy timeline. Come on, come on, come on. I'm looking at the chat section right now. I want you to tell me right now. I am trying to be as comprehensive as possible, trying to give you an understanding so that the timeline is clear to you. Okay. Now the messy timeline of 1919, because two timelines will come together and we have to go back to 1914 for that. 1914, 1915, 1917, 1919, April 6th, then 13th April, 10th, rather we should put here first 10th April, 10th April 1919, then 13th April 1919, then 18th April 1919, then 1919 August September, and there is a parallel timeline here which is basically 1918, 1919, 1920, 1921, 1922, which is, you must have understood what are the two timelines here about. First is the First World War. This is First World War. This is Defense of India Act. Defense of India Act. This is called Montague's Declaration, also called as the concept of August Declaration. August Declaration. Then you have Rowlatt Satyagraha. Rowlatt Satyagraha. Then you have Amritsar violence. Then you have Jallianwala Bagh. Then you have all of Rowlatt. And then you have Montague Chelmsford reforms, which we've discussed. Also called as Montfort reforms. This Government of India Act 1919. Here we have 1918 World War I ends. Treaty of Versailles, or whatever you want to call it, Versailles, Versailles. Then you have 1920 Treaty of Sevres. Then this is also the period of Khilafat movement. And this is non-cooperation movement. Chauri Chaura, 4th, 5th of February 1922. So World War I starts. Defense of India Act is basically a draconian act. Montague Declaration is important because Morley had said that Swaraj equals to sedition. He says no, Swaraj does not equal to sedition. The concept of carrot, stick, carrot comes into context. That is why 1919 Act was brought in. Carrot was that Swaraj does not equal to sedition, and we will bring in progressive realization of independent government or representative government. Then Rowlatt Satyagraha, Gandhi launching himself at the all India level to show that he is now an all India level personality. He will then go for 6th April as a date of All India Hartal. He will not be very successful. People were not ready for Satyagrah. But in Amritsar, there is going to be major violence when Saifuddin Kichlev and Dr. Satyabal are not going to be found. They will be picked up under an act which is going to be introduced, which is called the Rowlatt Act. Rowlatt Act, Seditious Committee as it was called, said that Defense of India Act should be further extended than 1915. It is needed. Draconian law, no habeas corpus, no appeal, no dalil, no vakil, no form of evidence is needed. You just could be picked up on random suspicion and could be put into jail for 2 years without trial. So now the same principle is used in Punjab. Amritsar violence beyond exception. We discuss in class how much violence actually happens. This in turn leads to the retaliation from the British in the form of Jallianwala Bagh, where General Dyer on the orders of O'Dwyer is going to fire 650 rounds, which is in turn going to kill close to 2,000 to 3,000 people. The darkest moment in Indian history, not been apologized by the British till today. Jallianwala Bagh will in turn put rather lead Gandhi to call off the movement itself because he understood India was not ready. And as a way of pacifying Indians and Punjabis, what is going to be done is Montfort reforms are going to be brought in, which are going to be insufficient. At the same point of time, because the World War I had ended and a humiliating treaty had been given to Germany, what is going to happen is that there was a chance that Ottoman Empire is also going to be given the same. The Khalifa or the Ottoman king was very, very important. He would be humiliated. The Khilafat movement started, and the Khilafat movement was about the concept of boycott and the idea that we cannot let the Khalifa being be humiliated. Gandhi wanted to link the Khilafat movement with the Punjab wrongs, which is Jallianwala Bagh. Tilak was not ready to do that. 1st August, 1st August, he wanted this to go forward. 31st August, Tilak is going to die. Tilak did not want a what is called as religious movement to be absorbed by the INC, and the Ali brothers had been pushing for this. Gandhi had been pushing for this. As soon as Tilak dies, the non-cooperation program is absorbed by what is called as the Indian National Congress, and the Nagpur session, which came in the examination in 2025, comes into context. Extra constitutional method, three-tiered understanding, and the Tilak Swaraj Fund will be created also, and the membership will be reduced to 4 annas. So this period is very important because for the first time, boycott of legislative council, foreign titles, and government honors were talked about. The idea was first phase was to go for non-cooperation. When it will be completed, it would be then in turn lead with civil disobedience. That never came, and the non-cooperation movement was very, 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 very good in that regard between the period between 1920 and 22. Gandhi went for multiple such rallies. You have Surendranath Banerjee who talks about the INC not becoming something which he believes in now. So therefore, Nagpur session forever changed the INC. The moderates left it. The forward, what is called the Indian National Liberation Federation was created, but will become irrelevant thereafter. Students joined, lawyers joined. Gandhi and Ali brothers toured everywhere. The educational institutions were, in a way, what we call as they were boycotted. Further, Subhash Chandra Bose became the principal of National College at Calcutta. There was reduction in the imports of English cloth by half. Khadi was used, picketing of shops. We have social boycott. We have Tilak Swaraj Fund. 1 crore was actually subscribed to it. Congress Volunteers Corps. The British wanted to break the unity of Ali brothers and Gandhi. He did not allow that to happen. But people started to feel after the Kisan movement, Eka movement, the strikes which is happening in the railways with regards to no tax campaign in Midnapur, everything is happening. But the problem is that people started to feel that the movement is not going anywhere. And that is why people were getting frustrated. This is the problem. And that is where there will be a frustration which will come out on 5th February 1922 in a small village called city called rather town called Chauri Chora. In Chauri Chora, the police fired upon a procession. In turn, led to 26 policemen being burnt alive by the mob. And Gandhi very quickly on 8th February called off this movement and said that he was the reason why all of this happened and quoted arrest. The reason for that was Gandhi was avoiding another Jallianwala Bagh. What had happened is Amritsar violence happened, so therefore then Jallianwala Bagh. Chauri Chora would have led to 1000x plus response from the British, and this in turn would have led to another Jallianwala Bagh, now a new Chauri Chora. But he said, I am quoting arrest, I am responsible. He got arrested and diverted the attention of the British in that regard. This is where the movement, now people started to become disillusioned by Gandhi and his methodology, and this will lead to another new phase of national movement. Two new strands will emerge. One is evolutionary phase two. At the same point of time, we will have one more phase which is going to be called as the Swarajist no changer phase. So that is where non-cooperation was quite interesting, has been asked in the examination previously also. Right? Okay. Are we all the same page till non-cooperation? Difference between Swaraj and Purna Swaraj. Swaraj means self-rule. Is it with the British or without the British is not clear. Purna Swaraj means complete independence. Means no form of British in that vision in that. Okay. I need another 35 minutes. Maximum 40 minutes. Now, 1923, we go into a new tangent now. Everybody saying yes, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Okay. Now, August Declaration. I remember August Declaration is Montague's. August offer is 1940. 1923, we have the Swarajists who will emerge, who will say that there was no point of boycotting the councils now. Let us go for proper ending or mending, which is called as ending or mending the councils per se, and we will enter the councils to disrupt the information. Though the no changers said that we will not let that happen. The problem with the Swarajists was that by 1924, 1925, they had diluted their understanding. Gandhi initially will sit on the fence. When there will be a lot of repression from the British, he will then advocate to what the Swarajis said. Everybody is going to contest elections, very well performed also. But the responsivist and the non-responsivist, which is when C.R. Das is going to die and the communal agenda is going to be absorbed within the concept of what is called today as the Swarajis, in turn will lead to the Swarajis agenda to go under the rug. And then the major moment comes in 1927. 1927 was inbuilt within 1999. An Indian Statutory Commission was being planned. However, that has to come in 1929. It did not come in 1929 because of Swaraj's agenda. It came in 1927 as the Simon Commission. No Indian there, and this will create the context for a very major response in the form of what is called as 1928 Nehru Report and 1929 what is called as Jinnah's 14 points. Please understand one thing very clearly. Nehru report was based on the principle of giving some form of response to the British, but it said we want dominion status. Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose said, when did we say that we want dominion status? 1929 is Jinnah just trying to be a part of this whole conversation in that regard. But in the background, there's one more timeline which is happening. 1924 and 1925, we have the HRA which comes into next, Hindustan Republican Army, and Ram Prasad Miswal is going to become very important with Chandrasekhar Azad. They will do the Kakori train action in 1925. They will route the 8 down train, but in turn it will lead to what is called as the arrest of the HRA, and it will be phased out other than Chandrasekhar Azad. Then in 1928, the HRA will be resurrected as the HSRA, with Bhagat Singh, Bhatukeshwar Dutt, and Chandrasekhar Azad being very important, which is the Hindustan Socialist Republican Army. And they will then become very important in 28 and 29 along till 1931, because in 28 we will do what is called as Saunders assassination. Saunders had beaten Lala Lajpat Rai to death, HSRA, Socialist. So Lala Lajpat Rai was beaten to death by a British officer for saying, "Go back, Simon, Simon, go back." And they will avenge his death through Saunders' assassination. Though Saunders was not the one they wanted to kill, they wanted to kill Scott, but Saunders is the one who was killed. In 1929, they will do the central legislative bombing. This in turn was to make a new arena within the judicial space. Thereafter, everybody will initially think that the same person is not there. They did not know that Bhagat Singh is the same person who was involved in Saunders' assassination. There will be approvers who will tell that, and this in turn will lead to the three men to be given death sentence. That in turn will link up with what is called as Gandhi-Irwin Pact, as we will discuss. Now, 1929 is a very important period. 1929, we have three events which will happen together. First event is the October Declaration, or what is called as the Pali Declaration. Irwin says that we will have roundtable conferences. We want to have conversation with the guys. You wanted dominion, we will give you dominion. Gandhi is approached by Jawaharlal Nehru and Bose that when did we ask for it? The point was that Gandhi said that let them play with this concept. So in November of 1929, they will have what is called as the Delhi Declaration. Delhi Declaration was, or Delhi Manifesto was, the fact that if you want to give us dominion, give us immediately. Round table conferences should be with the Constituent Assembly. Thereafter, by December of 1929, when the government did not say anything, we have the Lahore session. The Purna Swaraj resolution is going to come through. We want complete independence. We don't want dominion. Now we want complete independence. Thereafter, Gandhi will give what is called as the 11-point ultimatum on 31st January 1930, after 26 January had been celebrated as Independence Day. If the British accept the 11-point ultimatum, he will not go for civil disobedience. If he does not do that, or if the British does not give a positive response, civil disobedience movement is going. Now we go into another timeline, which is again messy. 1930, 31, 1932, 1935, and 1936. Rather, yes. We have 1930 Round Table Conference 1, and on 6th April 1930, he is going to break what is called as the Salt Law. Dandi March is going to start, Salt Law will be broken. This was a civil disobedience move. 1931 is RTC 2, and the same year in which we have the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. The Gandhi-Irwin Pact. 1932 is CDM. This is CDM phase 1. This is CDM phase 2. The Pavlari Declaration, Dominion in front of October. Remember, perfect. So this is CDM phase 2, does not go anywhere. And by 1934, he calls off CDM, totally called off. 1935 is Government of India Act. This is elections of 1936. Now, what is happening in the background is we get a very important movement. And that movement is called the civil disobedience. Very big, very important. We have the concept of the salt marches. We have symbolic waving of the flag. We have 300 village officials resigning. In UP, we had no revenue and no rent campaign. In peasant movements in UP and Bihar, we have no revenue call. We have anti-chokidari tax. Kamla Devi Chattopadhyay said, let's take women also into this focus. Thereafter, Swadeshi movement, Swadeshi in that regard. Then salt law was there, many parallel marches. Yes, I'm coming to that. Then we have the national flag becoming very important. The national flag which will emerge by this point of time going to be very close to the flag which we use today. We will have in Champaran 2 districts salt satyagrah. We will have anti-chokidari tax in Bhagalpur. We will have Northwestern Frontier Province Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan and his Khudai Khidmatgars helping the people. In Tamil Nadu, we will have C. Rajagopalachari doing a parallel salt march. In Malabar, we have K. Nair doing a salt march. We will have P.K. Pillai in Kerala. We will have Gopal Bandhu Chaudhary in Odisha. And we will have in Calcutta and in Darsana Sarojini Naidu together doing multiple salt satyagrahs and marches. And this is where everybody was now involved. In Assam, we have the Cunningham Circular or the Cunningham Boycott. Then in Nagaland, we have Rani Ganlui, who helped in spreading the message of civil disobedience. In Andhra, we had in Godavari, Krishna Guntur. In Sholapur, we had multiple strikes. Say it anything, be it anything. Civil disobedience movement was a different level altogether. It became much bigger than non-cooperation. This is a very important point you have to understand. That what NCM was, CDM was much bigger. Every part of India was involved and everything was much bigger than what it was previous. However, the problem was the movement was not going anywhere. RTC 1 had happened, Roundtable Conference 1 had happened. British said without the INC makes no sense. So now When the CDM started to overheat, Gandhi wanted a truce. And that struggle truce struggle model comes through. And that truce was the Gandhi-Irwin. Irwin was ready to release all 80,000 prisoners except most of the demands other than two, which is rather it was not two, even one, which is no public inquiry into police excesses. And Gandhi requested that you should suspend the death sentence of Bhagat Singh and his comrades. But Irwin had made Bhagat Singh his project per se. Now, Gandhi had no other option but to accept the Gandhi impact. He will then travel to Karachi. In the Karachi session, he'll be shown black flag by everybody. Karachi session generally important because of the national economic policy and the acceptance of what is called as the concept of Gandhi impact. Now, Gandhi will be chosen as his sole representative who will go to London to meet the Queen, and the Roundtable Conference will be attended by him. In the second roundtable conference, the British find a very important problematic aspect of Indian nationalism, which is minorities issue. The Minorities Pact is going to deadlock the second roundtable conference, and Gandhi will now be stuck. He did not want depressed classes to get what is called a separate electorate. This in turn will lead to 1932 Pune Pact, which is Gandhi will come back, start CDM, total repression by Wellington. Gandhi will get arrested. British wanted to break the unity. McDonnell Award in turn leads to what is called as communal awards. Repressed class given separate electorates. Gandhi will go on to a fast on to death, and Dr. Ambedkar is going to compromise through what is called as the Pune Pact. Pune Pact, he will remove his understanding of separate electorates. He will ask for joint electorates. And thereafter, 1934, Gandhi movement has fizzed out. Gandhi goes into his Harijan campaign. Let's come in the examination again. Harijan campaign starts from 1934 onwards. Gandhi is released. He will now show his seriousness towards a depressed class concept. And Indian nationalism will now get a shot in the arm from the Government of India Act. And 1936-37, they will go into an election in which Muslim League will perform very badly, which will in turn lead to them to become more aggressive, communism to become more abrasive. But Congress will do very well. 28 months of Congress rule. Now, before I go into the last push, everybody's with me till this point. I cannot be more comprehensive than this. I am trying to give you every major understanding possible. Come on, everybody. Okay, now 1938, 1939, 1940, 1941, 1942. This is an important phase for us because there are going to be multiple things which will happen in this phase, and it is going to be extremely significant per se. Right? Okay. Now, 1938, Haripura session, and then Tripuri session. These two sessions are considered important because the Gandhi versus Bose concept is going to come through, and Gandhi and Bose will clash, which will in turn lead to Bose to leave the Indian National Congress, form his forward bloc in 1939, because there was an ideological clash between the socialism of Bose and the conservatism of Gandhi. The Second World War had already started in the background by September of 1939, which is Second World War. Now, British needed India in the Second World War. There will be two concessions which will come, which was reiterated in the period of what is called as Ramgarh session and in the Wardha resolution. If British wants Indian, what we call as any form of cooperation, they have to give us concessions. They have to give us concessions. And therefore, 1940 comes the August offer. For the first time, Lithgow accepted the dominion principle, but they gave us dominion within the empire or within the Commonwealth, Swaraj within the Commonwealth. The idea was that they will also say that the Constituent Assembly will be formed, mostly comprising of Indians. That was again vague. Third, he said that no constitutional development can happen without minorities being on board. So the Indian national movement was now made a contingent aspect on Jinnah's whims and fancies. August offer was rejected. 1941, Gandhi, everybody said, kuch to karo. And that is where 41 he starts what is called as individual satyagraha. The most useless movement he ever started, Delhi Chalo movement. You talk about the British, move to another city, talk about the British, just wait for getting arrested. Once you're arrested, you then go to the jail, come back and again do the same. Delhi Chalo movement, useless. 1942 is very, very important because we have two things. The Japanese are going to enter the war. Second World War was now intensifying. At the same point of time, we will have Cripps mission. Cripps mission was a major breakthrough because in Cripps mission, for the first time, they gave us the concept of dominion outside the Commonwealth, which was later given to us. And further, it said the Constituent Assembly is going to be mainly Indians, meaning all of them are going to be. Thereafter, further, it added two major issues. Cripps mission said minorities' consent is needed. Second, partition clause was there, which is if when we give independence or dominion without outside the Commonwealth, the the provinces will have an option to come out of the union itself. This is where it is going to become a proper deal breaker for the Indian National Congress because first Nehru report had talked about dominion. 14 points of Jinnah was useless at this point of time. But what matters is August offer and Cripps mission forever changed everything. August offer, dominion was accepted within the empire. But it had this clause of minorities' rights, which was problematic. Both were designed in such a way that never it would be accepted by any Indian National Congress member per se. Cripps mission, the biggest issue was this. See, all Indian Union dominion outside the Commonwealth, good point. Second, we will have a constituent assembly, good point. But any province not willing to join the union can have separate constitution, form a separate union. New constitution making body will only be negotiated if religious minorities are taken into consideration. This is the problem which emerges. So INC is now being taken hostage by this minorities clause, and that is why, though it is significant, but it is used. Now, at the same point of time, there is one more timeline which is happening in the background, and that is related to the INA. The INA in 1941, 1942, 1943, 1944, 1945. Now, everybody says that the INA was formed by Subhash Chandra Bose. No, it was formed by Mohan Singh when the British started to retreat, when the Japanese started to give an onslaught or started to slaughter people in the Southeast Asian sector. He said that we'll take the help of the Japanese. That is where the concept of what is called as INS formation comes from Mohan Singh. 1942, Ras Bihari Bose, who was in Japan, now joins him and creates what is called as, in the Malayan Peninsula, what is called as the Indian Independence League. And the Indian Independence League, 16,400 men were ready to fight for India. Both will then have the Bangkok conference, and Subhash Chandra Bose will be invited. Subhash Chandra Bose was in a house arrest because of the Quit India movement, which I'll discuss. I'll go back in time. And he will then go to Russia. From Russia, he went to Germany, thinking that Hitler will help, but Hitler did not. From Hitler, he will go to Japan. From Japan, he will reach Singapore, and he will join Mohan Singh and Ras Bihari Bose. And then the Azad Hind Fauj and Azad Hind Sarkar will be created. This in turn will lead to the INA now saying that we are the principal arm of the INC. We will fight for independence. Then 1944, multiple strides will be made. Andaman and Nicobar Islands given, Rangoon capital. Thereafter, they move towards Imphal. However, Imphal campaign is going to be a very major disaster, and because Germany had surrendered by this point of time, Japanese surrender was imminent, and INA will be arrested. Meanwhile, in India in 1942, Quit India movement. At the Govalia tank, there's a AICC session. It says that we will go for Quit India movement. We want to decide our own fate. We don't want the British to decide our fate if the Japanese come through. Do or die, we will decide our fate. As soon as Gandhi says that, all major leaders on 8th August say this, 9th August they get picked up. Quit India movement is one of the worst of the responses of the British. Pure repression by Linlithgow. Everybody is arrested. People are fired upon. Even strafing is used. But underground associations will emerge, parallel bodies will emerge. Further, you will have women becoming very important. Aruna Safali, Sucheta Mahajan, Sucheta, and thereafter we will have uh, further, further the concept of people hoisting flags, burning bridges. Quit India movement was the victory of Gandhian movement. People were leaderless, but they knew what to do. We have Usha Mehta, who was very important. So therefore, with no leader there, this was the victory of Rowlatt, non-cooperation, and CDM. People knew what to do and what they had to do. Boycott to destruction of union property to the process of going after the British per se. And that is where Quit India was a moment in which now Indian national movement came out of Gandhian phase and became independent. Now, finally, we have come to the 1945, 1946, and 1947 phase, and our satsang is going to end in the next 15 minutes. 1945 is the year in which first we have what is called as the Wavell Conference. Wavell Conference, Churchill had to fight a Churchill had to fight an election. So therefore, he will try to bring everybody out of the jail. But Wavell Conference, one was the blunders of Wavell, because what he will do is Wavell will say that I want 15 members, 5 Hindus, 5 Muslim, 5 minority to create the executive council. Jinnah will say, I want the control over the other 5 also. When Jinnah will walk out, he will dissolve the conference. Useless. So Wavell Conference out of the box. November, December, we have what is called as the INA trials. And the British thought that they will try these 3 officers as traitors. People will come out in force to help and support the INA. Now British realize that the same people don't exist as 1857. This is 1945, where they are heroes. INA week, INA conference, INA trials is going to happen in the Red Fort, and all had to be acquitted. Then in February of 1946 will come the biggest shock to the British, which is called as the RIN mutiny, not the Rin mutiny. It's called RIN mutiny, Royal Indian Navy mutiny. This is going to be the biggest shock because now the British cannot support or in a way trust their own people, and specifically the army itself, which was very, very important. RIN mutiny is going to spread across naval, army cantonments, and now the British could see that they're listening to Patel and Jinnah, but they're not listening to them. Then a major moment, they're in cabinet mission. Now Attlee had become the prime minister. He will send the cabinet mission. Cabinet mission will come up with this concept that Pakistan is not possible. Direct action day and all, deliverance 1940, 41, 43. Very, very bad, you can say, rhetoric had been created. Cabinet mission said that Pakistan is not possible. However, we will create this three-tiered model: Hindu majority provinces, Muslim majority east, Muslim majority west, and a ticking time bomb that they can leave at the time of first general election or after 10 years. Reconfiguration was possible. Cabinet mission plan was untenable from the beginning, but they said we will hold elections in 1946. This is called the 1946 elections. Muslim will do very well, from 3% vote share to 93% vote share. Now they will win all the separate electorate seats. However, they said that we will not be part of the interim government. Nehru said, drama karna band karo, we will create the interim government. They will do all of this drama throughout September. By October, they will join the interim government. But one thing became very clear, that communal rights were becoming more and more common. Now in 1947, March, Wavell ke bas ka tha nahi hai. So Wavell was recalled back, and the grandson of the Queen, Mountbatten, was sent as the governor, as the what is called as the Governor General of India and Viceroy. In February itself, Attlee had said that we are going to give India independence in June of 1948. When March, Mountbatten comes, he says, "इतना लंबा time नहीं टिक पाएंगे यहाँ पे." He said that it's not possible for us to hold on to India till 1948. We have to give India independence as quickly as possible. That in turn will lead to what is called as the solution finding phase, which is between March to May, where Dicky Bird or Ismay was trying to figure out a way how to give India independence. However, he came up with one of the most useless plan, on which Nehru said, "I'm really sorry, I had actually asked this for you," which is the concept of the balkanization of India. Give each province independence separately, then ask them to come together. He said, Mountbatten said, "Tumse na ho paega, I'll do it myself." And that is where, on the 3rd June plan, Mountbatten came up with the concept of the idea that he was going to create two dominions, and then he will ask for plebiscite in the east and the west. This will be then absorbed into what is called as the Indian Independence Act, which will then give India independence on 15th August, where two dominions, India and Pakistan, will be created. Radcliffe Line will be created in a haste, and that will into a communal holocaust called the Partition of India. And with this, our adhyay is over. Noted. So it has been 7 hours, 16 minutes now, and we started at 1488, this is 1940. Wow. So I hope that this session has been fruitful for you. I hope that you will use the recording. The PPT for this session will be uploaded into a link in the description box. I will make sure that the next marathon is on ancient and medieval. Uh, Third marathon I'll take on art and culture. Most probably my next marathon is on 27th of uh, February. I'll hold ancient and medieval. Thank you for being here till 11 in the night. Uh, Hats off to your commitment. I hope that this has generally helped you. See, the whole point, I know this story multiple times. The point is, if you have any doubt, anything, just write in the comment section. I'll answer on this same comment section. And the idea is very simple. These long short videos, these one shot videos, these marathons is to make sure that your last minute preparation, even if one word sticks here, you're able to, in a way, help or able to solve that question in the examination. So, thank you. Take care. Bye bye. I will see you on 12th with CNA in the morning. And then I will see you on 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th for Conquer Prelims Phase 2 on the app at 2 p.m. I hope that you will join me there also. 2 p.m., 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. 2 p.m. Conquer Prelims Phase 2. First two sessions I will take for Modern India, MCQs and previous year questions, then Ancient and Medieval, and Art and Culture. Right? Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. I hope that you enjoyed the past 7 hours. And I hope that generally you're going to keep on supporting us in this fashion. Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Share this session as much as possible. Comment if you really appreciate this effort. And I hope that you are going to be a part of this journey even more. And you're going to join me on 16th, 17th. Thank you. Take care. Always a pleasure.